What is this? It's addressed to me, chris.effect.ai. What is going on here? I just found this letter on the floor. It's addressed to me. I'm feeling pretty victimized right now, guys. What does it say? Deposit 1 EFX and get 10 in return. Deposit nothing and see what happens. Is it me, or does that sound like a threat? This kind of sounds familiar as well. Has this happened to you guys before? Oh dear, I gotta get out of this place. Boom! And we are live. If you missed yesterday, then you missed an epic day of talks and panels from some of the key players in the cryptocurrency space. When I say key players, I ain't lying. We had Anthony Pompilano, we had Charles Hoskinson from Cardano, my pal Sebastian Vanderlands was actually in the house. What an incredible day it was. But I have a pretty good feeling that we can top that off today. Before we fully get started, I want to touch on the incredibly strange times we find ourselves in today. This pandemic that is sweeping the globe is truly sparing nobody. As nations go in and out of lockdown and increased measures are being enforced, we're all affected by this biological enemy called COVID-19 in some way, shape, or form. Myself and the entire team behind BlockDown want to give our heartfelt thoughts to all who are suffering through this pandemic. It is a time where I've said before, community and communication is key. And in all of my years, in all of my business, I have never found a community more supportive or kinder than the blockchain and crypto community, which is exactly why we are all here today for the third edition of BlockDown, the Halloween chapter. And I'm telling you, the who's who of the blockchain space will be joining us today for day 2. To name just a few of the superstar lineup, we have Mr. DataDash, Nicholas Merton. We have Ben Grotzel from SingularityNet, Emin Gun-Siren. We have Crypto Wendy is in the house. We have Dovi Wan from Primitive Ventures here. And the one and only Sergey from Chainlink will be doing a fireside chat pretty soon, so stay tuned for that one. We start the day with fireworks. First up is a fireside chat. To host the chat is the man behind BlockDown and the CEO and founder of EAK Digital, the leader in blockchain and crypto PR. Please welcome our host of this first session of the day, Erin Corhilia. Joining Erhan, she is a founding partner of Primitive Ventures, a full-stack crypto assets investment holding company. Before that, she was managing director of DHVC, including leading investment efforts in fintech, AI, and marketplaces. She was one of the earliest investors in many projects like Definity, Kyber Network, Cosmos, Chia Network, Seller Network, and a ton of other projects. Please give a very warm virtual welcome to Dovi Wan. Erhan and Dovi, welcome. Erhan, take it away.
All right, thanks, Chris, so much for that epic introduction. Welcome to BlockDown 3.0, Dovi. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you, Erhan. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm loving the hat, by the way.
Yes, this is one of my favorite Bitcoin swag, and I have a lot of them.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, Dovi. So yeah, you're a founding partner of Primitive Ventures. You're also quite influential across a number of social medias in the West, specifically in Twitter. And I almost feel like you're very much kind of a voice, or like we as Westerners learn quite a lot about what's going on in China and blockchain and crypto from a few select Twitter influencers. And Dovi, you're definitely one of those that we follow closely. Obviously, your background speaks for itself. You've done some really amazing things in the space. You've been in there from a long time. You've got some great investments. And honestly, when I was diving into your background, I was just wondering, well, how did she do all this, in such a short amount of time? I mean, And it's quite intriguing, really, to see your journey from China and then moving to the US. So what we're going to do today is we're going to break up this fireside chat. We're going to start on your background story, Dovey, and we're going to go into a little bit of current affairs, talk about East meets West, which I'm sure you talk about all the time, a little bit of DeFi, and then talk about the future for blockchain technology and where you see that being in the future. So, okay, so let's just kick off from the beginning. So, we want to find out your background story, Dovey. I still don't think that people really know exactly your past and your history and how you kind of got to where you are today. So let's start from kind of your childhood growing up in China, and what was that like?
Yeah, so my childhood, so I was born and raised here in Guangzhou, China, and so it's like what considered as the one of the most westernized province here in mainland China, because it's kind of connected to Hong Kong. And say for instance, when I was growing up, and we have access to many of this Hong Kong TV station, where many of the other mainlander, and so they don't have access. And we actually even even during primary school, and I think we are the first generation to start learning English in a relatively early age. Say for instance, I remember I start learning learning writing and reading English, and I think third grade. And for the rest of the kid during my generation, and I think they start in around fifth or sixth grade, but anyway, so I think we are kind of more westernized during my upbringing. And my parents, so my dad is also was considered a first generation certified software engineer here in mainland China. So I got my first computer I think age the six. So basically I have a photo that I sit on, and I sit on the bench, and I basically press a keyboard, and then I was just age 2, and I was pretty young. And so I think to many of my peers, and so I have relatively better access in general to the IT industry, or just to IT, right? And I think the Guangdong province is also a very magical land, and we have the Tencent has a headquarters here, the NetEase is headquartered here, and then Huawei, Xiaomi, and so if you think about the current Chinese tech giants, and I would say half of them, half of them actually founded here. So I think just around here, there's I wouldn't say a completely Silicon Valley atmosphere, but it's definitely much more apolitical comparing with northern part of China, because Guangdong is 1,000 part of the mainland China, right? And so if you go all the way to north, and if you go to Beijing, and then that is a very political oriented type of geolocation, I would say. So I think the whole Guangdong, the Cantonese, and so we are Cantonese, so I can speak both Mandarin and Cantonese. And I think the Cantonese in general are very apolitical, are very pragmatic. And so I did my undergrad here, and most of my undergrad peer and most of my schoolmates, and many of them just go right straight to the industry, or have their own startup. And so it's very entrepreneurial as well, versus many of the students and college kids from northern part of China, say for instance Peking University, they rather go to grad school, PhD, etc., and then or probably go to try to join the party and then try to be the party officer, things like that. So I think the overall mentality are completely different, and we are more commercial driven. We are more entrepreneurial, more pragmatic, and so comparing what I consider as the northern people. So that's my childhood, and I did my undergrad here in China, and I moved to US at the age of 20, and for my master's degree in Carnegie Mellon University, and then also in information system, and then after that, and I moved to the Valley and spent about 4 years at eBay. During my eBay time, that's when I first so I knew about Bitcoin. I think I first heard about it like that is at 2011. So that is 2011 when I was still in Carnegie Mellon. And for like every individual Chinese citizen, we have a hard cap of like exchanging US dollar for like only 50,000 US dollar, right? And so my parents back in the day, my parents, they have hard time just getting my tuition out. And then when I first learned about Bitcoin, and I was pretty amazed by how liquid it can be just across the border. Like, because when I grew up and I consider everything can only circulate, like all the currency, all the money, what I consider as money can only circulate within the domestic financial environment. And so when I learned about Bitcoin, and I'm really amazed by just like purely by its global liquidity, because I think about that, right? Like global liquidity of a certain like value gonna lead to the mobility of the talent. So if my parents have hard time, so if the capital constraint is 5,000 US dollar per individual, then probably I wouldn't go out for my master degree, right? So because it's just impossible to put together all the tuition, because my parents has only the quota of like 10,000 US dollar like every year. So from that perspective, and I was pretty amazed by Bitcoin's global liquidity and then its characteristic of being like a native internet currency. And that was like 2011. When the second time, and I had hard time. So then I had my time to be able to deep dive into Bitcoin. So that was during my eBay time. My manager back then asking us to do a comparative analysis of all the other marketplaces. That's when I learned about Silk Road. And Silk Road was considered as an opposite example of a marketplace, right? So because eBay has to be 100% compliant, we have a lot of a very detailed policy about what can be listed and what cannot be listed. And then so a lot of this trusted program type of thing too. So in order to boost the boost the overall the order and just the order of the entire marketplace. So because when you design a marketplace and you have to design something that both sides of the marketplace, both the seller and the buyer, so they have a strong trust on, right? When you design a centralized marketplace. So Silk Road was considered a big no-no. And then and I take a look, and then so I realized, and the transaction volume was pretty decent, and then purely based on this internet native currency Bitcoin, and that's when I realized Bitcoin is not a toy anymore. It is not a gimmick, and people actually use it as a medium of exchange. And so fast forward, so after eBay, so I joined a local VC firm, where I cover the investment areas such as marketplace, fintech, etc. So anything related to what I consider anything related to transactional based business model, right? And that was 2014, and so when we were still in this nuclear winter, the crypto nuclear winter. So between 2014 and 2016 is no Bitcoin but blockchain, and so blockchain was under fintech, and so I spent a lot of time researching about all this blockchain as a service company, and which is not interested at all, because it's basically enterprise software company, right? Just think about that. So blockchain as a technology is very simple as a open source append-only encrypted database management system, right? So if your business is running blockchain as a service, there's the business model itself and your future cash flow model is no different than other enterprise software companies. So but but like during the crypto winter, quote unquote, like the nuclear pretty hot thing. And I spent 2 years like digging into this blockchain as a service industry, and then so inevitably get to know a lot of like crypto native people as well. And one of them used to be my eBay product manager colleague, and so like who used to be the founder of Streamlab / Definity, and so that became my first like crypto related investment back in 2014, 2015. And and then fast forward, so like that is my journey into crypto, and I think that's like detailed enough.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Okay, no, so that's really interesting. So did you, as a young girl, or growing up in China, did you always plan to move to the US, or was that something that just happened?
Oh, so I think like what triggers that, so like previously I have no idea about US at all, right? So I only read about US or just like watch American movie, and like that's pretty much it. And I still remember like 911, like the 911 moment. So because I discussed this with many of my American friends, and so a lot of American friends asked me, oh, so what about 911? And so do you guys like, so is it like a big news to you guys, right? And I was just like mid school, and then so I remember like the 911 moment to us is just, it's not even a news to us, and it was like, okay, there's a bomb, and that's it. So and I think the information is pretty cut off for us, and I think what triggers my just general plan and wants to see like the outside world is I think that's during the summer of 2009. So the summer of like 2009, and so in order to celebrate the 30th, so I think that is like the 30th anniversary of the official diplomatic relationship like between US and like China. And so there's like a official program between US State Department and the Chinese like the CCP. Basically they had this student leader exchange program, and so we as the Chinese student leader, like 30 of us, and then we basically spent a month in Washington DC, and so they also sent like 30 of them like stay a month. I think they stayed a month in in the Beijing as well. So like that's when I really learned about the US history and learn about like US politics, and like I remember like during 2009, and US and China was still in this pretty harmonious relationship when it comes to like geopolitics, and then we visit the house and like talk to the politician, things like that. And then so I really learned a lot of this like core philosophy of the founding fathers of the US. And so like and I realized, and it's a completely different value system and completely different and like philosophical system. And so there's a lot of things that can be complementary to the overall social system that I grew up. So I'm really curious like to learn more. So, and I still remember like the first time that I think that's when I went to the University of Virginia, and so that was established by like Thomas Jefferson, and so I tried to learn like what Thomas Jefferson like, and then many of like his philosophy, and just during the like the founding history, and I really admire like his like visionary, and then also like Benjamin Franklin as well, like what I consider as the American version, like Renaissance man, right? And so he's an inventor, like he's a politician, and he's like a media person, and so like it's pretty fascinating, like history and like culture, like to learn from. So so I think that's what intrigued me to actually go to US for my just for my grad school, and then later for my career. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that like the kind of way of life that people in China live, it's very different way of life than you have in the West? Do you think like that kind of maybe kind of like made you more interested in Bitcoin, like the kind of values that underpin Bitcoin? Do you kind of consider yourself a little bit rebellious?
I think, well, yeah. When I met like a new, whenever I met a new crypto founder, and I always ask them the same question, like, what is the most rebellious thing that you have done in your life? And I think based on the answer from that, and you can tell them apart. And I really don't believe, so I talk about crypto native projects, right? So not blockchain as a service. If you are a really crypto native founder, and then so you got to be so you basically you can't be an authoritarian like type of like personality, and then so that's why. And I think like if you ask yourself that question, and if your life is pretty standard, right? So like there's no deviation of your life, and I think you will have hard time to even just to adapt to like the whole industry, like just like the whole crypto universe. And so I consider myself as a pretty rebellious individual, especially in the Chinese culture. And so that's why. So I personally, I'm very pessimistic of, I can't tell for Korean and Japanese, but I think like East Asian in general. So the overall authoritarian, like the history, and basically leads to us. So it's about, and I think it's about the geo different. So because here is like everything is like agriculture driven, like for the past like thousands of years, right? And then when it comes to Europe, and it's more like you guys learn selling, and then so basically everything from like, and then like just like the glorious, like if you think about like the glorious, like the Europe, and like after, so and then just right after the like the dark, like the medieval age, and so all the glory like come after just like the great sailing thing, right? And so like because you cannot predict the weather on the ocean, right? So but like when it comes to agriculture, so it's all about being like stable, and it's all about how to predict the weather, like things like that. So and you need to, like, I think if I think about your ancestor and my ancestor, and my ancestor always just like, so they have a very routine life, right? So they just go out and just to farm the land, and then so they basically come back. And but your ancestor gonna fight on the ocean, like with all this like uncertainty and like things like that. And so and I think that leads to a completely different mindset. So like that's one part of it. And I think that like the other thing is like here, especially in China, like back in the Qing dynasty, like the very early on, so it's like 2000 years ago, like back in the Qing dynasty, like the first king, like the first great king of like Qin Shi Huang, right? And so he basically unified all the language and currency. So like the unity is at the core of like, so it's basically in our DNA, right? And so I think that's why China is not so a lot of people consider China as a nation state, but I think China is more a civilization state. And then like this, and then this civilization state basically self-evolved into a political system that fits its citizen really well. So it's like a mutual selection. Yeah. And so I personally, I'm pessimistic on the crypto founder, like who are authoritarian, and then but like who try to be a bandwagon saying, okay, I'm a crypto founder. So and I think a lot of them deep inside they're authoritarian, but they just want to make a quick cash or like whatsoever, and then be on the hype, and so they're so, and then launching out a crypto project, and that's definitely like philosophically not ideal. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So I mean, look, you're obviously a very successful, female entrepreneur. You've achieved a lot so far in your career, and I'm sure you've still got a long way to go as well. What is it that, drives you? Like, what do you think as an entrepreneur, like, what kind of mindset do you have that really helps you got to where you are so far today?
I think entrepreneurial, so what drives me, I think my biggest driver so far is, and I really just want to just so if you Baidu, so like Baidu is the Google equivalent here in China, right? And
Yeah.
so I think in the future, the work gonna be more and more like departed, and so that's what we have seen, like especially like during this pandemic, and we have seen like all the political leaders, and like one thing we have consensus on, like even though we don't have consensus, so probably we can't agree on like where's the source of the virus, like things like that, but we can have consensus on we all deserve better government, and I think we all deserve like better like political leaders, and I think so there's that one inevitable trend that is we are human being, and we will have harder and harder like to agree on some consensus, right? So no matter like to the macro level of at the macro level from the commercial world, or like to the from the micro level in the business world, or to the macro level of the just like the world political world. So and I think the modern politicians, their job is not to reach consensus. So if you think from that perspective, like Bitcoin is it's the most effective way like to reach consensus and like 100% without any doubt, right? So that's why a lot of Bitcoiners, they also deeply believe in like in math we trust. It is not about in God we trust, because when you say in God we trust, and my God gonna be different than your, so like my God gonna be different than your God, right? And so there will be conflict, but math, like there's no conflict in math, and like everything gonna be deterministic, like relatively deterministic. So I think in the future, like we human beings, we will have hard time like reaching consensus at any level. And when it comes to the future Bretton Woods meeting, so if you think about like, okay, like all the central bankers, like they have to sit together and then like talk about the world monetary system, and like it's kind of impossible for them to reach on a certain like the current fiat currency, or like any sovereign currency, or like any singular asset that they will reach the value, so they will reach the consensus on its value, right? And so I think like Bitcoin gonna be a great complementary like towards that, and it's an alternative monetary system, it's an alternative economic system that we're gonna be on top of on. So I think my core drive as a Bitcoiner, or as a entrepreneur, and try to drive the adoption of our crypto industry, so comes from here. And because I think it's the most effective and efficient way, like secure by math, and then helping us to reach consensus of value, and then also reduce uncertainty. And like, as you know, like the entropy of the whole universe always grow, right? And then so when it maxed out, and like the universe gonna explode, and then so at the individual is the same. And when our internal entropy of our whole just like biological system max out, and we die, right? And so like that's why it's kind of hard to find any system that can keep the entropy low, that can keep its internal entropy low. And the Bitcoin mining system is also pretty amazing from like this perspective. The Bitcoin mining system basically keep its internal entropy stable by dumping the energy out of somewhere else. So that's why the Bitcoin proof of work is proof of useless work. So, and I think, so if you look deep down into the math of it. And then especially if you think about the information theory by the Cloud Shannon, and then so you will realize like how beautiful like the Bitcoin math is. And so it's like simply beautiful. So these are the fundamental thesis I have, and I think from just the economic, like from the economic level is, and I think in the future like the Bitcoin gonna be the M0 of our of our crypto universe, and then on top of that, and then we're gonna have our own version of the M1 and then M2. So like that's why I don't like many like maximalists like saying, okay, Ethereum is like shitcoin scam, whatever. Ethereum is actually part of the M1 system. Ethereum is part of the M1 system for Bitcoin. And I think we already see that happening. If you see the WBTC right now, like the WBTC, like the total amount of WBTC right now is over 1 billion like US dollar, right? So the Ethereum is actually helping Bitcoin to be more interactive. And then on top of that, and then we can have our M2, and then all these like DeFi protocols and then either lending or whatsoever. And then so those are all the M2 on top of this like M0, like the base currency, like the Bitcoin SD base currency. So like this is my economic mental model. So for the whole crypto assets, yeah. And so I think if you ask me what drives me is like, and I believe and like the Bitcoin gonna serve as a not just as a store value, as a alternative plan. So for us to like for the individual to go against all the fiat crisis, etc. And then also it can really build a economic on top of it, and it is not just like simply for some like it will be mainstream 100%. It's just a matter of time. Yeah. And then so I think we just at the very start of the whole history, maybe just the first 3 minutes of the Big Bang.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, I mean, look, Bitcoin's going to go through a ton of battles, I'm sure, over the next 10, 20 years even. And one of them, you could say right now really is the kind of launch of the digital yuan in China, which is kind of potentially being seen as a cryptocurrency per se, but obviously is one that's controlled by the state. So I recently read about the airdrop that happened in China, right? They had $1.5 million of digital yuan airdropped, and I believe most of that's been spent. And I read an article in CoinDesk the other day that actually didn't go down that well in terms of like usability. So I just really wanted to get your insights into how that airdrop went, and really kind of what the response has been like so far for the digital yuan in China.
Right. So like the digital yuan, and so for the average Chinese citizen, like the digital yuan has so most of them, like they have no idea that digital yuan is gonna be like cash replacement, and it's actually M0, and then so they don't have that economic background like to understand it deeply, and most of them they will consider as a simple method like of payment, and because like China has been in this like cashless society for already 5-6 years, and then so Difference and my friends in like Shenzhen, so like whenever like they got the airdrop, and so they just simply download the new wallet app, and so like there's nothing significant of that like assistance, like even though it's a like a fiat, so even though it's a digital fiat, so I think like many of the Westerner, so because many of the Westerner, and they still have to rely on the other method of payment, like most of them like credit card, right? So they consider it as like significant behavioral change. So there's no significant behavioral change. So like the change gonna be from the monetary policy management level. So because like this is so like comparing with Alipay or like WeChat Pay, like those are digitization of fiat. Those are not digital fiat. So like for any of this payment channel, so you will still have to connect to your like bank account, etc. Right? And so this time, so the digital yuan, and then so the purpose, like, and I think just from CCP's perspective, and from the good side, and I think so I have chat with some of this insider like working on the digital yuan, and I think that its intent are, and I think it's the original intent is not about, so it's not all about financial surveillance. Its original intent is, okay, now we have a pretty aging society, and say for instance in like Guangzhou and Shanghai, and close to 30% are senior citizens. So close to 30% of the population are senior citizens. Many of these senior citizens, like they don't know how to use WeChat Pay or like Alipay. So Alipay and like WeChat Pay, so because they started only 5 years ago, right? So they're mainly for like millennials and like probably my parents' generation, but like definitely not for like senior citizen. So many of these like senior citizens, so they're actually excluded from this like day-to-day economic activity, and so like they have hard time like just like get access. So I think the original intent of this digital yuan is to make like digital payment like more inclusive. Like say for instance, right now, like the digital yuan, like the payment can be completely offline. So as long as like we have this payment, just like this payment app, this wallet app, just install on my phone, and then even though it's offline, so we can just tap each other, and then so we can finish that. Transaction, and then and then also they don't need like a specific like bank account, etc. Right? So, and I think from convenience like aspect, and it's definitely much more better like for the senior citizen, and then also probably citizen from like tier 3, 4, 5 cities, and then who are relatively like inferior. So like when it comes to like the overall level of like technicality, and then also like their like know-how when it comes to like mobile payment, right? And I think so, but the thing is that once it's launched, and like the launch gonna have like multiple phases, and then I think it will be pretty aggressive, like because they are aiming for 20, I think they're aiming for like 2022. Right. Like that's when the Winter Olympics, and so they want to roll out like the whole thing, like even for like foreign exchange, and so because like they're expecting a lot of like foreign visitors. So I think the whole plan is around 2022, and then so it will have a standard rollout. So it's not just it is not just experimental rollout. It will have to compete with Alipay and WeChat Pay to some extent. So it's gonna be the third largest payment method, and then I think like after that standard rollout, and the next plan, the next phase, gonna be make the monetary policy more more elasticity. And so like the current way, because like the PBOC, so that is the Central Bank of China. So like the PBOC, they have hard time. So they have hard time to directly influence the current monetary policy. And so that's why we have seen a lot of things like things like real estate here has been overheated, and like stock market has been quite a bit like pump and dump scheme here. And then also like the shadow banking industry account for probably 30% of the M2. So like I said, like China is huge. It's relatively decentralized. Local commercial banks, they have like very so they have a lot of like little like so they basically know how to get through all these regulatory like loophole, right? And like the central bank, they have like no transparency, like when it comes to when it comes to overall monetary flow as well. So I think the grand scheme of this digital yuan is to help the central bank, like the PBOC, to centralize their power again, basically to make the M0 great again. So
But
I think
this isn't just nationally, right? This isn't just nationally. Like from my understanding, from what I've been reading in Western media at least, they're saying that the CCP is hoping that the digital yuan will be a successful global currency outside of China as well.
I think that there will be phase 3. And so they will first leverage that for a domestic monetary policy programming. If you want to cool down the stock market, and you can simply write a few lines of code and then just to stop the cash flow over there, right? And it will, like, for the first time, central banker gonna have direct influence, because previously all the central bankers, so they either have to adjust the interest rate or just the commercial bank reserve currency rate, like things like that. And so like those influence are all just indirect. So for the first time, they can have like direct influence on the day-to-day economic activity. And so that's gonna be pretty powerful. That is at phase 2. And I think phase 3 gonna be the internet. So just to be the globalization of yuan. And because like China will have a better like a geo influence, like, so say for instance along the One Belt One Road like area, right? So with all this partner central bankers, and so previously, so they have been doing all this, so they have been doing this interbanking swap, right? So this interbanking swap is basically, if I want to borrow your money, and then so I don't actually borrow you, so I don't actually borrow the currency from you, and it's just like a balance sheet thing. And so in the future, because there's a lot of like infrastructure investment, both from public sector and private sector from China, and there's many foreign Chinese workers, so like there's a demand for RMB or like yuan just naturally, and so because there's like a natural demand, and like there will be a very easy channel like just to feeding this like digital yuan program, and then because it will be a relationship between central bankers, so like the whole thing gonna be pretty smooth. So I think when it comes to globalization, so that's from that perspective. So so if you're like African businessman, so you don't need to have like a Chinese bank account, but like you can still transact with local Chinese worker, things like that.
But then it's not only that, right? Because I've been reading into it, and I know that China's been making huge investments into emerging markets like Southeast Asia and Africa. Obviously, those markets unfortunately represent where many of the unbanked population lives. Obviously, with this forthcoming, but then exactly right. But then with this forthcoming digital yuan that we know is coming, do you think that those investments are ultimately a tactic to get those emerging nations on board with the digital yuan?
When it comes to unbanked, and so I think unbanked, like, so most of the use cases, like, so first of all, you need to have a access to the local, either like post machine or like whatever endpoint that you have that can connect to the local, economy. So it is not simple as, so you basically need to have liquidity, right? Yes, and here is the digital currency, like digital yuan whatsoever, but you need that yuan to have the local liquidity first. If you don't have the local liquidity of that currency, you're not going to help like both the bank and the unbanked. So and I think like the prerequisite of launching out the digital yuan there is yuan needs to have the local liquidity. So either from day-to-day economic activity or from whatever type of like transaction there, like, which means that there needs to be a supply and demand. Like the demand can come from Chinese workers and things like that, or like or probably local Chinese merchant, and like the supply has to come from somewhere else. So without liquidity, and people cannot use yuan for anything there, so like there's no point. So I think when it comes to the globalization, they definitely first so they will definitely first like try it out at the area where like there's already enough like local liquidity of the yuan itself, because it's a replacement of the cash, right?
So which areas are those then? I think there's 39 million Chinese living abroad at the moment. So like, where are those areas you think would be the next after China?
Yeah, so I think the next step is it has to be somewhere like the local currency is like the local fiat currency, like the domestic fiat currency has no a strong presence, because yuan as a fiat currency has a better credit. So like for like most of these like African countries, I would say because like there's like good enough like Chinese like investments there, and then Chinese local and like foreign and as well as like foreign like Chinese workers there. So there's like good enough like demand, and then like also the local, and then also its local fiat currency is relatively inferior, because fiat currency is also a credit-based currency, right? And like the credit comes from like whoever, like whichever the government issue it. So if like if people trust the Chinese government will have a better credibility with comparing with its local, like comparing with its local government, say for instance like Zimbabwe, right? And so like it's naturally they will flow to a better like that better currency. So I think you need to, yeah, right.
Yeah, right. So is there anything that like, Bitcoiners can do or are doing like in China to kind of inform the kind of unknowing public that the digital yuan is actually nothing like Bitcoin at all?
So I think if you're already like crypto, just like if you're already in crypto, or if you have if you have a decent understanding about Bitcoin, and then I think there's no way for me to educate you, right? And then if you're a senior citizen, and I think I think so say for instance for my like grandparents, and so I don't want to educate them about Bitcoin, and so they don't have to, because like they're already at the stage of their life. It is not about development, so it's about being secure and like being just like, so it's about insurance, right? And so I think for most of the average or like under average or like lower middle class, I would consider like lower middle class like Chinese citizen, like their like primary goal of their life is to try to be more efficient of their like day-to-day economic activity, and then try to reduce the friction. And I think it's actually great. Like digital yuan for them is actually great. Like just like WeChat Pay and like Alipay. And I think if you are a so like if you're someone, and then so if you understand like the drawdown of all our fiat currency system, and then so if you want, and if you have like actual, if you have like good enough like actual property, or just like individual wealth, and other than feeding your family, etc., because we still have to feed our family by fiat, right? And then apart from that, and you still want to be additional secure of your personal wealth, and I think like that is our target audience. Like that is our target audience here. Here back in China, that the digital yuan like it is like a double-sided sword, and then so just on one hand, so it can offer you like ultimate like convenience, and on the other hand, so you're gonna trading your like complete like financial privacy and like digital footprint, etc. And then so it's not censorship resistant, it's not seizure resistant, and like they can think, so like the CCP can simply wipe you out, like you will be basically sentenced to death, like being an economic and financial individual easily. So I think that is our target audience, and if we really want to rally the concept out, but it's kind of hard to do here, because of the reason that we all know, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a great event starting in 2 days' time, right? Shanghai Blockchain Week. Are you heading to Shanghai Blockchain Week?
So I'm heading to Shanghai just coming week. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Hopefully soon, we can do that as well here in the West. I'm looking forward to that, to these virtual events.
Yeah. So it's hard to do all this big gathering, I guess.
Yeah. But anyway, so let's fast forward to kind of today's date. And we recently saw the kind of news story about the OK Group founder that got arrested. I think his name's Stars Yu. Obviously they stopped withdrawals. And apart from that, his arrest, I haven't heard anything apart from that story that's happened since then. So I'm wondering if you have any insight from local market sources as to what happened there, and any addition to the story that we don't know about.
Right. And so all these exchanges and is so the risk of running in crypto exchanges here in China is never about the crypto trading itself. It's about the fiat on ramp and off ramp. So I think, as we all know, since the 2017 ICO and crypto ban, China also bans the fiat on ramp, the official fiat channel, right? So everything right now is kind of peer to peer, but all these exchanges they facilitate things in a relatively centralized manner. So they have this OTC platform where me as an individual, we can trade. So I can trade with my counterparty, usually who are also an individual, with renminbi. So I think that's that is the root cause of this this case, and so it seems that OKEX, and so for the OTC group, so basically there's I think there might be some black money involved, and it's a huge amount of black money involved, and so black money involved when it comes to the OTC trades, and so it is not the so it is not the OKEX that launder money itself. It's just someone leveraged the matchmaking platform facilitated by OKEX and launder money. And I think that's so I knew it might be related. So it might be related to a few certain cases. So what's considered, and just the amount involved is pretty significant. So that's why the local police and the local the local regulatory body had some very strong action against it. So that's why it is not just the OKEX case, and I think it's just the OKEX case is big enough that surface onto the global crypto community. I think since 2 months ago, or 2 to 3 months ago, there's a lot of this either arrest or just please keep some of this key OTC person under custody, and say for instance Zhao Dong. I'm not sure Zhao Dong. He is one of the biggest. So he's among the biggest OTC offering the figures here in Chinese crypto market, and then he has been arrested as well. It's just Western community, probably not a lot of people know about him, but he has been, I think he has been arrested since May. Yeah, and so it's a series of action, but the OK one is just big enough that make a splash, right?
Right. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, look, let's jump into DeFi, which I know is one of your favorite subjects. So, yeah, I mean, what do you think? Do you think that DeFi can ever gain mass adoption for those who are not crypto native? Because right now, even I find it difficult occasionally to liquidity mine and cause impermanent loss. And what are your thoughts there?
Right. So I think for now is just a so there's a Chinese term as 自嗨, basically means that industry insider like entertained by themselves. So and I think that's like a typical like DeFi moment. So I think like DeFi, so especially like this time, right? Like DeFi is not a new thing. Like when I invested in Kyber, like back in 2013, so back in 2017, and yes, it is. So it is 100% like DeFi from our current like definition, but like it has been around for quite some time, right? Like Augur, what I consider also as DeFi, has been around for like 5 years, and I think like Bitcoin itself is the biggest. It is the biggest DeFi platform ever since, right? And then money is its application. So I think the whole industry just built on top of this like DeFi philosophy or this like DeFi mindset, and like this time probably gonna be renaissance of DeFi, and like thanks to all this like farming program and liquidity mining, quote unquote. And also liquidity mining is not a new thing. Like in 2013, and so I think especially for many of these Chinese crypto native, and we have been through the liquidity mining program like offered by all the centralized exchanges, and then so the playbook is exactly the same, right? So like back in 2018 is like wash trading. So because it's like transfer mining, right? And so like basically like the more we trade and like the more platform token that we can get, right? Like even the playbook is the same. So for all this liquidity mining program is about proof of capital, and you basically put your capital at work, right?
Right.
So like it is a incentive program design and is a growth hacking. It is a growth hacking for adoption and for getting capital. So like to just like gaining liquidity in order to like bootstrap with. And so whenever there's a hype, and so there's always come together with a tremendous like wealth generation. And I think that's why this time DeFi drives a lot of people crazy. So because if you think about from compound to so from all the way from compound to Y earn, like Y earn simply print over a billion fair market value wealth like out of nowhere within a week, right? Just if you think about the speed, and so that would definitely drive people FOMO, and the overall fundamental based investment will definitely drive bubble, and like every cycle is the same. And like the last time, the transfer mining is also the same, and started by AveCoin, and then later AveCoin collapsed, and so I think like this time, like the good thing about this like DeFi renaissance this time is, and thanks to Uniswap and many other like infrastructure, and I think like this time people at least like have to learn how to use all this like DeFi infrastructure, and then like actually learn how to interact with all this and how to interact with this so all these money logos, and like they have a better understanding about, okay, we actually have our own decentralized central banker, like there's a MakerDAO, and then together we have all these like commercial bank alike like kind of like components like Compound, Aave, etc. And then also it leads to great competition, and which gonna be good for the end users. And so we have seen all the swaps, and like even though it's not like, I wouldn't say it's a very healthy competition, especially for the whole sushi saga, and so I wouldn't say it's a completely healthy competition, but like competition will lead to survival for the fittest, right? And I think it is definitely a net positive for the industry, and it's just the path can be brutal, and then so it's just like playing poker, and if you don't know the rule, and then so you will be 100% be the sucker. You might have some beginner's luck, but like if you want to keep playing, and so you will be the sucker. And so if you don't know the rule well, and I think also it has a very positive effect to educate a lot of what I consider as what I consider as crypto users, but not true coiner. So they have all their asset in the centralized exchanges or like in some third parties custody, and so it's a great education for them, and then also expose many of the disadvantage of like this quote unquote crypto bank and like crypto financial institution. So I think many of these like crypto users and turn to a true coiner for the first time, and I think that's great. And so you can see the Ethereum balance from the centralized exchanges actually goes down quite dramatically, and then I think actually the Ethereum balance on the smart contract has been surpassed the balance in all these like crypto banks like since September. Yeah, so I think that's actually great. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, what do you think we've learned then? I mean, obviously the market's really heated up in the last few months with, you know, DeFi projects prices booming. Now we've seen them kind of crash back down again. Like, what do you think like the next kind of cycle for DeFi will learn from what we've just been through?
I think the next cycle of the DeFi, and from the project founders side, and they will learn simply print reward out of thin air, like not gonna be a good retention mechanism. So they need to have a good utility first, and so they need to be very orthogonal when it comes to the product offering and like service offering, and then has to be at some dimension like 10x better for like the existing from the existing like services. So I think gonna be a healthier competition towards like good product design and like good like product utility, and it's not just like keep printing all this like just like vaporware and try to like pump the yield. And yeah, and so like that's one thing. And like second is, and I think many of these like founders like gonna think about like what's really about governance and like what's really about governance token distribution. And because we have seen a lot of failure of this governance like recently, like what's funny is like the first proposal from like the Uniswap governance is try to reduce the threshold and like the quorum, and but like the whole proposal was defeated because like there's no threshold, like because like it cannot meet the threshold. So it's basically like a dead end, right? So I think there will be a lot more like methodical consideration when it comes to what's the good voting mechanism and like what's the good governance mechanism, and and that will lead to like that will definitely lead to the next like a DeFi like that will lead to the next like a DeFi spring, right? And I think also like the project with a good utility like gonna stay strong, and then we can see Aave and like Compound and Maker and all these good projects, and not just DeFi bandwagon project, and all this like solid project that has been around in the space and has done building, and they will just keep building, right? And we will wash out all this at tourists, and like that's good as well. Yeah. So like the next DeFi, and so I expect to see just like something, so I expect to see something, so probably around the optimization about just like the gas optimization, and then also DeFi on the layer 2, and so like that's, so I think like that's already evolving, and then also like different is like different kind of automated, so like different kind of automated market maker, and because like the current simple like this simple AMM algorithm like gonna lead to impermanent loss and at like a pretty great scale, like especially for those especially for like long tail asset, because it does not have like good enough. It basically does not have like good enough. So it does not have good enough liquidity, and then also like the trading pair is not positive like correlated as well. So I think there will be a lot of like, improvement around that as well. Basically make the transaction cheaper, like just like cheaper in all aspect. Yeah.
Yeah. So has there been any like you mentioned that like printing money out of thin air like isn't going to be sustainable? Like, is there any kind of new DeFi projects that have like a really like different technical design that you've particularly liked the look of?
So first of all, like you don't need to offer that liquidity mining program at all, right? So many of these DeFi program like Maker and I think like Arve, like just like it is not a necessity. And so if you as a new project, like if you want to, if you want to leverage that as a token distribution mechanism, and like that's just one option, but like you don't have to. It's definitely not necessity. And then I have seen a lot of like different different token distribution mechanism design as well. Like say for instance, it will require you to it will require a certain wallet addresses to, so like prior to a certain block height, so you will have to interact with like specific like contract. So it's kind of like an on-chain KYC. Like think about that, right? So if you want to prove your just like savviness, or if you want to prove your like deep involvement in the DeFi space, and it will actually require you to have a contract interaction, like say for instance with the Wi-Fi governance voting contract, like prior to like block height like XYZ. So like all this mechanism will make the token distribution like much more sophisticated, and it is not just a simple farming or like mining program, like a completely proof of like capital proportional to your stake. So it can be much more sophisticated, and so it really depends on what type of users that you want to target, and then who are willing to participate in your future governance. And so that is actually case by case.
And what about you? Obviously, as founding partner of Primitive Ventures, are you as a VC looking into DeFi projects to actively invest in, or is it more of a hobbyist?
Yeah, and we have been actively farming, and so we farm like compound. So because it's the same playbook, like I said, so like why not, right? So it's a proof of capital. So if you have good enough like capital, you basically put your capital at work. It's free money. So so we have been farming compound like Wi-Fi, and then Wi-Fi 2, and then like Shushi Uni like whatsoever. So I think like it's a great token like distribution mechanism, like, and also it's much better comparing with like the 2017 like pre-sale type of investment scheme, right? And especially good for the future governance. And because no one gonna trust a VC coin, because a VC can simply just say, VC can simply just say have the entire say when it comes to any just like voting mechanism, and then also it's just so it will become just a like governance like theater, and so I think it's much better than like the 2017 like all these layers of like pre-sale, because like there's no information symmetry. At least here we have much better information symmetry, and like we have done investments such as in like Dodo, and which is a new kind of like DEX, and so it has a completely different automatic market making algorithm, and we have been investing a few other projects and which are in stealth mode as well. So I think like for us, and because DeFi is proof of capital, like I said, and so you basically need to optimize your like capital utilization. So the important thing for us is to have a good estimation and like calculation on so right now farming, like you basically can't rely on the instant APY, because like first of all, like that's not sustainable, and then second, and like secondly, so like the assumption of this like real time APY is you have to basically farm and dump, right? And I think so for us as a like a relatively like long-term investor of the industry, and then we want to have a good value judgment of all this like useless governance token and which can be useful in the future. So I think the value judgment is more important than just like simply just like farm and dump.
I really want to know, like, kind of what the kind of Chinese kind of, government, like, kind of opinion is on decentralized finance. Obviously, true decentralized finance, they're not going to be very happy about, I'm sure. But like, how do they kind of approach that in terms of like trying to make DeFi almost CeFi? Like, how are they kind of entering into the DeFi space for the kind of Chinese market?
You mean wait? So your question is like how, like what's the reaction of Chinese governments towards DeFi?
Yeah, and like how are they kind of looking to adapt kind of DeFi, to make it kind of compliant to their kind of system?
I think the regulators, they're just indifferent for now, because like the whole DeFi presence is very minimal here. Like the Chinese retailer, like just all the Chinese retail investors, and they're very spoiled by this like all these centralized exchanges that will be okay, etc. And so I think that's also the reason that we haven't seen like good adoption or like good like just like good like blossom of the whole DeFi movement happening at the same level here in China. So yeah, so I think it's nothing. So it's just like nothing major, both for the industry players here and then as well as for the regulators. And yeah, because like the crypto banks power, like the exchanges, wallets, and then other like the crypto lending facility, etc. So like they're much more influential here, and then most of them, so all of them, they're just CeFi, and then so I think their only recent development when it comes to DeFi is they offer to their retail users, this aggregators, like all these aggregators access to DeFi farming. Like basically they will farm on behalf of their retail users, and like that's it.
Okay, cool. So look, we've only got a few minutes left. Unfortunately, I really enjoyed our chat, Dovi. But let's look into the future. I think you're definitely a visionary. So like let's pretend we're 10 years into the future. I know it's difficult. 10 years is a long time. But what does the world of crypto blockchain technology look like in your minds?
So can you repeat that question? Like in 10 years, what?
In 10 years' time, what does the world look like in terms of the utilization of cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology in your best kind of guess right now?
I think in 10 years, and basically the Gen Z, I think Gen Z will be 18, 20, right? So like, so for their generation, like cryptocurrency is their like native, like very native thing, right? And so yeah, so I think like the adoption gonna be much more massive, and like much more massive adoptions, and also I think the trust towards fiat currency, just US dollar or like RMB, so will be weakened, like because of like the unlimited monetary expansion, especially in the coming 10 years, and so I don't have a very optimistic view towards that. So of how US dollar can basically uphold its global trust in general. So I think more and more individual gonna seek for that plan B. So the awareness of Bitcoin as an alternative, and so it will be much more. Like Bitcoin is already a household name, to be honest. Like especially in the I think especially in the developed nations, and I think in China, like Bitcoin is also a household name. It's just that it has it's that reputation in general due to the history and due to the the adversary promotion from the central government. It has not a really good reputation. But I think over time, when the capital control become more and more tightened, and then people need to seek a way out, and then they will also turn to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. So I think all these forces driving together, and we will see a much more massive adoption, and we will have a lot of positive drivers from the institutions such as Fidelity and from Grayscale, and so those will help from top down, just moving the whole thing forward. And then there's also this very interesting power struggle dynamics that anything China bans, American gonna push for it, and then anything American bans and China gonna push for it. So I think there's no way that all the central bankers and all the sovereign governments can unite together and clamp down our industry in general. That's just impossible. We can always seek a way out. We can go to Singapore and then go to any other crypto friendly nation, and so there's always a room for this decentralized economic system to survive and thrive. So I'm extremely optimistic for the future, and then so I think we are living in this great parallel universe, and can just see the outside world burn, and which is great. Long Bitcoin, short the world, and so that's our internal motto.
What a great way to sign off this fireside chat. Long Bitcoin, short the world. Final question, Dovi, which we're asking all of our guests, is, as you know, this BlockDown is a special Halloween edition. So please, can you share with us your crypto horror story, or crypto horror moment that you've had since you joined the industry?
Yeah, the first one gonna be the Among Us, and luckily I don't have a lot of so I don't have majority of my asset over there, and so it's still sit in my cold wallet. But that's the first moment when I think, oh, holy shit, the whole thing gonna just collapse and go back to zero. And the second horror moment is pretty recent. That is the Black Thursday, and it's like a deja vu, and it's the second time in so many years, and I had the same level of just scariness, and similar to Among Us, and I thought the whole thing gonna go back to zero. If BitMax didn't stop trading, and I really think gonna go down to sub 1,000. Yeah, seriously. So because it's one of the the craziest liquidity crunch that I have ever seen, which is crazy. And I think the other horror moments, and I don't have those I don't have good, because I'm very paranoid when it comes to operational security. So I don't have a lot of horror moments, say for instance, private key got stolen or things like that, or being blackmailed by hackers, things like that. So I don't have those. So definitely try to sharpen your OPSAT skill, and that will help you a lot. That will help you avoid those nightmares.
Perfect. Okay, Dovi, listen, thank you so much for joining us. I think that was a fascinating insight into all things China, DeFi, the future of crypto. I really enjoyed it, and I learned a lot. So Yeah, thanks so much for your time today, and hopefully we'll see you at next edition of BlockDown.
Yeah, hopefully in person, like in the meet space.
For sure. Okay, thanks, Dovey. See you next time.
Yeah, see ya.
Dovey and Erhan, what a beautiful way to kick this off. Amazing session and very insightful. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we're going to have our next guest lined up just for you. So stay right there. We'll be right back. Bang, and we are back. Next, we have another special guest. He is the CEO and co-founder of Band Protocol, a decentralized data oracle that connects real-world data and APIs to smart contracts. He received a Forbes 30 Under 30 award for his work at Band Protocol. Previously, he was a management consultant at Boston Consultant Group, advising C-level executives of top enterprises around the world. He holds a bachelor degree in computer science and a master's degree in management science and engineering, both from Stanford University. Giving a talk titled The Symbiosis, Decentralized Finance and Data Oracles, please put your virtual hands together for Soraviv Siranawakun. Sawadee Kap, and welcome to BlockDown. It's all yours.
All right, thank you. Hi, guys. I guess it's a bit weird since you guys can see my screen and you guys cannot see me, right? But anyways, gonna get started. I think we have about 15 minutes. And thank you again from BlockDown conference for inviting me here. Always a pleasure to talk to you guys. And as for today, I think the main topic that I want to talk about is about decentralized finance, right? DeFi that most people are talking about right now, as well as the role of Oracle and why an Oracle solution such as Band Protocol is such an important piece of infrastructure to the whole DeFi and the whole smart contract ecosystem. So as a quick overview, if you guys not understand what Oracle is, put it simply, an Oracle solution like Band Protocol is essentially a solution that connect blockchain application and smart contract like DeFi to information outside of the blockchain, right? If you write smart contract, it's really, really difficult, actually impossible for you to actually access information outside of the blockchain itself without relying on some sort of third party or centralized party that bring the data inside, right? And that is one of the main loophole and one of the main point of failure in the whole DeFi ecosystem as well. And that's why at Band Protocol, we aim to solve this issue by using a delegated proof of stake system that essentially have a bunch of data providers around the world who stake the Band tokens and bring the data inside the blockchain, right? Now, what kind of data and what kind of these data serve each of the DeFi vertical, we're going to cover briefly on each of these verticals. And if we talk about DeFi, I think a lot of people have been talking about this buzzword for the past couple of months and actually almost a year or two now, right? But if we break it down, roughly into these 4 buckets that we are observing right now. The first one is the stablecoin, right? And as you know, Maker, for example, issued DAI by using Ethereum as a collateral, right? We're going to talk into each of these use cases and where the Oracle is needed. The next one is lending, right? Where you have Compound, Aave, DYDX, B0X, and many, many other more solutions that are coming to market right now. Again, really similar to stablecoin. In order for this lending to work, the protocol itself and the smart contract need to be able to determine the amount of loan, the amount of collateral that is already issued in the system. Right? The third part is derivative. So essentially, the ability is to mint some tokens that represent something, right? Most likely something of a real world asset, right? Whether that be stock, whether that be bonds, like ETF, commodities, and other assets. So things like synthetics, Nexus Motion, which is actually an insurance, but you can think of it as a derivative as well. This also requires Oracle to function. And then lastly, we talk about decentralized exchange, right? Kyber network, Bancor, Loopling, or perpetual protocol, which is essentially a decentralized perpetual swap. A lot of these start to rely more on Oracle usages, whether to try to minimize price slippage, whether to minimize impermanent loss, or to determine funding rate. Again, we're going to go into each of these vertical really briefly. And as you can see, the total value locked in DeFi has been growing exponentially. And a lot of people talk about these DeFi as being decentralized, right? But if you look deeper into each of these protocol, again, what they share commonly is that they all need access to a reliable Oracle, some sort of service that brings some sort of real world data into the smart contract so that it can operate the logic by itself, right? Now we're gonna go into some of the vertical. I'm sure a lot of you guys are already familiar with stablecoin like MakerDAO, right? This is actually really simple. The way Maker worked, put it simply, you put up a collateral like Ethereum's. The smart contract determine how much of that is in dollars. Let's say let's say $150, so that it would issue $100 worth of DAI, right? To make sure that these DAI are fully secure, right? Now, in time of volatilities, if Ethereum price fluctuated, the oracle such as BAN, we have to report these data on chain really frequently to make sure that the smart contract can update itself. And if the collateral value go down, it needs to be able to liquidate some of that in order to make sure the system stay liquid, right? So this is one of the earliest use cases in Oracle in DeFi. Right now, Maker opt for say a federated group of chosen validators who can report price. And I think in the future, they're opening up this function as well to make it much more public and decentralized in the future. Lending is actually quite similar to stablecoin in the sense that, I mean, if you think of Maker, right? It's actually almost like lending where you put up Ethereums and then they lend you a stablecoin, right? In the name of DAI. With Compound, with Aave, again, this is just an example. The similar use case is, somebody put up a collateral and able to take out loan in other asset, right? Now, with this, it's actually even trickier than Maker, because in Maker, you only track the collateral issues, right? In this case, you need to track both the collateral and the rate of exchange between the collateral and the loan itself. Because again, if the loan value actually go up, let's say I borrow ETH and it actually go up, then I may not be able, or actually go down. We may not be able to pay back the collateral that is issued, right? So a lot of these different use cases, again, will depend on a reliable oracle like BAN to constantly report the data. And if the oracle is actually malfunction, stop reporting the data in the case of, let's say, the Black Thursday, or in the case of congestion. This become really problematic because some of these loan may become illiquid or essentially become a bad loan, right? And nobody is able to liquidate that, leading to the whole system collapse. And that's a really potential scenarios that can happen in the future. And that's why as we talk to a lot of these DeFi projects, we need to make sure that they use a really reliable oracle, that they use a really reliable method to determine how they function in the system, because otherwise it can lead to a really bad result where users lost millions of dollars. And that's already happened in the case of MakerDAO in the Black Thursday. Third part is margin lending. Again, this is an example, right? So really similar use case where people put up a collateral, let's say $100, and they go up 5x on margin, let's say $500. Now, if this position actually go down, let's say into $400, the system needs to liquidate that, right? And again, as a smart contract, it has no idea what is the value of the position right now. Somebody has to tell them that, right? And that's a role of an oracle, and that's a role of BAN protocol and what we need to do. Again, really, these I guess use cases of Oracle are really similar in the sense that we track crypto prices across different blockchain, and we constantly feed them into Ethereum's, into Cosmos ecosystem, into Icon, Waves, and different other blockchain, so that a similar function can exist across multiple blockchain right now. The fourth part is derivative, right? So again, the abilities to mint some token that represent real world asset. Right. I'm just going to ignore the slide right now. But essentially, think of it this way, right? If somebody is able to issue some token that represent the value of Apple stock or any stock in the world, that will allow anyone with internet access to actually invest in a lot of these assets in a frictionless manner, in a really cheap manner, right? And that is impossible to do in a traditional financial system. And what is an oracle needed for? Of course, they need it for the exchange rate, right? The rate of the price of these commodities, of stocks, of ETF, and these other real world asset prices. So this is the beginning of oracle going beyond just crypto prices. And this is actually really important. We start to see a lot more of these use cases coming up. I think Synthetic was one of the first. You're seeing UMA, you're seeing a lot more. I can say that there are at least 4 or 5 different protocols that are coming to market in the next few months that we have been working with them. Again, with an oracle being a really integral part of these DeFi system. The fifth part, decentralized exchange. If you guys been following BAN, you will see that recently we have been partnering with a lot of these decentralized exchanges like Kyber Swap, like Loopring, and many more in the pipeline, right? Now, what do we need the Oracle for? I think there's a few use cases. The first part that we talk about here is essentially using Oracle in the front end, right? And this is something that most people don't think about when they think about Oracle, because Oracle is mostly used at the protocol level. But this is one of the first use cases where we actually use it in the front end, which is actually not related directly to smart contract. If you are a trader and you trade on Kyber Swap, for example, you're not going to rely on essentially looking into the smart contract and tell you, the exchange rate of your trade, right? You actually rely on the front end, which is the website, which is essentially really centralized, right? A lot of these front end websites like Uniswap, like Kyber Swap, Loopring, these are hosted by a centralized entities, normally by the team themselves. And the rate of exchange that is displayed there is essentially really centralized, and it's actually maintained by the team itself. And in some instances, these fail down, right? Sometimes the rate of exchange doesn't get updated. Sometimes the rate of exchange is actually wrong compared to the smart contract. And this is essentially become really bad as well, because as a trader, you rely on that information for your trade, right? So what happened is with BAN, we actually issue a price feed for a lot of these exchanges so that they don't need to maintain their own architecture, and then they rely on the price feed that is fed by BAN protocol itself. So with Kyber Swap, we recently just integrate almost 93 price feed, essentially supporting almost all the tokens that are listed on Kyber Swap. So anyone can see if there is a big slippage or not, right? Essentially, if you look at this bottom left, what if you do a big trade and there's a big difference between the quoted price and the reference price that we give them, which is essentially being fed from a lot of these centralized exchanges, then traders can make an informed decision whether to do that trade or not, right? Similarly with Loopring as well, we do a price oracle that feed the price and the last updated price into the front end itself, so that the users don't have to rely on this particular team, but they know that a lot of this information are actually decentrally curated by BAN protocol. Last part, and this is actually quite interesting because if you look at the data from centralized exchanges, you will see that future market like perpetual swap actually has a lot more volume than spot exchanges in many cases, right? And traditionally, these are really centralized by BitMEX, FTX, right? And now a lot more projects are coming to market that bring this perpetual swap into decentralized world, right? DeFi. And what is needed is essentially the funding rate. If you guys have been know about perpetual swap, essentially if you buy or sell this perpetual swap, whether you go long or you go short, there will be a difference between this price and the spot price, right? Because some people will put a premium on that, right? Let's say if everyone want to short this particular tokens, like Filecoin, for example, recent example, the price on that perpetual swap is actually much lower than the spot price itself. And the thing is, this cannot exist forever. Eventually, the price gap has to close. And the way the protocol forces these gap to close is essentially one party needs to subsidize the other party. And this is known as the funding rate itself, right? And the funding rate is actually, in simple term, you see the difference between the spot price and the mark price, right? Which is essentially what is being traded on the perpetual swap. And one side has to basically subsidize the other. So in this case, perpetual protocol, I believe this has to be calculated almost every hour as a funding rate. And as a BAN protocol, as an oracle, again, we feed all these prices of these different tokens as a reference price, known as the index price. And then you have the perpetual price, which is actually what is being traded on perpetual protocol. And then that is used as to calculate as a funding rate itself, right? So again, this is just one particular example. There are many more protocol like Injective and many other more protocol, not going to name them, that will require an oracle. Right? So just to wrap it up, I think I'm almost out of time. As you can see, smart contract on any blockchain right now can use BAN protocol to query data and receive this on a really real-time basis. We update almost every data within 6 seconds, and this is done because we done all this oracle computation through BAN chain itself, which is built based on the Cosmos SDK. And as you can see from this, I guess really short presentation, people talk a lot about DeFi. People talk a lot about this different vertical and different spectrum of DeFi in the market right now. But what is important is, as you can see, almost every single use cases of this DeFi will require an Oracle usage to some extent. Some are using it at a protocol level, really crucial to the operation of the smart contract itself, like lending and stablecoin. Some rely them on front end interface like DEXs. Some rely them to operate the entire protocol itself, right? So, and this is essentially why Oracle is such an important component of DeFi, and actually really important component of the whole smart contract itself. Without a reliable Oracle, smart contract use cases are fairly limited. And that's why at BAN, we work really hard to make sure that our solution can meet the growing demand of these different use cases, whether that be more data supported, whether that be more frequency of data, whether that be the blockchain that we support them on. So, just gonna wrap it up here. And hopefully you guys can follow us on our main channel to see our updated recent updates. We work quite closely with a number of DeFi projects as well as smart contract to make sure it's become much more useful and become much more reliable and safe for a lot of these user teams. So I guess I'm kind of out of my time. I'm gonna stop the presentation here. I think there's a small Q&A at the end, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We are short on time, so we don't have time for questions, but I have tons of questions. But that's a great start to BlockDown. We're talking a lot about oracles. We're talking about DeFi. We're talking about NFTs as well. So what a wonderful kickoff. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're back with our first panel of the day.
Hi BlockDown family, this is Zia Word. My biggest crypto horror moment was when I realized that I had lost the hard drive that had my early Bitcoin on. I bought it at next to nothing and suddenly it was worth something. But I hunted high and low and I think I just chucked it out when I was upgrading hardware and I couldn't find it. I was pretty upset with myself, but I couldn't hold on to that for too long. You can't hold on to the what ifs in the crypto life, right? Hope you're having a great BlockDown. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Roger Veer, the founder of Bitcoin.com, and I have a crypto horror story to share with you from way back in 2011. There was a website called mybitcoin.com that basically was an online, and everybody calls them wallets, but you can't call them a wallet. It was an account where they were holding the Bitcoin for you. And sure enough, way back in 2011, they ran away with, it was probably tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 plus people's Bitcoins on mybitcoin.com. And people sadly still haven't learned their lesson time and time again. If you're letting somebody else hold your coins for you, they're not your coins. And that's why I recommend very strongly for people to hold their own coins in their own wallet where they control the private keys. The Bitcoin.com wallet's a great example of that. So is the blockchain.com one. And there's lots and lots of other ones out there. Coinbase has a wallet, but don't confuse that with the Coinbase account when you're logging in through the website. So it's very, very important for people to hold their keys themselves. And that's why on-chain transactions are so important, because if you're forced to custodial solutions, you're at their mercy for your account being frozen, hacked, or stolen, or seized in other ways. So that's my horror story of the day, and it's a reminder for everybody to hold their own private keys for their own cryptocurrencies themselves. See you all next time.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror moment happened more than 2 years ago. I had a huge event dedicated to the launch of the Euro stablecoin, the first of its kind. And imagine a raging party, beverages, a lot of guests, we're all ready to start. And then suddenly, several police cars are stopping near our entrance. It was Chamber of Commerce in the center of Valletta, and the capital of the island. And then I had all the kind of ideas slipping through my head. And it turned out to be a security for President of Malta herself and head of local regulator, MFSA. They attended our event and even gave a speech, and it all went fine.
Hey BlockDown fam! So, the scariest thing that ever happened to me in cryptocurrency was opening my Blockfolio during 2018 daily and just crying over that sea of red. Just kidding. The real scariest thing that actually happened to me was when I had to update my ledger because of the Ledger Live updates, and I thought I had lost all of my crypto. I was so scared, but it ended up working out. It was all okay. Moral of the story, make sure you control your keys. Make sure you have it written down, your seed phrase, your password, all of that stuff. Write it down 900 million times. Toss it away in multiple places that you can remember, and stay safe out there.
Hey BlockDown family. One of my biggest horror story in the crypto space is a visit to a customer who explained us that he had a single signature wallet where he was managing 15 million US dollar worth of cryptocurrencies and was sending by email his private key to his assistants for signing transactions. Definitely in need of a third-party custodian.
Hey, BlockDown family. My biggest crypto horror moment? Actually, journalism is full of them. Just imagine, 4 a.m. You're waking up by a notification on your watch. Bitcoin has dropped by 1,000. You run to your computer, you're calling your writer, please help, write an article, quickly, it's dropping. He sends it to you in 10 minutes. You edit, you check, you send to publishing. You press the button, you open the website, you check the article, and there is a double space.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Aaron Kohadila, the organizer of the BlockDown conference. I'm founder and CEO of EAK Digital. My crypto horror moment was very recently during lockdown. My ledger, actually, the screen stopped working, and it really spooked me out. So the screen stopped working and my private keys were, let's say, in a different location that I couldn't access. I've never had to, do a backup of a ledger before. So during the whole of the lockdown, I was really shook that, for some reason or another, like that my 24 words wouldn't work on the new ledger. But anyway, thankfully it all worked, but it was definitely a horror moment. Yeah, so be careful out there, guys. Have a great conference.
Bang, and we are back. Up next is our first panel of the day. The subject of this one is building transparent data oracles, a deep dive into different data oracle solutions and the importance of transparency. Here to introduce and host this panel is a senior news editor at Cointelegraph. He has a degree in political science and a master's in management from London School of Economics. Initially working as a TV journalist, he then became an editor at several fintech publications. Please welcome Alex Cohen and his panel to BlockDown. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris. So excited to be here and talk to Kevin, Nick, and Paul. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hi there.
Hey. Hi. First, I'd like to start up by asking each one of you in turn to introduce yourself, tell us how you're doing amid these troubling times, and also explain how you're related to the data oracles in your day-to-day work. Paul, can we start with you?
Yeah, love to. Thanks, Alex, for having us here. Really excited about the panel. So my name is Paul, one of the co-founders of DIA. I have a background in management and finance. We've been started to build on DIA 2017, 2018. So what we do, just in 2 sentences, we're providing transparent data through oracles, and we're using a crowdsourced and crowd-validated process to do so in order to be efficient and very transparent in that. So my day-to-day work, coming back to your question with oracles, is it's all around oracles. This is what we do.
Awesome. Kevin?
Yeah, hi. I'm Kevin Wang, one of the co-founders of Nervos Network. So Nervos Network is actually a layer 1 protocol in public blockchain. So, we're building up a DeFi ecosystem. And when it comes to data oracles, it's really the center of, one of the most important DeFi primitives to bring sort of off-chain data to on-chain. I think a lot of it used as a price feed. Yeah, so I mean, we talked to a lot of the Oracle teams, pretty much all of the Oracle teams, and then there's just a ton of innovation in this field. So yeah, so very, very excited to hear more about Oracles.
Amazing stuff. And I believe, Nick, you're the last one.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me. So my name is Nick Vett. I am the CTO of Teller. Teller is a decentralized Oracle on Ethereum. So back in 2017, my team and I, we started building out a decentralized derivatives platform. And you kind of run headfirst into how do you trustlessly get pricing information on chain. And there was nothing that was available. And so we built Teller, which is a way for dApps and DeFi contracts to bring on pricing data in a completely decentralized way.
Well, sounds amazing. So let me pose my first question related to the actual title of this panel and to do with transparency. For each one of you, what does transparency in data provided by Oracles means for you? And additionally, what is the sort of ideal case of how this technology can work? And is it actually achievable right now, or will it be achievable soon? Can we start with Kevin, please?
Yeah, yeah. So we, when we talk to the different type of Oracle teams, again, in the DeFi context, a lot of the off-chain data is really about the price, right? The price feed. For some examples are if you have a lending application, then you want to know, for example, right? I put some assets collateral and I want to borrow some other assets. I want to know whether the collateral is enough, right, constantly. So I need the real-time price data to be able to make that decision whether to sell the collateral or not. So I think having a decentralized, which means it's not going to be relying on a central party for that data, and then there is also the attack risk or the attack cost. So you want these price feeds to be very, very difficult to manipulate, very, very difficult to attack. So there's typically some sort of token economics behind those mechanisms, and so to the extent I think, and this is super important because to the extent that the sort of the economy, the on-chain economy, or the on-chain financial system you can build is all hinges on how easy or how trustworthy the Oracle data is. Because if you attack the Oracle, then you can break pretty much all the DeFi applications.
Sure. And Paul, what are your thoughts on what does transparency in data oracles mean for you?
Yeah, I think transparency is the most important element in oracles, and I think this is also what led us to build DIA. And I can absolutely relate to what Nick just said. That I understood that similar to us, they built this out of a need. So 2017, I think there was just a lack of very transparent data. And what means transparency, I think, is that you really know what's the data source and what has been done with it. And I think this is a crucial element because also what Kevin said, there are different Oracle use cases. A lot go around pricing information and some triggers for related to a dApp holding some sorts of assets in it. You really need to understand actually where this data point comes from, and I think it's use case specific. So sometimes a price point from, for example, a Uniswap price point can be just the right thing because it's also the venue of execution. But for other use cases, for example, to mitigate, let's say, a flash crash, you want to have some average pricing, outlier cleaning. But if you do this, you really want to understand how this is being done. And this is something I think at least in 2017 was missing, and we wanted to build and hence did. So we put a lot of emphasis on the complete transparency of where does the data come from and what has been done with the data. So this is transparent to the application for sure, but also to the end user. So similar as in the traditional finance space. And I think this is something we're all somehow contributing as builders in the DeFi space. You want to create more transparency for the end investor, and hence by doing so create investor protection.
And Nick, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, as far as transparency goes, I think transparency is almost just like the minimum bar of what we should be trying to get over here. You know, everything in the crypto space should be open source. Like, whenever you start building these things, like basically you're just trying to bring data on chain. And, you know, oracles in general, right now they're currently used for basically pricing is about it. But in the future, or, you know, like the general idea of just any data coming on chain, you can validate other chains, you can pass in, you know, block headers from Bitcoin or from other different ecosystems, you can pass in just any sort of, say, off-chain computation piece, and all of these things are pieces of data that need to be validated, and how you validate it and who gets to push it on chain. That's the transparent piece. You know, what kind of the data is that and how transparent that is, that should kind of be like the minimum bar, I think, for most of these oracles. Like that was like what we're trying to push away from, you know, as far as any problems in the traditional finance world. Like if you saw, like you had like the LIBOR scandal where, you know, you literally just have 12 guys who know each other at lunch and they get to, you know, pick what the price is going to be for interest rates around the world. Like, you know, we should be kind of beyond that. If you have something where it isn't transparent and it is sort of a small collective group of people that get to say what the pricing information is, that's just sort of, you know, centralized from the design, and it's probably going to be pretty tough to move on from there.
Yeah. Something that you all essentially touched upon is the Oracle problem, whereby the information has to be accurate and sort of confirmed, to be confirmed. Do you think the current technology can achieve that, or we're some way off that level of transparency? Let's go with Kevin, please. Hello?
Yeah, I think if we talk about transparency, really the core of to the answer is the token economics design. So you want to make sure that people who are, you know, reporting the data had something in the stake, right? So whether it's that you know, they're putting down tokens, they sort of staking tokens, which then can be you know, slashed, or assets can be confiscated, and then so it has to be something at stake, because sort of by definition, the data the Oracle brings is it does not exist on chain, so it's outside of the blockchain world. So you need some sort of mechanism to so that it can be verifiable, essentially, right? So and I think that's the core. That's the core to the solution here. Yeah.
And Nick, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, kind of back to the question of just, you know, like how does, like where does current technology stand with kind of providing the oracles that we need? And I think we're still a ways away. You know, like I think you can kind of compare it to layer ones in a lot of ways. Like layer ones at a base level, they confirm data. So, you know, like how do you confirm transaction data in a completely decentralized way? And it's like, well, blockchain and Bitcoin. But now with oracles, we're trying to confirm data on top of one of these pieces. And, everybody can sort of say, like, if you're trying to confirm data globally in a decentralized way, and you're a layer one, like if you're really fast and really secure and really decentralized, like you're probably a liar. Like we all sort of get that. And, no one's like really solved the problem. And yet whenever it comes to oracles, you talk to some of these teams building on some oracles and they're like, yeah, we just need instantaneous price finality. And it's like, we're not going to be there for a while. Like it just comes into there. Whenever you're talking about validating data that we put on chain, it's always going to be slightly behind the layer one piece, since you're built on the layer one piece. And then you kind of have to have a lot of that, still just the base piece of there's probably going to be some subjective finality, or there might be some room for a dispute or something like that. And they're going to take a little bit of time. And that doesn't mean that, the whole system's washed. Like it's okay if, layer ones can't compete with Visa level, transaction speeds. It's just, we have to know like what kind of oracles work now, what kind of oracles don't work now. And I think just pushing for really secure decentralized oracles are the ones that sort of make sense at the moment. Whereas these really fast, you're trying to build a high frequency trading application on Ethereum, like that's probably a bad idea. Even if oracles weren't an issue, that's probably a really bad idea. So you probably shouldn't try and build that thing.
Yeah, Paul, what do you make of those issues that currently stand before the industry?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, an oracle looking at Ethereum is just, in our view, one data delivery method. So everybody's very much focused, obviously, and so are we on it. But it's probably also the most inefficient one. So you always need to question yourself: is there any better way, more efficient way to provide that data? I mean, first of all, for sure, how to do this Ethereum-based, but then maybe there are other L2 options. How can you provide that data? Maybe there's an API for Web 2.0 interface, which actually makes more sense here. And I think so. One shouldn't be too dogmatic on being the Ethereum oracle, but just really finding the best and most efficient delivery method, which brings the required security for the use case. And touching upon your initial question on the integrity of data, so we don't claim to have the right or wrong data. We're just very transparent where we get that data. And I think then there are different ways of how you can ensure that the data will be used in a way that it mitigates attacks. So for example, outlier cleaning. So we can never say we have the right Ethereum price, because there is none. So what we can ensure is that we say, okay, we got that data, I don't know, off-chain through an API, centralized order books. And then this data we receive through this API is valid data. Is it the Ethereum price? Yes, partially, or no, but this doesn't matter. So I think it's important that you can ensure that data sourcing is transparent, and then there's transparency of what has been done with the data when it has been delivered, and that's very use case specific. So we never claim to be able to solve the Oracle problem that the input data is right or wrong. It's just data, and you need to understand where this is coming from and what you need to possibly do with that data in order to make it work for your application and use case.
And do you think transparency could be used to fix the bad data that is coming in and provide a solution, essentially?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of transparency and process. So as I said, you need to know where the data is coming from. And then there are different things that can be wrong with the data. So probably you need more than one data source, or ideally for the Ethereum price, if you want to optimize for reducing fraudulent data through outlier cleaning. So this works then perfectly to mitigate maybe one corrupt data source. And if you're having a couple of data sources which have a certain reputation, and you have a methodology of ensuring that that potentially tampered data is being excluded, perfect. But then you need clear transparency on how does this exclusion actually work. It sounds, and it is quite trivial, but I think nonetheless that's a good solution and should be a standard. Yeah.
Okay, and Nick, wanted to touch upon the question of centralized versus decentralized. I'm pretty much sure I know the answer that we're going to get here during this panel, but surely there's good and bad sides to both solutions, even though, well, decentralized oracles are more popular.
Sure. I mean, it's always just one of those things. Like if you're running a centralized oracle on your DeFi app, do you need to be built on Ethereum? Do you need to be kind of built on these decentralized ecosystems? If you have Coinbase, the ultimate transparent oracle is the Coinbase oracle. It's them signing a price and it's there. It's completely transparent, but it's also completely centralized. If they want to stop signing those prices, if they want to manipulate those prices, it's done. Yeah, it's transparent and it works, but kind of as Paul was talking about, it goes into the process of, you need to actually sort of make it a little bit more robust in order to claim any sort of decentralization. And I think, whenever you look at what, I guess it just comes down to what are you trying to build? Why are you trying to build on one of these, blockchain networks in the first place? If the reason you're building on one of these things is for censorship resistance, which is kind of what they claim that their use case is, then you want an oracle that's also censorship resistant. And I think it goes into, okay, so if you just use Coinbase's oracle, that's probably not censorship resistant. If you add in more, say, known parties, so if you have Coinbase and Binance and OKX all signing prices, is that more decentralized or not? There's probably a case for no, but they all know each other. It might even just, you might even have a problem where if they all know each other and the regulators come after one of them, now they all feel kind of comfortable doing it together, and they don't get the blame. So there's problems when using these known prices, even multiple ones. I think you want the idea of kind of whenever you're choosing a validator on Bitcoin, it's not these known parties, and because anytime you have these known parties or a selected group of people who can only do something, you're going to have some of these problems.
And Kevin, what are your thoughts on this? For example, with some prices, people and traders look at a particular exchange. So would it make sense to just use that exchange as base mark and for traders to essentially set the price? Or do you think this decentralized way is a better way?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the decentralized one is better. So again, I mean, if we're talking about crypto economies that can be, so the question is, for example, right? So what if the crypto economy that your oracle is trying to secure or trying to service is 10 times, 100 times larger than the market cap of Coinbase or Binance together? Then we're talking about problems because Coinbase or Binance or whoever, they would have incentives to manipulate the data and then to keep their shareholders happy. They can essentially do anything they want, right? So that's a very, very difficult. I think again we're trying to. I mean, we can just narrow the scope of the context here to sort of price feed because that's one of the. I mean, that's mostly how oracles are used today. And then what we're seeing is price discovery happens in centralized exchanges because that's where information moves the fast, right? So there's a piece of information, then the traders would move the price first on centralized exchange because it's more efficient to do so. And then the blockchain world tends to be sort of not where information gets discovered, right? Even things like Uniswap, I think, still has limitation of through transaction throughput and so on and so forth. So when transaction is discovered on centralized exchanges, and then when the Oracle needs to bring the transaction on the blockchain to, again, potentially assets that worth, tens of billions or even, let's say trillions, right, in the future. And that's where the transparency, decentralization, the security, right, the attack cost, and all matters, because you just can't put that in anybody single player's hands.
Yeah, Paul, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we're building this in a way that it's decentralized, and we already try to start at the level of sourcing the data. So I mean, this is what we do also for efficiency reasons. So I think it's key and I find it. I think even in the traditional finance space, we see that there's kind of like a Chinese wall between the issuer and the benchmark provider, whoever delivers data for a product. And this makes a lot of sense to put this to decentralize this role. Apart from that, I think it's just practical. It's a building block. So imagine everybody would have to build their own Oracle. It's just I think it would just slow down the overall process and the development in the space. But I just want to comment on the validity of the data that's potentially being achieved through decentralized structures. I think we shouldn't even if centralized sources are providing the data, whatever they're reporting, is still the price data which is based on their source. So imagine the idea that you have tempered data from Binance, Coinbase, and you have some attack vectors on decentralized exchanges, all manipulating those prices. In the end, still the price reported there is the actual price happening now. It's like the same thing with wash trading. It doesn't really matter if what were the counterparties, but the idea is actually, okay, I think it's important to say this is the price reported from a source, and then there are other ways of and methodologies of how you deal with that information and how it affects your product. So I think we should not consider data received on-chain or off-chain as wrong or right. It's just what one source is reporting in the end, and then it's up to methodology what's going to be done with that in order to send signals to an application.
Sure. And Kevin, I want to get back to you and also talk about something that we sort of briefly touched upon earlier, is the security aspect. So do you believe that there is a balance then between sort of providing transparent data and security, or they can go hand in hand?
Yeah, I think they can definitely go hand in hand. So I don't see fundamentally the conflict between the two, right? So, being transparent is that, for a piece of data, you can verify who brought this data. And then obviously there's open source of the software set as well. Whereas attack cost is really just, what's the cost that the relayer has to pay if the information is incorrect, right? So we can talk about how to define that and what does it mean by information that's incorrect. But I don't see fundamentally those are in conflict in any way.
Okay, and Paul and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, very much adding to this. I think that it's not either one. It needs to be transparent in order to be secure. So I think by being maybe intransparent, not sharing a source, and potentially thinking that this could this lack of transparency leads to maybe reduced scenarios of attacks, I think is wrong. So at some point, there will be hopefully always an understanding how this data is sourced, and hence potential vulnerabilities will be visible. But I think in order to be very transparent, I think that's the fastest process of resulting in a secure infrastructure. So I think it only goes hand in hand, and is not a trade-off.
Okay, Nick, what are your thoughts?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I mean, kind of like Paul had said, it sort of goes hand in hand. But it's always really hard whenever you're talking about oracles. Like it's such a giant question, because there's there's the sources of the data, there's how you get them on chain, how you handle the validation of the data, how you handle, kind of as Paul was talking about, the process of sort of validating, and it all kind of goes hand in hand with bringing off-chain data, because you can have. Like if you look at how like Maker worked for the longest time, it was just like very few selective secret reporters who brought on, there was no transparency in it, but then they had a security module where the price update would sit for an hour, and the token holders could sort of vote on whether or not that was going to be accepted into the system. And so you had like a better process, even though there was like zero transparency, and the oracles worked for a long period of time. And then, or you'll have like other pieces where, like say an augur where, there's zero source of data as far as the oracle. It's just, like we're just going to bet on it on chain and derive a price that way. And it can still sort of work as a good decentralized oracle in the space. It's just, whenever you're putting the idea of an oracle as a whole together, especially whenever you're going after something like a price, which, as Paul correctly said, was the notion of a price is really ambiguous. It doesn't really mean a whole lot to say like what's the ETH US dollar price. It means different things to different people. So I think like all together you just have to like put the building blocks correctly, but transparency and security should kind of go hand in hand. And the more kind of open about the process you are, the more open about this is how it actually works, this is how the data gets validated. As long as the user sort of knows that, and they build in, they're using the app correctly with the Oracle methodology that they've chosen, things should work out. But usually whenever you get these attacks, it's whenever you have somebody using a centralized Oracle and they don't put in any sort of process to handle a bad piece of data, or they're using like a completely decentralized Oracle, and then they expect it to be updated at the same speed as a centralized Oracle, and they'll also have a bad day. So it's really just these mismatches and knowing how best to kind of handle the structure you've chosen.
Sure. And just my final question, I think we've got about a minute each for you. It's about the growth of oracles, and where do you see, how do you see the technology develop, and can it go beyond DeFi, in your opinion? Paul, Nick, and then Kevin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think this to divide things in DeFi and CeFi, I think this is just I don't know. We'll probably use those terms for, I don't know, a year or some time plus. In the end, how does it differentiate? Possibly regulation, but or the stack below that. So I think this will somehow merge. It doesn't really matter. Look from a user perspective at the applications is, I think, therefore much more interesting. And I think there's a tremendous growth opportunity for oracles because the space in itself is growing so much, and I think everyone is keen on decentralizing the oracle element out of their technology stack. So this is why I think we'll be very busy, and are happy that we have an infrastructure set up to serve those growing and different needs through our crowd-sourced approach here. And I'm super happy that we have such a great group of other oracles in the space, because I think similar as in traditional finance, it would be really bad just to have one oracle. This, I think, creates true vulnerabilities. But having a lot of great projects work on a similar problem, on the same problem with different approaches, I think is great for the space in general. And yeah.
Thanks. Nick, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think oracles are, we've obviously, I think everyone in this panel is sort of in on the oracle technology as far as the business plan goes. So you don't really have to sell us on it. It's going to be one of these things that over time, as Paul had said, it's just projects are going to want to sort of remove it from their worry list. Hopefully it'll just become a piece of infrastructure that people can use, and there's a robust methodology for handling it, and everybody sort of knows how it works. Right now, oracles are basically just used for pricing on DeFi, and it's going to expand. So if you saw like even some of these cross-chain bridges that are really coming out, a lot of them are oracle-based designs. Most of them are just using the central validators as oracles, but either way, they're oracle-based designs, and I think that'll probably be the next frontier for oracles, and then beyond that, it'll probably be just making transactions across blockchains and moving data just a lot more seamlessly, and really just having those bridges that data can flow seamlessly between one chain or another chain, and layer 2 and layer 1. So yeah.
And Kevin, please. Kevin, you with us?
Thanks, guys. That was an incredible panel. Very in-depth on oracles and the importance of oracles. Thank you very much. We've come to our time, so thank you, gentlemen, for being with us. We will go to a short commercial break, and we will be back with our next guest. Stay tuned.
Hi BlockDown family, this is Zia Word. My biggest crypto horror moment was when I realized that I had lost the hard drive that had my early Bitcoin on. I bought it at next to nothing and suddenly it was worth something. But I hunted high and low and I think I just chucked it out when I was upgrading hardware and I couldn't find it. I was pretty upset with myself, but I couldn't hold on to that for too long. You can't hold on to the what ifs in the crypto life, right? Hope you're having a great BlockDown. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Roger Ver, the founder of Bitcoin.com, and I have a crypto horror story to share with you from way back in 2011. There was a website called mybitcoin.com that basically was an online, and everybody calls them wallets, but you can't call them a wallet. It was an account where they were holding the Bitcoin for you, and sure enough, way back in 2011, they ran away with, it was probably tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 plus people's Bitcoins on mybitcoin.com. And people sadly still haven't learned their lesson time and time again. If you're letting somebody else hold your coins for you, they're not your coins. And that's why I recommend very strongly for people to hold their own coins in their own wallet where they control the private keys. The Bitcoin.com wallet's a great example of that. So is the blockchain.com one. And there's lots and lots of other ones out there. Coinbase has a wallet, but don't confuse that with the Coinbase account when you're logging in through the website. So it's very, very important for people to hold their keys themselves. And that's why on-chain transactions are so important, because if you're forced to custodial solutions, you're at their mercy for your account being frozen, hacked, or stolen, or seized in other ways. So that's my horror story of the day, and it's a reminder for everybody to hold their own private keys for their own cryptocurrencies themselves. See you all next time.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror moment happened more than 2 years ago. I had a huge event dedicated to the launch of the Euro stablecoin, the first of its kind. And imagine a raging party, beverages, a lot of guests, we're all ready to start. And then suddenly, several police cars are stopping near our entrance. It was Chamber of Commerce in the center of Valletta, and the capital of the island. And then I had all the kind of ideas slipping through my head. And it turned out to be a security for President of Malta herself and head of local regulator, MFSA. They attended our event and even gave a speech, and it all went fine.
Hey BlockDown fam, So the scariest thing that ever happened to me in cryptocurrency was opening my Blockfolio during 2018 daily and just crying over that sea of red. Just kidding. The real scariest thing that actually happened to me was when I had to update my ledger because of the ledger live updates, and I thought I had lost all of my crypto. I was so scared, but it ended up working out. It was all okay. Moral of the story, make sure you control your keys. Make sure you have it written down, your seed phrase, your password, all of that stuff. Write it down 900 million times. Toss it away in multiple places that you can remember, and stay safe out there.
Hey BlockDown family. One of my biggest horror story in the crypto space is a visit to a customer who explained us that he had a single signature wallet where he was managing 15 million US dollar worth of cryptocurrencies and was sending by email his private key to his assistants for signing transactions. Definitely in need of a third-party custodian.
Hey, BlockDown family. My biggest crypto horror moment? Actually, journalism is full of them. Just imagine. 4 a.m. You're waking up by a notification on your watch. Bitcoin has dropped by 1,000. You run to your computer, you're calling your writer, please help, write an article, quickly, it's dropping. He sends it to you in 10 minutes. You edit, you check, you send to publishing. You press the button, you open the website, you check the article, and there is a double space.
And we are back. Our next speaker is a technology expert, serial entrepreneur, angel investor, and internationally recognized speaker and author. With a computer science background, he is the CTO at Into the Block, a platform that leverages advanced machine learning to understand and predict crypto asset markets. He is also the chief scientist and managing partner at Invector Labs, a development studio focused on leveraging artificial intelligence in real-world applications. Please welcome repeat BlockDowner and one of my favorite personal speakers, Jesus Rodriguez. Welcome, sir. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Chris. Third time, you and I. Great. So I only have 15 minutes, so super thrilled to be here for the third time. And I have 15 minutes to walk you through a lot of DeFi analytics. So I'm gonna go really fast, show you a lot of data, and hopefully convey a couple of good points along the way. A quick intro about myself. I'm the CEO of Into the Block. We're a venture-backed company focused at the intersection of data science and crypto assets. I'm a two-time successful entrepreneur, long distinguished career in tech that include 10 years at Microsoft and Wall Street. I'm a guest lecturer at Columbia University, invest a lot, run a project called the Sequence AI that is a newsletter for artificial intelligence research. So I spend a lot of time in the AI world. A little bit about Into the Block. Every time that I come to this conference, there is more progress. These days, we're over 100 customers. We provide analytics and data science and insights to exchanges, wallets, retail investors. You can see some of our customers. We're currently analyzing, using machine learning models to analyze over 15 terabytes of data, and we just did a new release with over 50 indicators on DeFi analytics that we think is the most complete portfolio of DeFi insights in the market. You can check it out at that URL, and I'm going to show you some data from it. The agenda today is fundamentally simple. We're going to talk about the challenges and opportunities of DeFi, of analytics in the DeFi market. I want to show you about 10, 12 analytics that are going to shock you, and hopefully we have a narrative about it. And then I would like to convey sort of a bold vision around what DeFi and intelligence could be in the next iteration of the market. So super simple, and I'm going to go very fast. So let's start with a bold statement. DeFi embodies what crypto is supposed to be and has the opportunity of being the most intelligent financial vehicle in capital markets. What does intelligence really mean? Well, I mean, if you think about it, DeFi protocols are constantly leaving a footprint at the blockchain level, and that footprint could be used to create new market signals that could be used to create new DeFi protocols. And you have this circular relationship that enables a level of intelligence that we haven't really seen before, but it's not so trivial. I mean, when you start analyzing DeFi protocols, despite the hype of the market, there are some important friction points that you should consider. So some things that we have come across, obviously the complexities of these protocols, extracting intelligence from a Compound and Uniswap really requires you to understand that protocol in depth and to try to map the on-chain data to the behavior of the protocol. That's really not very trivial. And then when many behaviors in the DeFi market are derived from the interactions between many protocols, so that's also very difficult to interpret. So the challenges are many. And there are solutions, but there are things that we shouldn't do in any case, like trying to use a single indicator to measure the activity on the market. So pretty much value log seems to be the universally adopted indicator for all things DeFi, and there is a ton of value in the value log indicator. We actually use it. We have it in Into the Block DeFi insights, but to think that a single metric can actually allow you to extrapolate intelligence from very heterogeneous protocols is a mistake. This is a very financial vehicles are very complex. They're independent of each other, and you shouldn't try to rely on a single metric. That's a complete fallacy. So some things that we have learned the hard way about DeFi market intelligence that could be relevant. Well, value log many times is a misleading metric. It works in some scenarios. It could be very misleading in others. I'm probably going to show you some examples. Different protocols require very unique indicators. Analyzing Compound is very different than analyzing SushiSwap or Cream or even Aave that shares some similarities. The DeFi market is highly inefficient. So you get all sorts of things like arbitrage opportunities and all sorts of weird behaviors that are unexpected and happen all the time. And factoring that into intelligence signals is very, very difficult. So what I would like to do for the next few minutes is to show you some metrics that are sort of going to hopefully shade a light about the possibilities and the things that are important in the DeFi market. Not a particular thesis, just a set of random ideas and metrics about the last few weeks of the DeFi market that could be quite insightful. So, for instance, one indicator that we pay a lot of attention to, and all this analytics comes from or DeFi analytics, really is the wrap Bitcoin. The wrap Bitcoin volume. So because this is a mechanism in which Bitcoin holders enter the DeFi space. So at the moment it's at an all-time high, which is a very important sign of the vibrancy of the momentum in the DeFi market. So this is an indicator that we absolutely recommend you pay attention to. We were talking about value log. So value log has all sorts of perspective, but this is one this is an example that I wanted to show you how it could be. It show a different perspective of what's really happening at the blockchain level. If we look at the top projects by value log, you can see that Uniswap is really the project with the highest level, followed by Maker. But then if we look at the blockchain activity addresses, active addresses that are actually using the protocols, you can see how Uniswap declined and has been really surpassed by DAI. So it's not really a clear indicator correlation between value log and on-chain activity. And the same happened for more tangible indicators in DeFi, such as lending. So let's look at these indicators, in which on one side you have the value log for the top lending protocols with Maker at the top, followed by Aave. But then when you look at the loans outstanding, the actual loans that are in the platform, the Compound surpasses everybody else very clearly. So this is another example of how value log, the way it's calculated, although valuable and insightful, can also be misleading in many situations. one thing that we always find fascinating is the arbitrage opportunities that you can find between the borrow rates and lending rates across the different platforms. I mean, just look at this. Look at the borrow rates, the difference between the borrow rates for DAI across these different platforms, as well as for USDC and other coins. This analysis is also in the Into the Block platform, and that allows you to identify the best rates for a specific transaction, and the same applied to the lending rate. So if you're a lender, these are the rates that you're going to be looking at the different platforms. So you can see that there are obviously arbitrage opportunities between these channels without having to do a whole lot. One thing that we one of the trends that we find really fascinating about DeFi is the trend of automated market makers. We think it's arguably the biggest contribution of the DeFi space in the last few years. It also seems like a trend that is not going to go away, and that is here for the long term. And you're seeing a ton of activities in AMMs across platforms like Uniswap, Balancer, and others. So one thing that we always find interesting is that liquidity in the different pools in AMMs, which is typically the metric that you want to look for, and trading volume, they don't go quite together. So look at this. So the pool with the biggest trading volume is the Ethereum to USDT in Uniswap, but then when we look at the biggest liquidity, is really the wrap Bitcoin versus Ethereum, which is really the third one here in terms of volume. So the fact that you have a lot of liquidity is typically associated with trading activity doesn't quite match. I mean, there are some other factors that influence trading activity. That shows you how you need to go a little bit deeper in order to do that analysis. Then when you look at liquidity pools, right, like in Balancer, like in Uniswap, some of them, the behavior is completely predictable. So this is the Uni to Ethereum pool in Uniswap, and you can see this is another analysis that we're doing into the blog, in which we try to compare the swap transactions with the liquidity injected or removed from the different pools. You can clearly see that there are more transactions. People are extracting ETH more than that Uni, even in huge difference like in this ratio. But other pools like the wrap BTC versus Ethereum, the behavior is very inconsistent. And sometimes people are getting more BTC, sometimes are getting more Ethereum. So it changes quite a bit. One of the challenges of AMM is impermanent loss. So you act as a liquidity provider, the token move into the opposite direction, you're faced with a loss. And in some cases, like in this case with the Uni ETH pool, if you're staking something like $10,000, you could be subject to a very sizable impermanent loss compared of just holding Ethereum on the opposite side. Then another thing that we typically experience is the liquidity drops. We all saw the SushiSwap drama, all the hype, the liquidity moving out of Uniswap into SushiSwap. Now look at the decline, right? Incredibly fast in the last few days. It went from almost 500 million to short of 300 million, which as a liquidity provider is incredibly concerning, even though volumes have recovered a little bit. But who can deal with this drop in the lapse of only a few weeks? Then things like governance tokens are all over the DeFi space, and most of the platforms are launching some, and you're having all this yield farming and mechanisms to earn liquidity to earn a yield in some of these tokens. It's not always trivial. This analysis gives you an idea of profitability in the comp token, and look at this: 6.5% of the comp holders have made money. With comp, over 84% are out of the money and have suffered losses. So it's not extremely clear that those mechanisms quite work. And then finally, the DeFi market is subject to all sorts of weird behavior, all sorts of weird things happen. Look at this. Recently, in the last few days, we have seen these spikes in the number of compound users while the borrow amounts increase linearly. There's no crazy spikes, but look at these two peaks. And then we started digging into it and realized that it's an increase in the amount of USDC, which is very, very weird to explain. It didn't make any sense. And then one of our engineers actually did a lot of traceability, and it turns out that there is a provider. I'm actually going to save the name. There is a company that is just experimenting with Compound, and there is all these blue dots are $3 transactions that they're doing with USDC to test something. And it's hundreds of thousands of transactions that are causing that massive spike. If you're a trader in the space, you're looking at that, you have no idea what you're looking at. And it's just a company playing with some, it could be a token listing, it could be something that they're getting ready for and conducting all those experiments in Compound. So those are fascinating analytics about the DeFi space, hopefully give you an idea what's possible. I want to give you with one last point. Where does intelligence and DeFi go in the future? And what we think is going to happen is that DeFi protocols are going to transition from being creators of data, producers of data, to consumers of intelligence. So imagine a world in which we have the next generation of AMMs powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning. Not only a very basic swap, but a swap that could be intelligent and allocate the right position based on signals on the market. Alpha generating protocols, so the same way that we're seeing Y-earn and things like that do things for passive investors, imagine protocols that self-trade for active investors, as well as the next generation of robo-advisors. We think that the line between AMMs, alpha generating strategies, and beta generating strategies at robo-advisor is going to blur. And that's just going to be sort of part of the same ecosystem. And it's just a little ambitious thesis, but we think the market is moving there. So quick summary, I only have 15 minutes. So the DeFi market is a gold mine for data intelligence. No single indicator can describe the whole market. Don't be lazy. Move on from use the value log for what it's good for, and go into other indicators that give you more insight. Dive into the specifics of each protocols. And we think in the future, intelligence will become a first-class citizen of DeFi protocols, just like yield farming, just like some of the other building blocks of the DeFi space. Check out our DeFi Insighted release at that URL, and please send me some feedback. My email is jr@intotheblog.io. You can contact me through my Medium blog as well. I try to write almost every day, and I tend to be very responsive. If not, send a note to info@intotheblog.io, and somebody from my team will get back to you. But we'll love to get your feedback about our newest release. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Hey, Zeus, it's always fascinating to listen to your presentations. That one I love beyond anything. Teaches me a lot about DeFi and things to look for in the analytics and the data, which is my business, and fascinating work. Hopefully I can get that pitch deck from the boys upstairs so I can analyze it further for myself. Phenomenal. So we carry on after a short break with our next panel. So stay right where you are. We'll be back in a few.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime: blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Aaron Kohadler, the organizer of the BlockDown conference. I'm founder and CEO of EAK Digital. My crypto horror moment was very recently during lockdown. My ledger, actually, the screen stopped working, and it really spooked me out. So the screen stopped working and my private keys were, let's say, in a different location that I couldn't access. I've never had to, do a backup of a ledger before. So during the whole of the lockdown, I was really shook that, for some reason or another, like that my 24 words wouldn't work on the new ledger. But anyway, thankfully it all worked, but it was definitely a horror moment. Yeah, so be careful out there, guys. Have a great conference.
Hi BlockDown family, this is Zia Word. My biggest crypto horror moment was when I realized that I had lost the hard drive that had my early Bitcoin on. I bought it at next to nothing and suddenly it was worth something. But I hunted high and low and I think I just chucked it out when I was upgrading hardware and I couldn't find it. I was pretty upset with myself, but I couldn't hold on to that for too long. You can't hold on to the what ifs in the crypto life, right? Hope you're having a great BlockDown. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Roger Ver, the founder of Bitcoin.com, and I have a crypto horror story to share with you from way back in 2011. There was a website called mybitcoin.com that basically was an online, and everybody calls them wallets, but you can't call them a wallet. It was an account where they were holding the Bitcoin for you, and sure enough, way back in 2011, they ran away with, it was probably tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 plus people's Bitcoins on mybitcoin.com. And people sadly still haven't learned their lesson time and time again. If you're letting somebody else hold your coins for you, they're not your coins. And that's why I recommend very strongly for people to hold their own coins in their own wallet where they control the private keys. The Bitcoin.com wallet's a great example of that. So is the blockchain.com one. And there's lots and lots of other ones out there. Coinbase has a wallet, but don't confuse that with the Coinbase account when you're logging in through the website. So it's very, very important for people to hold their keys themselves. And that's why on-chain transactions are so important, because if you're forced to custodial solutions, you're at their mercy for your account being frozen, hacked, or stolen, or seized in other ways. So that's my horror story of the day, and it's a reminder for everybody to hold their own private keys for their own cryptocurrencies themselves. See you all next time.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror moment happened more than 2 years ago. I had a huge event dedicated to the launch of the Euro stablecoin, the first of its kind. And imagine a raging party, beverages, a lot of guests, we're all ready to start. And then suddenly, several police cars are stopping near our entrance. It was Chamber of Commerce in the center of Valletta, and the capital of the island. And then I had all the kind of ideas slipping through my head, and it turned out to be a security for President of Malta herself and head of local regulator, MFSA. They attended our event and even gave a speech, and it all went fine.
Hey, BlockDown fam. So the scariest thing that ever happened to me in cryptocurrency was opening my Blockfolio during 2018 daily and just crying over that sea of red. Just kidding. The real scariest thing that actually happened to me was when I had to update my ledger because of the ledger live updates, and I thought I had lost all of my crypto. I was so scared, but it ended up working out. It was all okay. Moral of the story, make sure you control your keys. Make sure you have it written down, your seed phrase, your password, all of that stuff. Write it down 900 million times. Toss it away in multiple places that you can remember, and stay safe out there.
Hey, BlockDown family. One of my biggest horror story in the crypto space is a visit to a customer who explained us that he had a single signature wallet where he was managing $15 million worth of cryptocurrencies and was sending by email his private key to his assistants for signing transactions. Definitely in need of a third-party custodian.
Hey, BlockDown family. My biggest crypto horror moment? Actually, journalism is full of them. Just imagine. 4 a.m. You're waking up by notification on your watch. Bitcoin has dropped by 1,000. You run to your computer, you're calling your writer, please help, write an article, quickly, it's dropping. He sends it to you in 10 minutes. You edit, you check, you send to publishing. You press the button, you open the website, you check the article, and there is a double space.
Bang, and we are back. Next is a panel to explore alternative DeFi, looking beyond Ethereum for innovative alternatives in DeFi protocols, from the usual to the unconventional, new ideas and fresh approaches to DeFi. Here to introduce and moderate this awesome panel is the technology editor at Cointelegraph. Please welcome Andrei Shevchenko and his panel. Andrei, the panel is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to the panel on BlockDown for a look into alternative DeFi, where we'll be talking with a host of very notable guests. So we have here Kevin Seknicki, who is the CEO and co-founder of Avalanche Labs, or Avalabs rather. And then we have Tech Chia, who is the head of Binance X, and he'll be representing Binance Smart Chain and its entry into DeFi. We have Anatoly Yakovenko, who is the CEO of Solana, and he'll be representing Solana and the DeFi platform that is now kind of getting into Serum and has seen some surge of popularity lately. And finally, we have Fabian Gampf, who is the VP at Parity, which is the company behind Polkadot, which is also one of the blockchains that is often positioned as contestant to Ethereum, essentially. So before we move into the actual kind of discussion here, I wanted to get your take on what you think of Ethereum and DeFi and what's happening in the past few months. And do you think it has been, obviously with ups and downs, so a lot of stuff that may be questionable a little bit, but so what do you think of what we've seen so far, and how does it demonstrate the strengths and weaknesses of DeFi so far on Ethereum? So I'll go to Kevin first, and then we go around with all the others.
I think it's fantastic. It's probably one of the big first innovations to happen in the crypto space in some time. Where we saw for many years many different claims of what's this whole technology about, and I think now we're kind of seeing a realization of it: programmable democratic finance. is seems to be one of the biggest value propositions of crypto, programmable capital. We always kind of assumed that was going to be the case, but now it's really materializing, and I think it's an incredible innovation. Of course, when there is very fast-moving innovation, there can be also a lot of bad players, and we've seen some not so great projects in DeFi, and the S word has come along again sometimes, but I think it's a very fantastic innovation to happen.
Sure. And from a technical side, would you say that we're seeing some limitations, or is it what was first?
Sure. Certainly limitations, as deploying a smart contract on Ethereum got to the point where you had to pay something like almost $200, which is just deploying a small piece of code should not be like that. Transactions for simple value transfers got to the point where we were hitting $30 more or even more per simple transaction. Obviously, that's not sustainable, especially if you're trying to do a lot of transactions, and if we're trying to create programmable capital, we need the ways to transact very fast and very quickly and enter in and out of positions very quickly. So beyond the fact that it's just incredibly prohibitively expensive, certain types of applications in DeFi are simply not possible with current solutions, including things like prediction markets, where traders will want to come in and out of positions up to like the last second before maturity date of a contract. And this is just not possible with the current implementation. So very innovative technology, very limited though, but that presents a huge opportunity for new players, I would say.
Sure, I think so. We'll definitely talk about all the other possible use cases enabled by other infrastructure. But next up, I want to ask Tech. So, what is your take as as a Binance representative? Of course, DeFi is kind of almost a competitor in some sense. So, do you see it as potentially something that could be essentially a threat to Binance in some way?
I think we see it as somewhat complementary. I think there's always people who, I think the difference is, we already centralized kind of platform that is accessible globally. So in that sense, it's kind of similar to a blockchain, which is very democratic in terms of access. But in terms of, user experience, where centralized, of course, is faster, order book exchange. Just as Kevin said, anything on the blockchain is going to be by definition slower because you have nodes having to have consensus and all that stuff to have consensus on a transaction in a block. So, but then again, the blockchain, you don't need to have to trust a centralized entity for custody of your funds, and you can do it 24/7. And I think it's the way we see it and the way we kind of have created different products for kind of different preferences and different kinds of use cases. So we kind of span the gamut in terms of what users want, and we're in this space, so we obviously believe in decentralization and blockchains, but we do recognize that different sets of users have different preferences and different use cases. So in general, I think it's very, very exciting. Just as Kevin said, we've been trying to find use cases, and DeFi has kind of gotten a little bit, a lot of traction in the market fit. So I'm really excited to see that.
Thank you. Anatoly, so I know that you have a particular take on DeFi. So can you explain that? And how do you see Solana fitting into this vision of decentralized finance, essentially?
Yeah, when I started Solana, our first pitch deck had these cringy slides that said Solana is blockchain at NASDAQ speed. So I think I was really thinking about these platforms, especially smart contract platforms, as a implementation of a open permissionless exchange. I wasn't really thinking of the store of value use case. And I think fundamentally, if you get rid of proof of work, it's very hard to kind of have that belief in store of value. Kevin has some arguments for it, but I think we have a religion around proof of work as a store of value. So price discovery and being an exchange was really something that we were thinking of from day one. And I think the interesting part about DeFi is that you have this tech, which is you have this place to write programs that can implement a central limit order book, an AMM, or a risk engine or a lending protocol. The tech part, I think, is open and permissionless. That part of it is doesn't really change it from DeFi to CeFi. I think the D part, the decentralized part, is the ability to leverage all of these pieces built by different teams without contracts, without like B2B like sales teams talking to each other and saying, oh, like Lending Protocol X is partnering with Central Limit Order Book Y, right? It just happens through code. I think that's like the really neat part here is that teams working on this stuff can just leverage each other like instantly without any friction globally. And I think that's really, to me, kind of like the place of innovation, because I don't know if you guys remember like when Linux kind of went through its boom time where everybody started building stuff on top of it and in this open collaborative way. That was just with software. That was just code that was, running somewhere. Now we're doing that with code plus money. And I think this is kind of the crazy part of how fast this thing can innovate.
Sure, absolutely. It's definitely, for financial markets, it's definitely been a kind of a revolution. So I wanted to go to Fabian now. So I think you guys have a maybe more overarching vision of what DeFi is. So can you talk about how Polkadot and the parity in general sees DeFi?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, I share the enthusiasm of everyone on the panel. I think it's awesome that DeFi happens to the blockchain space right now. If you think about the last bigger boom was probably 2016, 17 more till the beginning of 2018 with ICOs. And I think the way we're thinking about DeFi is, of course, you have like the hypes and the forks and the craziness around it, but there's also a core innovation somewhere, right? And as kind of like someone who builds infrastructure, that tends to be the things we're focusing on, and we're trying to identify and think about how we actually build infrastructure for the stuff. So, if you think about, maybe people are not talking about ICOs as much anymore, but it's still, the cornerstone of how people fundraise in the space. People maybe not talk about DAOs as much anymore, but it's still the cornerstone of how governance works in the space. Same with NFTs and so on. All of these things had their little waves, but there was somewhere a core innovation. And I think we're seeing that right now on multiple fronts in the DeFi space, but certainly with like AMMs and liquidity farming and so on. And I think there is a core innovation that will stay on, how we bootstrap liquidity into DEXs, how we distribute tokens, and if we're thinking about building infrastructure, that's the stuff we're interested in, right? It's not so much how did this fork work out or whatever. It's like what is that core thing that actually enabled this whole hype.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, DeFi, in many ways, it is a continuation of crypto. So fundraising, governance, DAO, right? The experiment failed in 2016, but now we're seeing quite a few successes like this. But I wanted to get a little bit into the focus of this panel, which is why it's called alternative DeFi. It's because most of DeFi action so far has been on Ethereum. We're seeing some technical limitations of it, but why do you think it has happened on Ethereum so far, for the most part? I mean, obviously, I guess Avalanche, Solana definitely was live before, but some of your kind of projects weren't really ready yet. But what is kind of the benefit that Ethereum has, and how do you plan on competing with it, essentially? So I'll go with Kevin for now, and then we'll move to the others.
So I mean, obviously, Ethereum's benefit is that in a lot of ways it's the first mover. It's probably the first mover. It has the network effects. They're not particularly sticky network effects in a lot of ways, because I think empirically it has been proven that the users of DeFi, they're not really there for emotional attachment or anything like that, like maybe in a social network. This is more about just finding new sources of yield. If there is a new platform that has better yields, and I think there's going to be a mass exodus from Ethereum into something else. But unfortunately, right now, nothing particularly exciting is happening as exciting as it was in August and September for Ethereum. The benefit of Ethereum is that it's the first mover. It has all the things happening. It has the current attention. But obviously, the limitations have been exhausted at this point, and it's because Ethereum was not meant to be what it's being used for right now. I mean, it uses, in a lot of ways, revolutionary technology. Nakamoto consensus is revolutionary, but it's not meant to be what it is being used for. It's meant to be for quick, simple transactions that where we're not going to do like massive operations and smart contracts that are really expensive. And so we've hit that bottleneck, and we've seen it with the prices on transactions, simple value transfers, and smart contracts being deployed. So I think it's very much incredibly important right now for a new technology to prove itself that it has the same feature set of Ethereum. That means that it has same sort of applications, same sort of like opportunities that Ethereum does, and yet B, it provides all of these truly in a fast, cheap way without risking these properties that we were here for, which is decentralization. Ultimately, that's very important. It's going to be very hard for a party to be doing what Ethereum is doing while being a centralized entity. I mean, the risk there is tremendous. So you require, I would say, a decentralized platform where just code is law in a lot of ways, but currently right now nobody has yet to prove such a thing. I mean, we've seen things in the past, but there's contenders, obviously, us being one of them. Although we're just 1 month old right now, so we still have a whole lot to go. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. This question of decentralization is also very interesting in the sense that I guess here I'm going to talk to Tech, who, I mean, Binance obviously, it probably has quite a bit of control over the chain, and CZ called it CDFI just to distinguish it from it, right? So basically, do you think that your solution kind of, in what way does it compete with DeFi? Like, do you think that people really want the seed part of it, or is it something that progressively will decentralize as well?
I mean, first of all, I think we have two chains that are progressively getting decentralized over time. I think it's a trade-off between speed of innovation versus decentralization, and then also like the bridge between centralized finance and decentralized finance. Obviously, we started out being a centralized service, and which we still continue to run, where we have the deepest liquidity and deepest markets, and that caters to a certain type of users. I would say, like Ethereum started out with a lot of like blockchain native, if you will, like developers, people who are a little bit more technical. And we started out with people perhaps they're more on the trading end of the spectrum in terms of users. So I think bridging those two worlds is where we come in, right? We bring in the people who may or may not be super active on like DApps or things like that in the past, and all of a sudden DeFi comes along and decentralizes all these financial markets with new and innovative stuff like AMM pools, which we haven't seen, but flash loans, innovation that people are building on top of other protocols, composability, which is not been seen in the centralized world. So just bringing that set of users over, and then vice versa, where we bring liquidity to the DeFi world, I think it's our differentiator, I would say, and also kind of important for both sides, both the centralized services and the decentralized DeFi world. So I think it's more complementary than competitive, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Like definitely the integration between the two worlds, I think, is going to be important. And here I kind of go to Anatoly because I mean, Solana, like it's been kind of popularized for DeFi by Serum, right? The project, the decentralized exchange by FTX, which is nice in the sense that it's different. It's not something I can really do in Ethereum right now, but it's also a project from a centralized exchange. So do you see this kind of integration between centralized finance and decentralized finance as the key to adoption, or how would you describe it?
I think like to survive, like every exchange needs to become a decentralized exchange. I think that, like, I don't know if you ever heard Sam talk, basically like the stuff that you're doing in Ethereum, if it gets to a point where it's fast enough, right? Like where a state transition or like an order on Ethereum travels as fast as the news, it doesn't need to be any faster than that to capture a ton of value in the trading space. and that's going to happen simply, from us actually like being heads down, going towards that as fast as we can. But in general, like if there's a customer that needs it, somebody will build it, right? It'll just happen on its own. And all of these exchanges that are not decentralized will effectively kind of start losing market share. So I think like, I don't even see us as competing with Ethereum. We're more competing with Binance. And we still love Binance, right? This isn't like us versus them kind of thing. This is and Ethereum as well is not really competing with other decentralized platforms. We're competing with Binance, but at a bigger sense with all the other exchanges, the London Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange. Like in like 5 years, everything's going to be tokens, right? You're not going to have people issuing an IPO on the New York Stock Exchange that isn't a token. So what does that world look like? Where do those tokens transfer? Where do those orders get executed?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the NASDAQ vision you outlined earlier. Well, I wanted to move to Fabian actually, because it's kind of an interesting thing, right? Like Anatoly said that we're not competing with Ethereum, and I guess Polkadot, it makes a focus, right, on the fact that you're not competing with anyone. You're just an interoperable blockchain, and you are building a lot of bridges to other blockchains. So how do you see DeFi on Polkadot, and do you see it as really competing, or it's more like an addition to what is happening right now?
Yeah, so I think actually this like competitive meme comes much more from the community than from anyone else, right? It's not like we ever went out and like we were like ETH killers or whatever. It's just like I spend most of my time in the blockchain industry actually on Ethereum, right? Parity has started as an Ethereum company, and that that's still very much in in our minds and our hearts. I think the way we see things shape out right now is if you see who's building on Polkadot, right? We have a pretty vibrant ecosystem. There's like 150 to 200 teams building stuff. That's chains, applications, tooling, and infrastructure. There are of course teams that are in the Ethereum space and coming over to Polkadot, or going cross-chain, doing their stuff on Ethereum and doing it on Polkadot as well. But actually, the bigger chunk is just new companies, right? People who just start stuff in this ecosystem. You can do like technical comparisons and whatnot and what's better, but in reality, it's not so much competing over like, one ecosystem. There's really just an ecosystem in itself emerging. And that's in a lot of sense complementary. If you look at the Ethereum teams that are building on Polkadot, a lot of them go cross-chain in the sense that they say, okay, there's another deployment here. We want to have these deployments crypto economically, just feed into each other, and bridges and interoperability and so on are just really crucial for that. If that's the world we're living in, then that's what we want to cater to. So in a lot of ways, just in reality, what we're seeing, it's not so much a competition than a complementary thing.
That's an interesting viewpoint, actually. And I kind of want to go into another line of questioning, which is what is kind of the benefit? Like, if you think of DeFi as a single ecosystem, right? What is the benefit that each of you brings, right? So what are the additional possibilities that you guys can bring to DeFi? And I guess there's the trading aspect, right? That is often considered as decentralized banking and just being useful for the normal people, right? So do you see kind of your blockchain framework, I guess, as something that can actually be beyond the scaling part? It can just improve what you can do with DeFi and expand the possibilities. And I actually wanted to go back to Fabian here because obviously, just to spruce things up a bit. And Polkadot is interesting in that sense.
Yeah, totally. So I think the scalability point is the one that's most talked about because that's a very real and measurable problem people have on Ethereum right now. It's not scalable. The whole thing is overflowing. It's too expensive. But I actually don't think it's the majority of teams that are like. We're not a we are a scalability play. Polkadot is about scaling, But if you go, on our website or even like early marketing material, whatever, it's never that we said like we're a scaling project, right? Of course, it is about scaling. It's a sharded blockchain, and it's going to be more scalable. But I think there's actually much more to it, right? And scalability is almost like a side effect of just having like a system that you can shard and where everyone can build their own chain, and those things are connected through this meta infrastructure. So what I see a lot is just flexibility and customizability that comes with it. So if you think about Ethereum today, it's a pretty static thing, right? You have the Ethereum execution environment, and that's what you have to work with. And people try to shoehorn all kinds of things into it, but in the end, that's what you work with. I think the idea of saying, well, why don't you build your own Ethereum? Why don't you build your own layer one, right? Without having to deal with all the painful things that come with it, but just from a pure like customizability point of view, I think that's very powerful, right? And that's what we enable, at least on a chain level, on Polkadot. But you can go all the way up to the stack and still just have the Ethereum model, right? Just run a shard that is an Ethereum execution environment and just deploy your contracts, and that's also fair. But you have this upgrade path into a much more sophisticated kind of like first order citizen in the system.
Interesting. Actually, like Kevin, do you think that this kind of approach of having just like one single blockchain for a project, for example, or just being it like build your own blockchain approach, is it really something that developers want with DeFi? Something that it's really an addition?
Not quite sure what the future is going to hold. Obviously, I have my own opinions on that. I think from a technical perspective, obviously, we also provide the ability to create execution environments within our blockchain. We also have this notion of subnet, which is not quite like a parachain. It's an entirely separate sort of network that can atomically interoperate with the main Avalanche subnet, and you can launch, a subnet, for example, that is permissioned, interoperates with Avalanche, or one that's permissionless fully and implements a different virtual machine. But I think this is like maybe too in the technical details, probably not the platform to discuss all the features that technically separate us from everybody else, including Ethereum. I think what is also very important is to ask the question of what do you bring to the DeFi table rather than just a developer table in general, a DeFi space. I think as a team, for example, we've been very quiet about this, but we're working very hard in the back end to extend the DeFi world, to bring like all the types of assets on us. We're not just focused on the technological side of things, but it's really just about. I don't think crypto should be inwards oriented. I think we a lot of times kind of fight with each other. Oh, we're better. No, we're better. But we're not really like just being like, hey guys, we should probably just go out there and bring other assets and just fight against the externally facing non-crypto side of things. And I think we're trying to do that as much as we possibly can. Although of course we're a small team, but I think we're actually making huge headways there. And so that's what I think is going to set us apart going forwards. We have a really fast platform, really incredible technology underneath that really sets us apart, but not going into the details of it. But the more important thing is, chucking along and making the DeFi space a whole lot larger. And the larger side of things, the new side of things, hopefully should be deployed first on Avalanche. That's our game plan.
Sure, that's actually a good point in the sense that technology is kind of there. Like, I guess my point was more about the fact that developers, sometimes it's hard to create projects, right? Like maybe arguably that's one of the reasons why EOS hasn't attracted so much attention, like Red DeFi developers. And so I guess, but if we go outside that aspect, so what is that essentially you can bring, like except from speed, like is there some kind of advanced DeFi project that can do something really cool on Avalanche but not on Ethereum?
Yes, certainly. It's the speeds go a long way, the execution environments, but I think we're not alone in that. I think Polkadot and Solana, in a certain extent, do that as well. But the very important thing is the confirmation speeds open up the ability to do truly on-chain type of transactions that were not possible before. or rather only possible probably through a centralized entity. And so I think from a pure interface and feature set for current DeFi users, if you're building, for example, something like a prediction market, you cannot have a prediction market right now on Ethereum because, or rather, you're going to only have very basic kind of predictions that are super long term, and you don't want to come in and out of positions quickly. But the biggest set of yields in prediction markets tend to be within a few seconds of maturity of the contract. So you have some last second information on some prediction, and you want to come in and out quickly. Not possible in Ethereum right now. It's, with the confirmation times, the information is going to come well later than, or rather, the confirmation is going to come well after the information comes in. So it opens up the possibility for really new types of applications for current developers. And this is not understood quite yet. It's because we're still so used to the multi-minute confirmation times of Ethereum that it's like, oh, well, that's normal. But no, it's actually not at all. It's going to open up a whole lot of new doors, I think.
Sure, absolutely. I assume, Anatoly, that it's kind of a vision that you guys share as well, right? That speed.
Yeah.
Maybe a lot
yeah,
more.
I mean, like, I think to your point, I honestly think that there isn't much more beyond scalability. Like, I think that problem is hard enough, especially, I guess, the way I see it. If we're like the engine of price discovery, it's going to be like replicating petabytes of data globally across the world at like the speed of light. That's a hard problem. Like, that's going to keep us busy for years to come. So like, if you want to like see the difference between Ethereum and Solana, you can go to like dexprojectserum.com and then play around with a exchange, which is a central limit order book with like, Alameda and Jump providing liquidity at real time, which you can't do in Ethereum. So that speed, right, actually opens up the possibility of more capital taking risk on positions inside the network. The faster you can get it, the bigger markets you can replicate, the more capital can take positions, and more stuff can move from centralized systems to decentralized systems. And Ethereum is good enough for low liquidity tail end of things. It's got an amazing community to actually launch, like to do your, you build your project and you launch into this community and you get like people to buy your token and effectively fundraise. I think it's the new IEO platform. Like Uniswap is the new way to do IEOs, and that's awesome. Like I think that's awesome. Like, why not? Like that in itself is a massive success, and every platform doesn't need to be everything else. I think we have an opportunity to be this like decentralized version of exchanges and traders that bring in like all the like Jump and Alameda and all the other players into the decentralized side of the space.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an interesting point, and I think tech. It's curious to see your take on this, because obviously, like Anatoly just basically said that we're going to make a decentralized version of what you guys are doing. So, do you think that centralized exchanges have still a place in the future, for example?
Yeah, I think so. I think the world is diverse enough that there are users who have different use cases and different preferences in terms of how they interact with the financial markets, right? So the way we kind of see the world is that we obviously started with Binance.com, which is a central exchange, and we have the deepest liquidity there. And then we launched Binance Dex, which is a decentralized exchange, which has a native order exchange built into the chain that's very fast, and we have liquidity there. And then we recently launched Binance Smart Chain. We had full EVM compatibility to incomplete language and all that stuff. And also we have and that's just like 2 months ago when we launched that. And it has different consensus scheme that makes block time very fast. And then we make all these three things interoperable in terms of tokens freely flow between all these three different services and products. Some users would prefer, and then not only that, we launched things on Binance.com, which is a central exchange, things like Launch Pool, which allows new DeFi projects to kind of bootstrap liquidity from users who may not be familiar with how to interact with like a Binance Smart Chain, which needs non-custodial wallets and things of that sort, so they can easily go to their Binance account and stake tokens and earn yield on decentralized protocols. So we kind of help bridge all these three sets of users. And then, of course, with liquidity on Binance.com, we can bootstrap liquidity on DeFi protocols, which is very important. A lot of these protocols require liquidity and price discovery to actually make it work. So we kind of play a role, like CZ always says, the bridging between centralized finance and decentralized finance. And I think that's where we differentiate. I think going forward, of course, the ideal world for the blockchain industry is for everything to be decentralized. But I think the world is diverse enough that there are always users that prefer to have prefer to trust somebody else to have custody over their private keys because it's too difficult for them to do so, and also have recourse into the customer service and people teach them how to do things, and instead of learning how to participate in Uniswap, they rather stake with somebody they trust, like Binance.com, and we help them. They delegate that responsibility to us, and we can help them earn yield in all these DeFi protocols, which also helps these protocols because they have liquidity. So I think, I think that's going to continue for a while, if not forever, because the world is just so diverse.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, definitely, there's always going to be a place for something centralized. Whenever you're dealing with fiat, for example. Exactly. So I guess we're kind of coming up to the end of the panel, more or less. But I wanted to ask one more question, essentially, which is the future, what it holds, and essentially, how do you guys see DeFi evolving? Because obviously, Ethereum kind of fans will see that it's all going to stay on Ethereum. At most, we'll have these layer 2 solutions like the rollups. And so it's all going to stay on Ethereum. These other chains will be useless, and so on. So, and in a sense, they may be right, because obviously we've seen a lot of Ethereum killers in the past, and it's they haven't had that much success. So, what do you think is going to happen in the next few months? And do you think that you guys actually have a chance of really taking over that spot? And I want to start with Fabian here, and then we'll move on to the others.
Yeah, totally. So I think what we will see, and we're already seeing that to some extent, is like DeFi in itself is like, it's like a movement in itself. It's a community in itself. I'd say there's a lot of people in DeFi that don't really care that much about Ethereum, right? It's people are more thinking in Aave and Compound and Maker than they were thinking in in Ethereum terms, and that's true for users as well as developers. And I think that will continue, and that will just mean, okay, if there is something that actually, if you have a problem and there is something that solves that problem, I think it will be used, right? Someone said this earlier. These people are not necessarily very sticky, right? They're not. It's not very sticky adoption, even within the DeFi ecosystem. I certainly don't think it's very sticky necessarily to Ethereum, as long as there is something that actually solves a problem and doesn't create 5 other problems, right? Like, okay, you solved the scalability problem, but now I'm locked out of the rest of DeFi, and I am locked out of all these network effects. Then you haven't actually solved any problems, right? Or you solved one but created 5 others. But if there's like actual true improvement, then I don't think there's necessarily a great stickiness to Ethereum. And I don't know if that's a couple of months time scale. It might be longer than that, but I certainly think that's the trend we will see.
Absolutely. Like if you think about it, ultimately layer 2 solutions are also an ecosystem on their own, right? All the various rollups. So Kevin, what do you think of this? Like, is it possibility that we'll have really this interoperable world essentially of various blockchains?
No, I totally agree with Javi here. It's I was talking about the stickiness before. It's it's a ridiculous statement that Ethereum is unkillable there. I mean, there were many MySpace killers until eventually one actually came, and that was Facebook. And it's always going to happen. I mean, unless Ethereum innovates fast enough to really be ahead of everybody else, then it's gonna at some point go back. And the L2 thing is a ridiculous one. I mean, we're going back to a centralized solution, which might actually be a money transmitter, and we'll see how the law pans out. If they're actually successful, they might just be shut down because they're quite literally a centralized solution doing money transmitter services without KYC or anything like that. And Binance knows just how crazy it is to go through that entire process in and of itself. And now imagine not going through it with the KYC and all the other stuff. So I don't think that's going to go anywhere. I think if Fabi's exactly right, if we offer something that is truly incredibly fast, incredibly cheap, and it doesn't create any other new problems, then we're onto something. And that's kind of exactly what we're going for. The whole Ethereum killer never worked out thing is a ridiculous statement, and it's just not relevant to the current set of new technologies that are out there and how we think about these competitive landscapes. Before, nobody, like, there was no maybe even reason for a Ethereum competitor to be out there. Like, there was Ethereum and there were others, but none of them had use. And now we do have a use with DeFi, and now we're trying to compete and create the platform that is going to really absorb these kinds of applications in a really seamless way. But otherwise, I think, exactly as I said before, the stickiness of the platforms of the Ethereum space, specifically for the DeFi stuff, it's really more towards the DeFi component, not to the blockchain itself. So even if, for example, DeFi projects were to move to us, if some new other project came along that is much better than Avalanche, they're certainly going to move over. So there is no stickiness to Avalanche either. It's just going to be about constantly competing to offer the absolute best product. And we're super early on. What does the future hold? I think is going to be a really, really exciting few years of actually competing for improving these products versus just more speculation type of things.
Yeah, absolutely. That actually makes a lot of sense. And I wanted to go back to Anatoly, because obviously you guys have kind of experienced a little bit of this non-stickiness because Serum is getting traction. So what's your take on this? Like, do you believe that essentially other layer ones have a better chance?
I mean, like, I think there is something to the Ethereum moat. Like the fact that, like, it's pretty hard for another market maker, even on Ethereum, to compete with Uniswap. And you have to, that in itself is a moat, because people get used to a domain name or a URL, and there's a lot of stickiness there. I think there is something interesting in the sense that Ethereum users are crypto users first, and they will try other platforms. They get it. I think we have effectively in the space, we have our own kind of user base, which includes everybody that's ever, bought Bitcoin on Binance, right? Or like anyone that's ever played with crypto is a potential customer, because they already kind of get it, even if it's just like, I think this thing is an asset or something like that, they still kind of get that there's something here in the space. So building products that, are interesting for these folks is what everyone is trying to do. And from our perspective, like, we've been focusing on things that you can't do in Ethereum, like central limit order book is a protocol that you couldn't build on Ethereum. This opens up a new set of like possibilities for folks to combine and leverage. You can take the same Aave style lending protocol and plug it into Serum, and now you've actually implemented a bunch of products that are like effectively what's an offering on Binance right now. Like everything that you see in Binance can be implemented with just combining these pieces, and that's really, really cool. Not that I'm like, I think like Ethereum and Binance are both innovators and both have a ton of stickiness around their platform, and it's up to every one of us to kind of build their own community, build their own kind of like user base that prefers something on Solana versus anything else. But that stuff is fine, right? Like, we're all competing to make better products. That's good. I'm like, I guess, personally excited about like things like USDC just went live on Solana. That opens up a bunch of boring use cases like point of sale sales, like, B2B transfers of dollars between businesses that don't have to use a wire, right? Like, things like that are possible. You can do it in Ethereum, but you don't want to, like, it's a bad experience for business that sometimes gets a fast transaction and then sometimes has to pay $30-40 to do a transfer, right? Versus a platform like Solana and every proof of stake platform where block space isn't a constraint. So that part to me is, I think, like, exciting about the next couple of years, the boring use cases.
Absolutely, that's a very interesting point. And I guess, Tech, just one last question, just to iterate on this. How do you think Binance users are sticking? Like, are a lot of DeFi users also Binance users? Like, do you think that it's fair to say that you guys have a very strong advantage in this race, essentially?
Yeah. And again, the way I see it is that we all, everyone on panel is competing against the centralized finance world, the Nasdaqs of the world, right? Instead of us competing against each other. So I don't see like everyone, every project on a panel or even beyond like Ethereum, really competing against each other. We all bring different, differentiating features. For us, obviously, we start out on the trading side, centralized exchange. We bring in a lot of what we call retail users who are very used to kind of trading on UI UX that is super simple, super fast. And then now with the DeFi protocols, we kind of bridge that gap between what they're used to and what all the technical folks or blockchain native folks, developers who are used to very interacting from non-custodial wallets, from clients, from command lines. So I think we play a role there in bringing a lot of new users to the space, and also bring, we have fiat exchanges as well. We bring in the people who bring in liquidity from the fiat world to the token world, to the decentralized blockchain world. So I think we play a big role there. So everyone on this panel, I think, has different value add to the whole ecosystem, and together we're competing against the Nasdaqs of the world, the old way of doing things, and this is the new way of doing things. So that's how I kind of see the world.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point, I guess. I mean, do you guys see DeFi as kind of eventually taking the role of like a decentralized Nasdaq, or is it more a decentralized JP Morgan Chase, I guess, something like that? So it's kind of I
think it's all the above. Right now, centralized finance is not they're very democratized. Someone in Africa couldn't get access to Apple stock liquidity, right? Like, only people in the U.S. with access to Nasdaq has the ability to participate in Apple's, value, if you will, or participate or buy a share in Apple or even other U.S. companies that are listed on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange. Whereas in the decentralized world, obviously, it's someone can just log into with access to the internet, can participate in owning tokens, and also participate in all these DeFi markets, financial instruments. I think that's super powerful. So I feel like everything that is like centralized has all these limitations. There's freedoms that are kind of limited, constrained through the history of just politics or regulations and all that stuff that limits access. And I think like the blockchain, what we're all trying to do here is to kind of blow that apart, reinvent all these new innovation that allows that democratized access and participation, not only just participating in these protocols, but also innovation too. Someone could deploy a smart contract and a teenager could deploy a smart contract, and we don't even have to trust that person. We don't even need to know who he or she is and be able to verify the smart contracts themselves independently. And that's super powerful. We don't have to trust the Morgans of the world to execute those contracts of financial instruments correctly. I think that's all the whole industry is striving for. I think that leads to a better world in general.
Yeah, in like a weird way, I think like it's weird to say that like a technology competes with another technology, right? Like Microsoft was competing with Linux, but if they would have just ran it as a subsystem, 20 years ago, we like it would have just been like part of their tech stack. I think like that's kind of like the difference, is that like as engineers we say competing, but we mean like it provides overlapping functionality, not so much that there is like one business competing with each other, right? It's just tech, right?
Yeah. And also I think competition kind of creates healthy pace of innovation, right? I think it's always good to have that in any industry, and it kind of like makes things not static, so things are more dynamic if there's competition. But then in general, I think everyone here is trying to compete against an old way of doing things and towards something that provides more value for the world. So
yeah, absolutely. Like, what do you think, Kevin? Like, is it? What is the value we provide essentially?
I think, yeah. I mean, I was part of the the Napster music revolution, and I loved that part. I thought it was so cool that we were basically using technology to change a lot of the ways that old stuff was done. And I think in a lot of ways technology is being used to change the way we do finance, and that's super exciting. Ultimately, I think that's the goal in what I do and what we do. At least speaking personally, but I'm sure everybody else here is like also feels the same way. That I think we're doing something that maybe in a few years we're going to look back and say we were part of that group of people that pushed, that used technology to push really innovative new stuff and really change finance, and that's going to be really, really exciting to see in a few years, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabian, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think on that point of like, competition, collaboration, or is it just overlapping functionality? I think there's obviously a tremendous amount of tribalism in the blockchain space, but then I actually think often these opinions are actually extremely close to each other, right? Yeah. Compared to someone who's completely outside of the system, and actually these two people that might be in like these small sub tribes that are fighting each other actually fundamentally want the same thing. And I actually think in like very early days in crypto, that was when everything was rallied around Bitcoin, that was very unified. And then quickly this tribalism came up, but it doesn't really get us far. I think on this level of like actual tech, overlapping functionality, trade-offs, and so on, I think it's fair to have that conversation, right? But everything that goes beyond that usually just ends up being shouting at each other on Twitter, and it's just not very productive.
So join forces.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess. So, talk a little bit about a more kind of technical aspect, I guess, just since we have a bit of time more. What is kind of the tools that you think developers can use in terms of building a project?
Guys, I'm so sorry you've already run over 7 minutes. It's the most fascinating topic, and we appreciate you guys very much, and so sorry for cutting you guys off. We were watching closely and following along, but Anatoly, Tech, Fabian, Kevin, and especially Andre, thank you so much for your insights. Obviously, scaling is very important, and coming together to figure out these things in DeFi are important. Thank you guys very much. Right now, we're going to skip commercials, and we're going to go right into a very exciting announcement from the originator of BlockDown, the brains behind the conference, Erhan, and his new partner have a great announcement for everybody at BlockDown, and here they are.
Okay, thanks, Chris, again for that amazing introduction. So yeah, I hope everyone's really enjoying the conference. This is day 2, of course, so we've still got another half a day or so left. But we really wanted to take the time today, myself and my good friend Zia, to make a really special announcement at BlockDown 3.0. And basically that announcement is that myself and Zia are basically going to be putting together a new entity called MatterBlock, which will fuse both EAK and my prowess in the kind of PR marketing and comms space with Zia's really, really great experience and knowledge in the kind of investing and VC realm. So honestly, I decided to kind of partner with Zia on this because, Zia's been a really great help on a number of projects in the past with us. And she's somebody that, I believe will really come together with the skill set that I have, that I can bring to the table, that can really help accelerate our projects grow. So yeah, we really wanted to make that announcement today that MatterBlock is the new entity that me and Zia are starting. And yeah, Zia, over to you for some words.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I'm sorry. Don't know why I plugged that up. Yeah, so I'm really excited to be joining with Aaron on this enterprise, because one of the things that I've found when I'm working with a lot of the projects that I work with in order to raise money is that they need that extra bit of help with marketing and with PR. And I help them a lot on the strategy and networking side and the investment side, fundraising. But strategy, PR and marketing is a huge deal, as we all know in the crypto space. It's a massive deal to build community, and I know Aaron's really experienced in that and has elevated tons of projects in the past. So really what we're doing is building a really holistic offering to projects, which will help take them to the next level. And that's a really compelling piece that we've got with MatterBlock. So I'm super excited to be doing it with Aaron. We've been working together kind of in the background for a few months, and we've known each other for a while now. So it's really great to kind of partner with a friend on something and take exciting projects that we've come across to the next step. So yeah, I'm really excited to announce it here, because obviously if you've got a project that you would like to potentially work with us on, then feel free to reach out to us. We've got a very basic site up, but you can contact us on matterblock.com, and we will get back in touch with you and certainly take on board your projects if we feel they're the right fit for us.
And then another thing that really attracted me to work with Zia was, she's had multiple successive exits in the past, and she's helped raise tens of millions of capital, which is something as a comms guy I haven't really touched. It's something that when our clients talk about, they work with completely external people that I've never heard of, and I think it's really important for kind of companies and projects and clients. As we as EAK, as an agency that I've been working on, when we kind of started off with the PR piece, but then we've kind of naturally kind of really gone into other areas like business development, and making really strategic introductions that have nothing to do with PR, but ultimately are really important to a client's business. And of course, raising money and having capital to spend is so important. I mean, obviously that is, without that, there's no project. So we really felt by kind of merging, the kind of comm side and the investment side, and having that under one roof, under one, a company as MatterBlock, ultimately, that the synergy that provides a project, especially just between the two of us, and me and Zia, would be really advantageous of them to work with us for. So I don't know, Zia, I think maybe we could talk a little bit about the kind of process of how it would work, right? Because of course, from the investment side, you would be kind of taking a lot of the work on at the beginning, and of course I'd be advising, but maybe we should talk about the kind of life cycle that projects would get if they decide to work with us.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the things that you touched on is a little bit about our networks and stuff, and I think combining our networks and our advisory in the very beginning's really key. But what we would do is we won't be taking on every single project that comes to us. Of course, we'd be selective. We've been around the blocks enough to know what makes a good project and what doesn't. So so we certainly will be selective about that, because of course it's our necks on the line as well with our investors, with our network. So we'll certainly look at a lot of projects, but we will be selective with that. So first of all, between us, we'll be measuring the potential success of a project, and we'll take them on board, and it will start off with obviously some pretty top line advisory, understanding what they already have and what they need. So from my perspective, quite a lot of the time we'll have, I'll have startups come to me or projects come to me, and they're at a certain level. They think they're ready to raise kind of money from VCs or from funds, from crypto funds and digital asset funds, and they might not be quite so ready as they believe. So I'll certainly do an assessment around what they need to get to that stage to be investor ready to take their projects to investors. So that's a level that we start with there. And then moving on from that, obviously, once they're at that stage, we'll take them out to market and start to actively raise funds for them. With a touch on obviously advising them throughout that process and creating a strategy around that as well, based on what kind of outcomes that they want. So we work pretty closely with them on that, and then of course with an eye to what your team does and what you can kind of do alongside that and ongoing after that. So obviously you can talk a bit more about that particular process.
Yeah, of course. So once he has raised the money, of course, it kind of gets handed over to kind of from my side of things. So we are literally liking the touch paper on the project. So we're getting as much PR as possible, working with influencers and KOLs across the globe. We're really getting as much kind of social engagement to those projects. We're hitting them up on the events that we organize, and of course that we work with as well as a major partner, as a PR agency, in speaking, getting them the best deals on exhibition stands, but of course making sure that's all done in an intelligent way. Like, we're not there to waste money, we're there to basically get the best deals for our clients and also get the best message and narrative across from a PR person. So I think it's very difficult to find these days, to find a kind of PR comms person that also has business now at the same time. Usually sometimes they get stuck in the narrative too much and they're not so much thinking about the business objectives. But from my side, from the EAK side that I bring to the table, really kind of looking at those business goals that you have, seeing how we can really put a kind of PR marketing plan together, not just for 6 months, 2 months, for for years to come, that will build a really sustainable community for that project and ultimately fuel their growth into a really successful project. So, and of course, even once Zia's raised the money, she's still going to be around advising, offering her input, and vice versa for us as well. Of course, there's going to be PR elements and comms elements, even before, during the raise time as well. So, Zia's somebody that, that I've really trusted, and I've seen the amazing work that she's put in. And I feel like she really fits the same values that I have as a businessman and as EAK as an agency. And I think us two working in tandem for Matterblock really has a great opportunity for projects to really supercharge their growth. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, from your side, your point of view with the marketing and PR and everything, and then I have obviously a view of business strategy and kind of internal on the background of the product and how they want to get there with that. So, that advisory continues on and works alongside with Aaron's marketing. And so there's certainly that level of commitment from us. And I think what's different about us as a team for Matterblock is that it's rare to find a team out there who can kind of holistically help you with everything that you need to get your project to the next level, but also has an understanding from having actively done it. We're not just fly-by-night people. We've actually done this before. We've come from these backgrounds. I've been an entrepreneur. Aaron's obviously an entrepreneur himself with building EAK. So we understand what it takes. And with that in mind, that's really important when you're going out to market, but also when you're raising money, when you're building your business. So it's really that's a really compelling piece for Matterblock, because we understand what it takes, and we're not just advisors who only have that advisory title. We really understand the businesses.
Yeah, exactly. And and another thing, ever since we started BlockDown, Zia's been putting together all the panels for all the VCs and investors. She did an amazing fireside chat with Nancy Pompiano yesterday. So those of you that missed that, that'll be on YouTube next week. So do
do look out for that one, as well as the panel that she did with Consensus Ventures. Those connections are really, really vital to any project that would like to gain capital and get exposure to. And I think working with Matterblock is that shortcut to success, really. And then just to touch upon another thing, obviously Zia, you're located out in Australia. I'm currently in the UK, so we're complete opposite sides of the world. But having said that, we are obviously talking on a daily basis, connecting every day. But also it means that we can kind of have our kind of circuits, make sure we have the world covered from each side. Make sure that if there's something going on in your area of the world, you're going to be over there, or my area of the world, we've got people here. So I think there's just lots of complementary networks and also, but most importantly, and I think as I touched upon in my talk yesterday, we are innovative and creative in the way that we do our PR and marketing campaigns. We are dedicated and most importantly passionate about the projects that we decide to take on. As you said, we're not going to take on every project. In fact, we're not going to take on many projects. We're just going to select a few projects, or maybe even one or two to begin with, that we really, really are passionate about, that we really see legs in, and we're going to give that everything. So this is a really amazing opportunity for projects to get in touch with either myself or with Zia, and to discuss your project and really see how far we think we could make it fly with all of our efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. And like to touch on that, for us, it's important that we see as much success in the projects we take on as possible. I'm not going to, there's an element of us working together and obviously in deciding on the projects that we work on. 50-50 we'll decide on that, but we both have to think that the project will be a success. So, it needs to be able to raise money. So I'm not going to take a project to an investor that they won't like, because quite frankly it's not to anyone's benefit. So it's really, really, it's not just from the project side but from investor side. One of the key things they look for is really good deal flow, and for us it's a really actually really good to work closely with VCs, because they like to have that element of a warm introduction, and they like to have the element of somebody who's already taken a look at this company and knows that there's something there to be introduced to. So, and on top of that, having Aaron's skills with PR and marketing just adds an extra element for them to get excited about as a VC. So, there's a lot there, and as Aaron said, there's a lot of opportunity. We won't take every project, but do get in touch with us, because we're excited to see what kind of projects that we get, and we're really keen to get started and work with you on this.
Yeah, so it's been really, really great sharing this announcement. So just to kind of wrap this up, if you are a project and you're thinking right now, you're not sure about how you're going to raise the capital for the amazing idea and project that you have in mind. You're not sure maybe on your go-to-market strategy. You're not entirely sure about how to do PR campaigns, or maybe you are, but you want to focus on your product. You want to work with the professionals that have work on this day in, day out, have that experience of raising, exiting, working with the best projects in crypto, doing these amazing events, working with KOLs across the world. Then do get in touch with us. We'd be happy to hear about your project and evaluate that. And obviously if it's a fit, that means you see a lot of potential in it, then there's potentially we'll take it on and really, really drive your growth. So I really do think that it's a great opportunity for for one or two of those exciting projects. So in order to get in touch with us, just head over to matterblock.com, fill out the form. One of us will get back in touch with you, and really looking forward to hearing from everyone. So thanks for your time, BlockDown, and have a great conference, everyone.
Phenomenal. Another match made here right on BlockDown and announced. Looking forward to seeing who you guys will be working with in the near future. Congratulations, guys. And like he said, if you need to get in touch, you're a project looking for some PR, looking for some advice and some guidance, there's your team right there. We will go to a short break right now, and when we come back, we have a very, very special guest. See ya after the commercial.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Aaron Kohadler, the organizer of the BlockDown conference. I'm founder and CEO of EAK Digital. My crypto horror moment was very recently during lockdown. My ledger, actually, the screen stopped working, and it really spooked me out. So the screen stopped working and my private keys were, let's say, in a different location that I couldn't access. I've never had to, do a backup of a ledger before. So during the whole of the lockdown, I was really shook that, for some reason or another, like that my 24 words wouldn't work on the new ledger. But anyway, thankfully it all worked, but it was definitely a horror moment. Yeah, so be careful out there, guys. Have a great conference.
He blocked out.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Nicholas Merton here, the founder and CEO of Digifox and DataDash. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are. So for my BlockDown crypto Halloween scare story, I have one that I think could be relatable to many of you out there. I know there's the concerns of sending crypto to the wrong address, but the thing that's probably hit me the most is when I'm loading into my favorite crypto exchange or, price data feed website like CoinMarketCap. And lo and behold, for some odd reason, whether I did something different or, maybe there's some kind of error on the back end, the price displays as 0 or there's a big red candle that shows that the price went down to nothing. I've had that on a lot of platforms. And still to this day when it happens, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. So anyways, guys, I hope you're having a wonderful time at BlockDown, and I can't wait to see many of you there myself. Take care, everyone.
What is going on, BlockDown family? So, my scary stories. Well, everybody already knows about treasures and ledgers and how you have to delete your entire wallet for a stupid update, right? That's always scary. Makes your butt pucker. That is always a nightmare, but that's one of the reasons why we built and use Monarchs. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So I won't use those stories. I'll use another one. One of our partners with Monarch, we had to send out crypto, an Ethereum-based token, to 276,000 of our wallet holders. It was going to cost us over $1 million to use the Ethereum network to send out this $50,000 to 276,000 wallet holders. Over $1 million to send $50,000 in value. We ended up using a second layer solution. Still cost us over $100,000 to do it. So that is pretty scary when you look at the Ethereum blockchain and how so many people are relying on it right now, when typically all it's being used for the most part, is speculation. So, Vitalik, get off your butt and fix this. Let's make Ethereum work like it's supposed to. God bless, and everybody have an awesome time at BlockDown. It's going to be great.
Hello, BlockDown family. My name is Craig Cobb. I am the founder of TraderCobb.com and the TraderCobb Crypto podcast. And I've got a Halloween story of failure for you. During the 2017 boom of the ICO market, I avoided everything because I'm a trader and I focus on what I know. But I followed in a very prominent Australian influencer and dusted $70,000 in the process. Don't you do the same. Follow and listen to the people that are at BlockDown this year. And if I can make anything to help you, then please let me know. Have a great time. It's going to be a fantastic event. Speak to you soon.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror story would be when a mutual friend convinced me to surprise the Engine team by visiting their office with some celebratory cakes. Unfortunately, I was not allowed in the building because everyone believed that the cakes could be poisoned, and I was subsequently banned from all of the telegrams and group chats as an unstable stalker. 2 years later, I am now Director of Business Development at Engine. So guess who's messaging from inside the building, guys?
Dear crypto community and BlockDown family, this is Alex here from Swissborg, and my scariest crypto story happened around Halloween. It was 1 year ago in Brighton, which is a beautiful beach area with tons of junkies in south of London. And I remember I was walking down the street. There was this old carousel, no battery on my phone, breeze from the beach getting quite chilly, around 4 to 5 degrees. And I needed to buy a ticket to go back to London. And the only thing I had with me was my Ledger Nano. And I had my Ledger Nano because there are a few Bitcoin ATMs in that specific area. And I was walking down this alley. It was quite dark, quite gloomy, a little bit, scary because there are some weird people. And all of a sudden I hear, "Hey, mate, pass me on that Ledger." And I was like, what the hell? Is a junkie trying to ask for my Ledger while I'm about to withdraw the Bitcoin? And I thought, you know what? In London, a lot of people use Monero to transact for drugs and stuff like that. So why not? Could it happen? And I was really, really scared. My heart started pumping really fast. And all of a sudden I'm like, what should I do? Should I give it to him, or should I just turn around and punch him in the face? So I close my eyes. I think deeply, and my heart's racing. And all of a sudden, the alarm clock rings. Gotcha, guys. Happy Halloween.
This place is creepy, man. Creeping me out. It feels like something's following me. Something or somebody is in here with me, but I can't go out yet. We got to go on with the show. So next up is a fireside chat with the man you've all come to see. Introducing first the host of this fireside. He is a technical product manager and the podcast host of Abel's Abstracts, a podcast for product teams to keep up to date and learn from the best products in Web 3.0 and DeFi. Please put your hands together for Abel Tedros. And joining him is the co-founder of the leading decentralized Oracle network, used by enterprises such as Swift, Google, and Oracle itself. Also used by many DeFi products and smart contract teams like Ava, Synthetics, Web3 Foundation, OpenLaw, and many, many others. He started his career in 2010 as a teaching fellow at New York University Stern School of Business. In 2009 and 10, he worked at First Mark Capital. Since 2014, he has been the founder and CEO of Smart Contract. Some speculate that he could be the man behind Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto. Please welcome the founder and head of Chainlink, Sergey Nazarov. Welcome to BlockDown, gentlemen. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the conference. Thank you everyone for joining us on today's talk. We have a very, very special guest and I am very excited to have a chat with him. His name is Sergey and he is the co-founder of Chainlink. Sergey, welcome to the show, and yeah, I'll leave you to introduce yourself.
Great, thank you, Abel. Thank you for having me. Great to chat with you here. Yeah, I mean, from my side, I've been working on smart contracts for over 7 years now in the blockchain kind of space for approximately 10 years. You know, started out with mining, then moved on to building some of the first smart contracts in the years 2013, 14, back when things were called app coins, and when the first protocols came around to make smart contracts, and then evolving from there into what we call universally connected smart contracts, which are enabled by oracles. And so now we enable smart contracts running on various blockchains to become what we call universally connected smart contracts, which are the kind of the next evolution in what smart contracts are going to be doing and being able to provide value for.
Fantastic. That's a lovely intro and kind of a nice progression of where you started off and how that's kind of led you to where you are right now. So you mentioned smart contracts there. I think it would be interesting to have the discussion of, what smart contracts are and why they are important to society and why, things like Ethereum and what you guys are doing at Chainlink is important. So maybe we start there and then we progressively get deeper. So for the audience who doesn't know, what are smart contracts and why they're important?
Right. So smart contracts are the most advanced form of digital agreement out there. And they're the most advanced in the sense that they provide you guarantees that something will happen. The other contracts out there that aren't smart contracts are agreements that are run by centralized entities that could decide to follow through on those agreements, or they could decide not to follow through on them. And that decision-making power is in the hands of a single entity. Usually it's the platform that made the contract, like Airbnb can decide what to do with the contract, Uber can decide what to do with the contract, various global trade can decide what to do with the contract, insurance can decide to pay you out your insurance or not pay your insurance. And the global financial system can decide, whether it actually honors its commitments to its asset holders and the larger global kind of financial ecosystem. And so that's that's the world of brand-based contracts. That's kind of what I consider to be the world that's going to be slowly or quickly going away. The world where the reason that you can rely on an agreement is because there's a logo, and the logo gives you assurances that the contract will be solid, that the contract will be followed through on, that you will get paid out your insurance, that your savings account will not become inaccessible to you, that various financial instruments will function the way they're supposed to function and not go below a certain threshold of value. And these are all assumptions that people tend to make when the market is good, but then there are these cyclical booms and busts where the market is quite bad, going in a really negative kind of the opposite of a virtuous cycle, right? So it's kind of like a spiral of devaluation. And in those scenarios, people tend to really value the transparency and guarantees that come from smart contracts, right? So the benefit to society is actually twofold. The first benefit to society in the developed kind of markets is that you have financial contracts that work in very transparent and predictable and low systemic risk ways. So, for example, the mortgage crisis that happened in 2008 that Bitcoin was supposedly born out of, and that seeded a lot of the ideas that people care about in our entire industry, that was because the automated contracts of the time had no transparency as to the underlying value of the assets they were connected to. Whereas a smart contract would have illuminated for people what the underlying value was, and you wouldn't have had such a cyclical boom and bust. And so in the developed world, you have smart contracts being built into existing automated contract systems to make the entire global financial system both more efficient, more transparent, more equitable, and essentially smoothing out booms and busts in ways that really benefit everybody. In the emerging market, I think where smart contracts are extremely significant and something we're very proud to be somehow connected to is the fact that you can now offer agreements or the ability to have contracts that didn't exist in those geographies before. So for example, one of my favorite ones is crop insurance, because you're a farmer, something with global warming or just there's a drought season, and if you don't have insurance, you can't be a farmer anymore. There's been droughts, global warming for whatever reason, and now you don't have the capacity to continue farming. You have to become a migrant. You have to migrate to a city. Your whole life completely changes. And now we actually on production are powering a system called Arbol, where you have smart contracts for insurance in geographies where they traditionally would never have this type of insurance because the local legal system wouldn't have enabled it, because the local legal system didn't have the capacity to properly assure both the policyholder and the insurance company that they were going to have a fair and equitable arrangement. But if you can automate an agreement using weather data, and you can do that within a system like a blockchain, which gives you these tamper-proof smart contracts, then you don't need a local legal system. You have a parallel technologically enforced system of contracts, which gives you the relevant guarantees that you need in order to have that form of agreement.
That's a fantastic kind of lay of the land in terms of, like, one, what smart contracts are, and two, why they're important for society. And I like how you kind of segmented the impact this could have on the developed world, and also other kind of developing economies too. One question I do have based on what you just said there is, like legalese or the language used in contracts are quite widely written so that they can be widely interpreted. I wonder, with smart contracts, are you able to fully codify smart contracts? Is that how do you foresee kind of the world of regular contracts being fully ported over to this world of smart contracts?
So I think the way that it looks is that there are certain contracts that have data, which you can prove things about contractual outcomes there, such as whether goods were delivered, whether something occurred as it was expected, whether a market price changed, any number of other kind of nuances, right? And those contracts, I think, will invariably make their way into an automated and eventually into a smart contract-based format. There are other subjective agreements where people are talking about, how can we paint the house a certain color, and did we paint the house the right color or the wrong color? And until you have a way for contracts to know that something happened, this is actually the problem we work on, is how do you prove to a contract that something happened? And only once you prove to a contract that something happened, can you write an automated smart contract around it. Because it's all a completely data-driven system, right? So I think that the positive things there are twofold. The first one is that there's more and more data appearing. And as more and more data appears, you're going to have more and more capacity to automate various contracts. There's also a large amount of contracts that are already successfully automated by data. And then the second thing is systems like ours are continually improving to enable the proper verification that the data that you're getting is actually true and is actually in a certain state, and therefore reliable enough to trigger a contractual outcome. And that's kind of the piece of the puzzle where Chainlink fits in, is you can have smart contracts written in various languages and various formats, but they will all need to arrive at proof that something happened. And that needs to be provided by a system that can provide that proof at a certain level of quality and clarity.
Great. I really appreciate how you kind of described your answer then, how Chainlink fits into the world of smart contracts and kind of automating that. So my next question is, what does the evolution of smart contracts look like, right? So you did a really good outline there, but I'm curious to see, like, how do you think this evolves, and how does Oracle's kind of fit into that world?
Right. So I think what we're seeing is a consistent stream of new use cases enabled by a consistent stream of new data, new categories of data, and new categories of interactions with the real world. So what we're seeing is that as we put price data on chain, we see the appearance of DeFi, right? It's not really that much of a coincidence that as you see high quality Oracle mechanisms appear, after years and years of people speaking about DeFi, the time frame in which high quality oracles appear is the time frame in which DeFi appears. And that's because DeFi is so directly rooted in needing price data to trigger its proper operation. Then you see us being able to provide more data, right? So more categories of data, such as commodities data, index data, various more and more crypto price data, and that leads to more and more markets being generated in DeFi, because those markets have to have that data in order to be written about those contractual topics, right? Then you see us expanding into things like weather data, and weather data gives birth to a lot of that crop insurance. And I'm very excited to see more and more crop insurance, more and more various real world applications of smart contracts that does two interesting things. It makes that application work, but then it actually brings a lot of new value and usage into smart contract platforms that can eventually be tokenized and used as collateral within DeFi, which is a whole other interesting aspect. But then you also see the provision of verifiable randomness through something called Chainlink VRF. And then you also see us now providing something called proof of reserve. And for on-chain verifiable randomness, you see a number of games being able to launch or work more fairly towards their users. We've also recently started working more with ad platforms that have click fraud, and the ability to verify what users are doing through an Oracle network actually enables us to solve certain amounts of click fraud with the help of blockchains combined with oracles. And then you have something called proof of reserve, where you prove data, using data, you prove the status of collateral. You prove the underlying status of collateral, whether it's solvent or what state it's in. That's very relevant to the previous mortgage example I gave, right? Proof of reserve would have largely solved the 2008 financial crisis if it had been implemented properly for certain categories of underlying assets. And as we put new pieces of data on chain, people build around those new pieces of data and those new resources. And so I think the way that smart contracts evolve is that there's a number of blockchain systems that are focused on scalability, because the systems we have are kind of at the limit. And that's a very good thing, because it means that there's so much usage that people actually want to use these systems that they're at the limit. And so now people are solving scalability, which is the sign of a growing industry and a growing use case. When scalability is solved, or is solved in the many different ways that it can be solved, I think you're going to see even more use cases appear that were previously squeezed out by lack of scalability. Those use cases, the majority of them are going to need various data inputs. And so we are in tandem solving our scalability concerns and making the Chainlink system increasingly more scalable. So I think what you'll see is more scalable smart contract platforms consuming more data. You'll see a variety of use cases across decentralized financial products, insurance, gaming, preventing various types of fraud like click fraud, and basic added value systems like proof of reserve. And then I think what you'll see is a separation between where people want to do their computations. So there's going to be a portion of their computation that they do want to do in a blockchain on a layer 1. And there's going to be a portion that they want to do on layer 2s, and a portion they want to do in Oracle networks around the data. And so eventually you're going to arrive at design patterns where the most scalable, privacy preserving, and secure model is a model where you have smart contracts functioning in 2 environments. You have them functioning within an on-chain layer 1 environment, and you have them functioning within an Oracle network or some kind of system that does some kind of computation around the data, possibly together with a layer 2 that lends scalability to the layer 1, right? So at the end of the day, you arrive at a world where you have more scalable systems, you have more data being consumed, and you have a variety of different use cases that we consistently see as we make more data and more inputs around which people can build, they consistently do build. And the question for us now is just making the right prioritized list of what are the next set of inputs that we're going to provide into the ecosystem. And even more importantly, our community is now starting to provide those inputs on their own. And so as they provide various inputs, you can see a kind of organic, unpredictable growth in what smart contracts can be used for.
Yeah, it's amazing to see kind of all of this crop up, right? And you spoke about it there a little bit in your answer, talking about DeFi. And I must say, like, there are just an immense amount of DeFi projects using Chainlink, and it's incredible to see the adoption of this project, right? So I'm just curious, why are so many of these companies, or I should say projects, using Chainlink? Like, what is the why are they relying on Chainlink for their data? Like, what is it that Chainlink provides that they can't get anywhere else?
Right. So I think the nuance to understand here is that there's 2 versions of the Oracle problem. There's the easy version, they're solving the easy version, and there's the hard version. And the easy version is, let's just build a service and let's have that service transition data from the off-chain data world into the on-chain world for consumption by contracts. And that's kind of the world in which we built smart contracts for many years over the course of those several years. And we basically came to the conclusion years ago that that model is not aligned with the reliability and tamper-proofness guarantees that smart contracts give. So smart contracts give a unique tamper-proofness and high reliability guarantee because they are operated on a large network of computers. And that's where the state of the contract lives, and that's where the state transitions of the contract occur. And because they occur in these systems like Ethereum and others, on these thousands of nodes, people consider them to be highly reliable, deterministic, tamper-proof, and so on, right? And that's their unique property. So if you suddenly connect that unique property to a system that's easy to manipulate, easy to break into, easy to basically game, you break the fundamental value of a smart contract. So what people have done in the past, before you had decentralized oracles like Chainlink, was they would basically say, hey, I want to expand the capabilities of my smart contract to include external data. But I don't have a system that allows me to do that in a decentralized, tamper-proof, highly secure manner. And so I'm just going to build a service, a single server, and I'm going to have it give me data, and I'm going to cross my fingers that nobody asks, and I'm going to hope that it's okay, and hopefully people won't notice. And that did work for a certain period of time where the value in DeFi was smaller, and the the attention paid to the end-to-end security of a smart contract was less. But now, with over 10 billion in DeFi, and with us securing over 4 billion of it through this decentralized Oracle mechanism, what you see is that people become increasingly sensitive to security as the value that's getting secured grows, right? So you start to see that you basically have a need for the same type of decentralized computation guarantees that a smart contract gives you extended to the Oracle mechanism. And solving for that is solving for the hard version of the Oracle problem. I mean, I'll give you some basic examples. There's some people out there that they have an Oracle system, it can't access password protected APIs. So the only data they could ever get would be free or trial data. And they expect people to trigger billions of dollars in value with free data or trial plan data, right? So that's a confusing dynamic. There's other dynamics where people rely on randomness schemes that, have holes or have issues that can be gained. There's other dynamics where the decentralized relationship between the nodes doesn't exist and can't be proven, and Sybil resistance can't be proven. There's other dynamics where sometimes people generate some value somewhere and then they try to send it on chain through a single relayer. And they expect people not to notice that there's a single relayer that's responsible for sending the data onto a blockchain that was aggregated somewhere else, right? And so you basically arrive at a state where a number of people try to make an Oracle mechanism, but they're not able to make it in this decentralized manner or in this privacy or in this security guarantee preserving manner. And I think that's partly because of the people that we work with. So if you look at even the co-authors on our white paper, one of the co-authors is somebody called Ari Jules, who was previously the chief scientist of RSA, invented proof of retrievability, and made a number of other advances in the space. And so while the Oracle problem might seem simple, solving the hard version of it, which is the version that actually guarantees security, is actually a very challenging problem that we've been able to solve to a certain degree, and that we're continuing to solve more and more as we expand the security guarantees of Chainlink.
Yeah, I mean, you outlined it pretty well there in terms of like trying to solve. It's such a hard problem to solve, this Oracle problem, and I like how you kind of had the simple version and the hard version, and I like how you guys are focusing on the hard version because ultimately that's what's going to enable this world of DeFi to really.
That's the version that's going to matter, because even if someone can build an MVP with some version of an Oracle, nobody who actually gets a security audit or looks into the guts of their end-to-end security is going to go towards that. And the people that have historically gone towards that, they've had security failures and hacks and issues. And then, we help them. They have no more issues and no more security concerns on the Oracle level. And so I think that even if people start out at some MVP level implementation, they eventually realize that based on the value they secure, they need a system that gives them real security guarantees. And I think that now you see people that take this more and more seriously when even starting to think about making a DeFi product, just like you had people starting to take smart contract security seriously and to do audits when you had a few smart contract security failures. And so I think that that's the reason that we secure the vast majority of the value from an Oracle point of view. It's because we're able to prove the security of our system, and that however people build things as an MVP, that's eventually where they're going to end up. And because we're on all these different chains, that's how I think that the space will evolve.
Yeah, I really like this notion of end-to-end security and how you describe the fact that, you have to have a system that is robust end-to-end essentially. And I love how you also spoke about smart contract security and how people started only caring about that once we started to see some of the hacks come about, right? And now, people are starting to think about oracles and having end-to-end security now that we've seen a few oracle manipulations happen in the ecosystem, right? And I like how you kind of position that there. My next question is more around Chainlink and how you guys are thinking about how to provide more data to this ecosystem and additional resources on top of what you guys are already doing. How do you foresee that playing out in the future?
Yeah, so I think one of the strong points of what Chainlink is able to do is the flexibility and the choice that it provides to both data providers and the smart contracts consuming the data, right? So right now, a certain portion of the data is provided through an Oracle network model where there's a number of oracles that can basically pull data from data sources that run their own existing API infrastructure. And what this does is it enables the entire universe of APIs to be consumable and usable by smart contracts through an Oracle network without those API providers having to run any additional software. So the initial kind of quick win model where you're able to get a lot of data into the blockchain ecosystem and properly provide it to smart contracts is where the API providers don't need to make any changes to their infrastructure. And this is something that Chainlink excels in and therefore is able to pull data from all over the world really efficiently while providing a greater degree of security and assurance. And I think we're going to see a continual increase in the amount of data we provide that way because it's so easy for data providers to get started and it's so easy for the existing data landscape to be made consumable by smart contracts. The second dynamic that we're also seeing is that a number of the data providers that are becoming successful selling their data via an API into the Chainlink network are now starting to run their own Chainlink nodes. So what you're actually seeing is you're seeing a number of both exchanges that want to sell their price data directly, data providers for crypto data, some weather providers, any number of other data providers that we work with. You're seeing more and more of them converting into somebody that's going to run their own Chainlink node. And that's going to give them the benefit of signing data themselves as a data provider, which gives us some added security to users. And it's going to allow them to basically market more effectively into the blockchain ecosystem as, hey, I'm a data provider running my official Chainlink, right? So now there's going to be, I think, more and more data providers running their own official Chainlinks. That's something we've been working on in the background with a large number of them and some of the better data providers out there in the whole world. And I think that we actually already have a number of data providers that are feeding data that they sign by running their own Chainlink node into our reference contracts. So I think that Chainlink has this very flexible model where you can both include data providers that don't have any need or any desire or any kind of initial will to change their infrastructure, which is the vast majority of data sources. And then you have the ability for data sources that do want to sell their data in a signed format to, in less than a day, get live doing that and selling their data to the many different chains that Chainlink connects into, right? That's kind of the first dynamic I think that's going to be important around data. The other dynamic from the other side of how the smart contracts are going to be consuming data and other resources is really against the prioritized list of smart contract use cases. So the first on that list, the first category on that list is DeFi, and these financial products and us providing greater and greater amounts of data at greater and greater scale with greater and greater security guarantees, crypto economic guarantees from staking, various circuit breaker guarantees, any number of other security improvements and scalability improvements that allow us to meet the demands of DeFi users. That's the first category. And in that category, you're going to see a mix of we pull data from sources and sources sign data to put it, depending on the source, depending on the requirements of the user. You also see the need for a system that is on many different chains, all of the chains where DeFi and all of these smart contract types will evolve, which is something that we're well on the way to doing with over 70 announced blockchain partners, a number of integrations in later final stages, a number live, a number kind of ongoing. And then you also see a need for other resources like randomness, proof of reserve, and other types of computations that are not really data sources. They are the Oracle network providing certain proof about randomness, about reserves. It's basically the Oracle network doing its own value-added computations. And these value-added computations, I think, are right now in their simplest form of generating verifiable randomness, proof of reserve, basically proving the status of an asset somewhere else. And I think that as the use cases become more advanced, in insurance, decentralized finance, gaming, you're going to see Chainlink continually releasing new and better computations that can be done on the Chainlink network. And that'll eventually evolve into something where the ecosystem can start to define its own computations more and more and more, and within a certain framework, generate those computations with the help of node operators and various consultancies and various people that build computations in the format that people want to consume from an Oracle network, right? I also think you're going to see Chainlink feeding data into layer 2s, and that's something that's underway now. And as those become the places where people scale, there will be a large amounts of data we feed in there. And so I think you're going to consistently see us feeding more and more data, both in a signed source format and in this easy to access format where just the data gets pulled, more different computations on both different chains and different layer 2s. And then in the longer term, I think you can actually see web systems and other systems that consider themselves to be doing highly secure computations, also relying on Chainlink validated data, because that validated data is useful to them as well. But we're starting on the blockchain and smart contract level because the requirements of those contracts in that form of computation is just at such a high standard that once you meet the standard of smart contracts for validated data, you've met the highest standard. And therefore, web systems and all the other systems out in the world that need validated data, you've met their standard as well. And so that all that needs to happen there is they need to wake up to the usefulness of validated data and definitive truth, which I think will happen at some point as users begin to question how those systems work.
That's the dream. That's the dream, right? Like that was really well put in terms of, you know, how you go from where you are to ultimately the dream where this system is widely used all over the web, right? Sticking kind of with our questions around like the forward-facing aspect of this project, how do you see DeFi and like more advanced smart contracts being adopted? You know, we spoke a lot about different kind of aspects there in your answer, but I'd love for us to kind of go deeper into that. You know, how do you see DeFi and more advanced smart contracts being adopted in the future?
I think it's actually a very, very hopeful picture because there's a very compelling slow case and there's a very compelling fast case. So the slow case hinges on the fact that our ecosystem has now reached a certain critical mass where there's enough private key holders with enough value, over 350 billion in value, with only 10 billion in DeFi, right? That even with only that 10 billion in DeFi, you already see people making successful teams, getting funding to grow, and kind of building next generation smart contracts. So I think that space has now reached a certain size that you can actually have niche DeFi products that cater to the crypto community that become highly successful at the level of success that other startups can only hope to meet, right? So you can now be successful within the smart contract and crypto ecosystem by building something that isn't about generating a token, but is about generating fundamental kind of technological value through smart contracts. And that's different from what you would see 3-4 years ago. So it's definite improvement. And in that slow case, I think what you'll see more of that 350 billion migrating into DeFi, into the DeFi format. And the values there are going from 10 billion to much larger values. And that will float the boat, rising tide will float all the boats related to how the DeFi protocols that receive that value will gain a certain percentage of that, right? There's already certain well-established lending protocols like Aave. There's already certain well-established derivatives protocols like Synthetics and other protocols for insurance and various others that take spins on those variants and do something useful as well, right? And so I think in the slow case, you see DeFi continuing to grow as more and more of the value flows from private keys that would usually hold crypto into holding crypto in the DeFi format because of the rates of return, the interest rates, and whatever people want to do with these derivatives products and other products, right? To that point, for our proof of reserve system, you can actually see that there's over $1 billion now in Bitcoin that has migrated from, not migrated, but been replicated within the Ethereum ecosystem to be used within DeFi. And really that's a very, very small percentage. That's not even 1% of all the Bitcoin that could be migrated into the format that can then allow DeFi to provide interest rates on that, which is just like a no-brainer, right? So I think that what you're going to see is you're going to see that slow case continue, and we will continue to enable that slow case through providing more and more data to these DeFi protocols, value-added security features like proof of reserve to guarantee that the Bitcoin transitioned in Ethereum is actually there on the Bitcoin blockchain, proving that reserve. And any number of other services that we can provide to the growing DeFi ecosystem to make sure that it can quickly launch all the financial products and all the use cases that the crypto community wants to consume, right? Because the DeFi ecosystem can only launch the products that it can have data provided to it about. And so it's very important for us to be able to do that. And I'm very happy that we're in a position to do that in a secure way and able to enable a lot of that kind of innovation from all these great DeFi teams. That's the slow case, and I think that's going to continue. And I think slowly you're also going to see people from the standard world convert their holdings into crypto in order to gain the benefits of DeFi in the form of earning interest. Because if I can only get 0.1% from a standard bank account, but I can get 4% in interest if I have it in some crypto format, and all I have to do is turn my cash in my bank account into a stable coin or some Bitcoin or some kind of crypto format asset, and I suddenly am getting anywhere from 2 to 8% interest. I mean, that's a very compelling and very logical proposition. You know, interest and yield is what a lot of the financial system is fundamentally based on, right? So that's kind of the slow case. And then the fast case is going back to our conversation about brand-based versus math-based agreements, right? So the global financial system, the way it works today, is you have these brand-based guarantees that basically people say, hey, I have a logo. The logo's been around for 100 years. You can trust it. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Just give me your money or invest with me, or, you know, I'll give you an insurance policy. You'll pay me a premium. It'll be fine. My logo has been here for 100 years. And what consistently happens in these boom and bust cycles is during the bust side of that boom and bust cycle, a lot of things break. And there's a lot of solvency that gets called into question. And there's basically a lot of logos that are shown to be hollow, right? They're shown to be in a state where, oh, you know, the market went in a certain direction and we were over leveraged, or there were any number of other issues that, you know, we weren't required to make clear to the global financial community. But now that the market has gone through a bust cycle, it's been forced to be made clear because, you know, we don't have the capacity to continue, and we don't have the capacity to pay out our insurance policies. We don't have the capacity to honor our financial obligations to our counterparties, and this is really just called counterparty risk, right? So basically, when everything is going very well, counterparty risk is not a concern for the average consumer or for anybody in the financial world, really. Like, it's a concern to a degree to optimize certain financial terms, but it's not a global macro kind of like key question when engaging in contractual and financial agreements. However, in the bust cycle and the 6 to 12 month or 6 to 18 month period after a bust cycle occurs, people are hypersensitive to counterparty risk. So their sensitivity to counterparty risk goes through the roof. And you saw this after the 2008 financial crisis, where the global financial system had an issue with keeping up with the explanation of what is the counterparty risk of all the participants that people are engaging with, even as the most astute institutional kind of pension fund level investors. Even these people could not arrive at clear answers about their counterparty risk relationships in the global financial system. But at that point, blockchains didn't exist, right? At that point, blockchains weren't an alternative to how the global financial system should work. And I think we are right now pretty much right about on schedule for a pretty big bust cycle, which is going to be quite frightening and something that I think is going to be very unfortunate. It's going to be very frightening kind of, difficult set of circumstances that come out of that. And, the one positive thing that might come out of it is that if it's serious enough, and if blockchains and their underlying technological foundations are firm enough and well made enough at this point, which I think they are, people will, in their state of hypersensitivity to counterparty risk and solvency and transparency and tamper-proofness, come to realize, on a global level, on a global macro, entire financial industry level, that blockchains are the safety net against these extreme boom and bust cycles. And I think there will be a very serious call for a reimagining of the global financial system against the proper management of counterparty risk. And there won't be a single technology solution that's anywhere close to blockchains. There's just, anybody who I've described all this to, in the highest levels to the medium levels to the daily, operational levels of global finance, has been able to explain to me why there's anything close to a blockchains and oracles and a smart contracts capacity to solve these problems. So I think that's the fast case, right? So the fast case will be very scary, and it will seriously influence a number of people's lives. But I think from the point of view of the blockchain industry, it'll make everybody as paranoid and hypersensitive to counterparty risk as blockchain people are. And I think that fast case could lead to this massive adoption. But even if it doesn't, the slow case is still here. So I really think that even though literally year after year, I have consistently been the person saying, this is the year blockchains will win. This is the year they will gain mainstream adoption. Every single year with me for half a decade now has been, this is the year, right? And this is also the year. And if you talk to me next year, tomorrow, the next year will be the year. But I think I am seeing a definite acceleration on both the slow case where the community can just become successful and provide real value to consumers, and in the fast case where the global financial system sees the value of blockchains and smart contracts and oracles.
I love that note there, where you kind of laid out the slow case, the fast case, and this kind of move. And I really hope this really becomes a case, because it allows for more resilient systems, where we go from a trust-based system to a verified-based system, where everything is out there to be verified, right? And again, like I said, it will be a more resilient system. That was a wonderful way of describing it. And honestly, I could sit here for hours on end and listen to you explain all of these really amazing concepts, because you explain them really well. And I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, and I realized that we are running up on time, but I just want to say a big thank you to you for spending the time here to describe all of the things that you guys are doing at Chainlink, and also just get generally your macro thoughts on how you think the world will change and how smart contracts will play and oracles will play a role in that. So just want to say a big thank you to you. And before we wrap up, any kind of final thoughts or anything you want to shout out before we wrap up today's conversation?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for including me in the conference. I appreciate you including me here. I guess I really would like to say a big thank you to our community and all the people building together with us as both users and people composing high-quality systems that rely on Chainlink, and the people working with us in our community to help build Chainlink and to help let people know that it's a useful system that's gonna get them to a more secure smart contract. So I think that one of the things that I'm really grateful for is that there's this large ecosystem of people in the blockchain community, like you, like the people at this conference, who genuinely believe and see a future in what this technology can do for society locally, society in emerging markets, society in developed markets, globalization and its acceleration of the benefits from that. And I think I'm just kind of very grateful to be working with so many smart people, and especially the people in our community, which is growing kind of rapidly now. But I'm very grateful that there's so many smart people working with us on this. I think that's probably what I would say.
And that is a wonderful note to end this conversation. Sergey, it's been my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for spending the time, and I look forward to doing this again sometime soon.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
And thank you both. Very insightful. There you have it. You heard from the man himself, Sergey from Chainlink. Fantastic. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to go to a pal of ours, Nicholas Merton from Data Dash YouTube channel for some insights in the DeFi space and some stuff that he is working on. We'll be right back. Bang, and we are back live at BlockDown Halloween chapter. The next speaker is the founder of DataDash, the largest cryptocurrency YouTube channel with over 355,000 subscribers. Being an international speaker, thought leader, and crypto analyst in the space, he utilizes his over 7 years of experience in traditional markets to understand the potential of cryptocurrencies. Giving a talk titled Bringing Crypto to the Mainstream, How Digifox Plans to Scale Crypto to the Masses, please put your hands together for our repeat guest and friend to BlockDown, Nicholas Merton. Nick, welcome again to the show. Take it away.
Chris, thanks so much for having me, man. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm glad to see that you're doing well, and I want to start off by saying thank you to everyone here at BlockDown 2020. I think it's a very festive time to be talking about a really exciting industry, and I'm just so thankful and kind of echoing what Sergey had mentioned beforehand. I think it's just such a privilege to be here with you all and be in this wonderful space where things are probably moving faster than any of us can comprehend. So I want to go ahead and jump straight to the point here. I'm going to be talking today a little bit about not only decentralized finance abroad, as I've been following the industry before there really was a title for it back in 2017. I've been intimately passionate of finance over the last 7 to 8 years of my life. And I want to spend some time here today to talk about what I'm actually building at the moment to help scale out not only just cryptocurrencies, but even more specifically decentralized finance and the emerging opportunities that are coming from it. So next slide. So to start off here, just for those who may not know me, as Chris had mentioned before, I'm the founder and creator of DataDash, one of the largest YouTube channels for cryptocurrencies. I've had not only the privilege to create content over the last few years and have over, I think right now, around 350,000, 360,000 people from across the globe who tune into the channel and watch some of my content on a daily basis. But along with that as well, I've had the privilege of getting to meet other YouTube and content creators in the space. I've gotten to review over around 25 to 300 different projects, from cryptocurrencies to platforms and exchanges and wallets. So I've really gotten to get a good perspective. And I think this is something that I've benefited from more than anything, being a YouTuber in the space, getting to see what projects and companies do right and what companies and projects do wrong that ends up not working. And also getting to kind of get through the noise as I'm reviewing different projects and really making use of my time. So I basically found out over the last few years that finance is the killer focus point for crypto. And what was nice is, coming from a background in finance, I could see where blockchain and crypto could really benefit these types of industries, which again are talking about trillions of dollars of wealth in this case. So again, probably the best industry to remove inefficiencies and to improve the experience and opportunities for people abroad in the world. Next slide. So I want to go ahead and start with a little bit of a thought experiment here. A lot of the time, we're constantly just thinking very big picture in crypto, and we're talking about the next big thing. But I want to start off with a bit of a thought experiment here with two very different individuals who live in very different cultures and backgrounds. On the left-hand side of the screen, I have an average white-collar worker, maybe in California, someone who's working at a tech job or some kind of office job. They're working 9 to 5 and living in a developed country like the United States. Whereas we have someone on the right-hand side who is a female Thai farmer, and she's living not only in a very different vast country from across the globe, but also she's working what would be equivalent to maybe agricultural blue-collar work in this case, something that's usually more manual labor, and along with that as well is usually dealing with a lower income and a completely different culture and background, again, just keeping that in mind. But as much as these two individuals live very, very different lives and standard of living for certain, there's one thing that's transparent between both of these individuals that they actually share. Next slide. And that is that both of them are being left behind in regards to the traditional form of finance, just in different ways and to different degrees. And this is the thing that I think we can all rally around, that we all share the common symptoms of inefficiencies from the financial system. The problems that persist in the world of finance tend to hit us at one point or another. And there's really 3 key points on both ends that harm both individuals. 2 slides ahead, please. So let's go ahead here and talk about the first individual, because both of these individuals experience 3 different forms of issues. The next 3 slides, please. So the first problem here is that finance is fragmented and confusing. So many of you out there who are probably investing in cryptocurrencies or maybe investing in stocks, you have a bank account, you probably have an app where you send cash to family or friends locally, and you might have a remittance application, you might have your tax platform, your accounting platform, whatever it may be. You're going to be ending up using about a dozen different applications across the board when you're managing your personal finances. And this is a really hot mess in this case for people to deal with. No wonder right now, people around my age, in their 20s and 30s, are having some of the lowest levels of financial literacy or managing their personal finances that we've ever seen in history. And it's because it's so complex. You have to go through multiple KYC onboarding processes. And along with that as well, even if you, for example, land all the applications for all your needs, you may figure out that one application is not the right one for you and you have to go to another one. Second off here, banks are paying nearly 0% interest on savings accounts. And this is a major issue. It's the largest issue for everyday people in America, as the average savings rate is 0.05% nationally. And last but not least as well, we have to talk about the concern of money being extremely expensive to move and also slow in order to actually settle and transfer. So these three problems are the biggest problems for mostly developed economies. And if we can fix even just one of these issues, if not all three, we could remove a ton of inefficiencies and save billions upon billions of dollars for these individuals just in developed economies alone. Next slide, please. So the next individual is the Thai farmer here. So we have three key issues here that we can hit on. The first one here is a lack of access to banking services. So we take it for granted. We can go down to a variety of select few conglomerate banks that dominate most Western markets, and we can at least set up a bank account and have digital dollars and put away our money in some kind of safe format than just simply having it in cash. But the problem is that in areas like Thailand or in the Philippines or areas such as in Latin America or a variety of different countries across the globe, there are well over 2.5 billion people who are either unbanked in this case or underbanked. So they don't even have access to basic financial services. And even if they do fit into the category that do have access to banking services and don't incur the first problem, they're going to run into other issues. They're going to run into the issue of not being able to get access either to credit or credit at a decent interest rate that isn't predatory. Sometimes interest rates can go as high as 25, 50, even 100% for loans or more. It depends on the area that you're talking about. And this is crippling for people. It basically cuts them out of being able to get any form of credit that makes sense for whatever business they're utilizing that capital for or for pursuing a higher education. And last but not least, the most crippling factor of all these, if all these weren't bad enough, is dealing with currency devaluation. We've seen over the last few years the phenomena of dollarization where the world has become interdependent, especially emerging economies have become interdependent on the dollar for a safety net to store their wealth. So we have these 6 problems here that we're dealing with, and they're split up between these 2 different parties. Next slide, please. So if we take this into account, we not only have a lot of problems to deal with, these are very big, difficult challenges to overcome. But again, if we can focus on just these 6 issues over the next decade, if we can resolve even a portion of these, we could create a ton of value for the world. And I truly believe that decentralized finance is the movement and the tool to be able to do this. And we've already had a lot of applications that are open, permissionless, and fix some of these issues. But the problem is there's no single encompassing solution that fixes all of these problems and makes it so that everyone across the world can easily access this from a mobile phone device, which is the best format to do so. And that's why we've been working on something we call Digifox. Next slide, please. So what is Digifox at the end of the day? Well, it's a startup that I've self-founded. It's a all-in-one financial application that you can access on your Apple or Android device that allows you to manage all of your financial services in one application. Now, we're not 100% of the way there. There's some features we'd like to get into the app, but right now within Digifox, you're able to earn up to 10% interest on your savings. You're able to swap into a variety of different assets through decentralized exchanges. And along with that as well, you can send and receive payments from across the globe as well as on-ramp into your wallet so you can top up your account and step into the world of DeFi. We have so many other types of features coming through, but I wanted to spend some time today to talk about Digifox as an application and how we think about scaling DeFi or decentralized finance as a movement to the global economy. Next slide. So the first point here that we need to focus on is dramatically simplifying the user experience. And I got to say, I don't want to speak badly about the broader crypto space, but I think this is somewhere where we've really failed over the last few years. When the standard to set up a cryptocurrency wallet or to interact with some form of protocol through your web browser is done through your browser predominantly, but along with that requires writing down complex recovery phrases or dealing with poor general user experience and design on wallets or platforms, it's no wonder why over the last 10 years we have less than 1% global adoption. Next slide, please. So in this case, we have to go about first cutting out the noise. And this is fixing the broader issue in crypto. Not only have we built a dramatically simplified user experience for the Digifox wallet, but we're aiming to build a conceptual wallet in this case that focuses on pulling from all of the financial needs that you could ever have. You can click the next few slides, please. So in this case, you have a variety of things such as commercial banks, you'll have remittances companies, payment and merchant solutions, and along with that as well, a ton of miscellaneous applications such as your Coinbase or cryptocurrency platform account, your tax management tools, and also other accounting and budgeting tools that you might have. All of these elements of finance are fragmented right now. None of them provide every single need for the vast majority of individuals. And that's why we need to build something that replaces the need for all of these applications. It's a big task, but it's something that we can format into an app, so long as we build an experience that's custom tailored to what the user needs. And that's the long-term vision of Digifox as a company. As more and more DeFi applications consume the businesses of these products and services, we're aiming to aggregate them into one seamless experience for the end user that can hopefully scale to hundreds of millions, if not billions of people across the globe. Next slide. So second off here is that we have to be the opposite of a bank. Now, this is probably a very broad statement here. I think everyone in crypto generally has a negative sentiment over banks. But what does it mean to be the opposite of a bank? It has to do with shifting the business model. Whereas banks usually thrive off a lack of competition, or at least they have over the last few years, building a platform for open competition and not just building services ourselves, but bringing in the best services from across the globe. Next slide, please. So let's go ahead and talk about how Digifox changes the model from traditional banks. If you can, make the next few slides come, please. Thank you. So basically, for this right here, we have a very important thing to keep in mind. Over the last few decades, since the 1980s, we've seen a reduction to less than 1/3 of the amount of banks that used to exist in the United States, the amount of commercial bank branches, from 22,000 banks paying an average savings account rate of 7%, to under 6,000 banks that are paying less in this case than actually the interest rate we have on the presentation. It's now gone from 0.07% to 0.05% nationally. Absolutely crazy, practically 0%. Well, the reason why is because banks have stifled competition here. And due to economics in regards to the federal funds rate and the lack of competition, we've seen interest rates go down to nearly nothing, practically 0%. And now we have an opportunity to do something very different. Whereas banks have stifled competition, Digifox is aiming to build a single conduit, one singular platform that people can rely on to get all of the opportunities that provide a safe, secure place for their assets, but that also put them to work to be able to earn a yield. And the great thing about this is that whether you're chasing yield, whether you care about security, or as many people point out, they care most about decentralization, which is what DeFi is all about. You can choose from those options. In Digifox right now, we allow you to choose from the Compound protocol, to choose from Celsius, and we hope to add more and more. Think of it like an aggregation platform like LendingTree that usually offers mortgages at competitive rates. In this case, we're doing the same exact thing for savings within the DeFi ecosystem, making it incredibly simple for anyone to get started. Next slide, please. So what does this allow us to do? Well, it allows us to completely change the game on savings. We are allowed to offer savings account rates through our partners that are legally compliant, that have proper custodial practices, or are completely decentralized. And we are able to provide much higher interest rates than what people are used to. Now, this is really due to two things here. It's due not only to the fact that banks, for example, on an average basis are walking away with profit margins of 15, 20, 25%, while they pay you nothing. So there's a very big margin in the middle that can be squeezed with DeFi that offers lower borrowing rates and higher rates to depositors, which is really exciting. But outside of this as well, we also have the phenomena where in the cryptocurrency space, a lot of the borrowing demand is coming from exchanges and businesses that need to get access to that instant credit that aren't able to borrow from the traditional lending institutions throughout the United States or other countries abroad. So it builds this awesome market where there's a lot of borrowing demand that's willing to pay a high yield, and there's a lot of people as well who can lend out their crypto. And the important thing to note is that to the vast majority of these platforms, practically all of them nowadays, they are over collateralized, meaning that anytime an exchange borrows, say, $10,000 of USDC or like a stable coin, or maybe $10,000 to their bank account, they're providing $20,000 at a minimum of Bitcoin, Ethereum, or other forms of mixtures of collateral in this case. So twice as much at a bare minimum of collateral for whatever they're borrowing. Next slide, please. So again, talking about being everything that's opposite of a bank, we need to talk about open access here. First off, above all, Digifox is open for anyone to use. It is at its core a smart wallet on the Ethereum blockchain. What does that mean? A smart contract wallet or a smart wallet is a smart contract deployed on-chain to Ethereum that allows you to manage your funds in a self-custodial way. So Digifox, any third parties do not have access to your keys or your crypto, and they allow you to have autonomous control over your crypto while at the same time using the same format of account management that you're used to, such as two-factor authentication, which is utilizing your mobile phone and email to actually recover and access your account. So again, it's completely controlled by you as an individual. Along with that as well, we also have dollars for everyone, whereas banks have stifled stifling limitations in this case have prevented a lot of people from across the world from properly hedging themselves or getting access to banking services. We not only offer a replacement for a need of a bank, but along with that, we allow for anyone to get exposure to any currency they want. That means hopefully Ethereum, hopefully Bitcoin in the future, but also in this case, USDC, the ability to have the world reserve currency anywhere across the globe. And that's extremely exciting in the sense of potential for end users to be able to save their wealth from the massive depreciation of hyperinflation and currency crises. Next slide. And the last part here is credit at your fingertips. So this is something that I'm very, very excited about as we continue to see the lending space and DeFi continue to amplify instant access to on-chain liquidity. This is a very interesting phenomenon that's going to continue to expand and improve the lives of many people across the globe. And we ourselves are not only exploring this, but we're also looking to partner with many other projects out there on the market that are looking to experiment with under-collateralized loans. So being able to actually get a loan with lower amounts of collateral, being able to input data and basically put in certain types of information about yourself as an individual to be able to receive credit on demand, which is really, really exciting. Whereas many of you who have probably gone through the process of borrowing before might know that it can be quite complex with a bank. Next slide, please. And the last part here is building frictionless payments, a global payments network that's not just focused on peer-to-peer payments or being able to send wire transfers or receive your income, something that encompasses everything you've come to know about, even merchant payments. Next slide. So what we want to do here is build a frictionless payment network. We want to provide free transactions. With layer 2 scaling solutions that we're currently looking into, we're hoping by early 2021 that we'll be able to offer a global payments network that will not only be able to settle transactions instantly, but along with that as well, settle them hopefully for free, if not allow for a couple free transactions every day, and a minimal cost after that to continue sending transactions. And this doesn't mean if you're just paying a friend or family member, it can mean someone across the globe, being able to send money from here in the US where I am to Tokyo, Japan in less than a couple of seconds and paying little to no fee, if anything at all. Second off is having a truly global system. So again, not discounting anyone out of this, allowing for the vast majority of major countries across the globe, developing and also developed regions to be able to access this, being able to self-custody your USDC or other cryptocurrencies, and being able to also have the off-ramps to liquidate them into your local currencies or to be able to spend them in some shape or format. And last but not least as well in the list here is fast settlement. Again, focusing on that near instant, if not 2 to 3 second confirmation where you can send money across the globe. No more 3 to 5 day waiting times, no more waiting 3 to 5 days to clear your funds on payment apps like Venmo unless you want to pay the 1 or 2% fee. We want to, in this case, give you the ability to be able to settle capital instantly. And that's what we're going to have to do if we want to scale DeFi to the masses, is to build a global payments network that also provides all the features and functionality that you would expect with your bank. Next slide. So in this case, we recently did an equity crowdfunding. We decided to, rather than go towards the route of venture capital like a lot of crypto startups, we wanted to be community owned. So I self-funded the pre-seed stage myself. I took a lot of the money that I'd made over doing content over the last few years, saving up my money, and invested it in the pre-seed stage of Digifox. And then I knew that we needed to raise capital, so we raised from the community. This slide is actually a little bit old. We actually closed the round recently and have confirmed over $680,000 of investments from people all across the globe, small and large. We wanted to allow everyone to participate. And the great thing about this is that you didn't have to be accredited. You could invest as little as $100 into the project. And we had dozens upon dozens of people doing that. And it was so awesome to see us being able to pull from the community to make Digifox even more of a reality, as we've added more features over the last few months since we launched back in June. So all in all, everyone, here on the last slide, I just want to start off by saying thank you all for allowing me to be here. It's been an absolute privilege. It's been a privilege to be a part of this cryptocurrency space over the last few years. And ever since I really get started in the space back in 2016 and 2017, I've really seen the space grow. But I have to say, I've never been more excited for cryptocurrencies as I have been, as I've started to see the growth in DeFi. And to those who are building Oracle solutions, those of you who are building the protocols to lend your capital and borrow capital, to those who are building the Uniswaps and the DEXs and automated market makers of the world that are making all of this possible, I want to take the time to thank you all. I think this is a really awesome shared movement, and I think we've got a real chance to shake up the world of finance for the better. Thank you, everyone.
Amazing presentation, Nick. I remember over a year ago, you in our office, the Effect.ai office in Amsterdam, showcasing the ideas behind this, and very proud and very excited for you how far things have come to this point. Absolutely amazing. All right, so we continue this after a short break, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hi BlockDown family, this is Zia Word. My biggest crypto horror moment was when I realized that I had lost the hard drive that had my early Bitcoin on. I bought it at next to nothing and suddenly it was worth something. But I hunted high and low and I think I just chucked it out when I was upgrading hardware and I couldn't find it. I was pretty upset with myself, but I couldn't hold on to that for too long. You can't hold on to the what ifs in the crypto life, right? Hope you're having a great BlockDown. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Roger Veer, the founder of Bitcoin.com, and I have a crypto horror story to share with you from way back in 2011. There was a website called mybitcoin.com that basically was an online, and everybody calls them wallets, but you can't call them a wallet. It was an account where they were holding the Bitcoin for you, and sure enough, way back in 2011, they ran away with, it was probably tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 plus people's Bitcoins on mybitcoin.com. And people sadly still haven't learned their lesson time and time again. If you're letting somebody else hold your coins for you, they're not your coins. And that's why I recommend very strongly for people to hold their own coins in their own wallet where they control the private keys. The Bitcoin.com wallet's a great example of that. So is the blockchain.com one, and there's lots and lots of other ones out there. Coinbase has a wallet, but don't confuse that with the Coinbase account when you're logging in through the website. So it's very, very important for people to hold their keys themselves, and that's why on-chain transactions are so important, because if you're forced to custodial solutions, you're at their mercy for your account being frozen, hacked, or stolen, or seized in other ways. So that's my horror story of the day, and it's a reminder for everybody to hold their own private keys for their own cryptocurrencies themselves. See you all next time.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror moment happened more than 2 years ago. I had a huge event dedicated to the launch of the Euro stablecoin, the first of its kind, and imagine a raging party, beverages, a lot of guests, we're all ready to start, and then suddenly several police cars are stopping near our entrance. It was Chamber of Commerce in the center of Valletta, and the capital of the island. And then I had all the kind of ideas slipping through my head, and it turned out to be a security for President of Malta herself and head of local regulator MFSA. They attended our event and even gave a speech, and it all went fine.
Hey BlockDown fam! So, the scariest thing that ever happened to me in cryptocurrency was opening my Blockfolio during 2018 daily and just crying over that sea of red. Just kidding. The real scariest thing that actually happened to me was when I had to update my ledger because of the ledger live updates, and I thought I had lost all of my crypto. I was so scared, but it ended up working out. It was all okay. Moral of the story, make sure you control your keys. Make sure you have it written down, your seed phrase, your password, all of that stuff. Write it down 900 million times. Toss it away in multiple places that you can remember, and stay safe out there.
Hey BlockDown family. One of my biggest horror story in the crypto space is a visit to a customer who explained us that he had a single signature wallet where he was managing 15 million US dollar worth of cryptocurrencies and was sending by email his private key to his assistants for signing transactions. Definitely in need of a third-party custodian.
Hey, BlockDown family. My biggest crypto horror moment? Actually, journalism is full of them. Just imagine. 4 a.m. You're waking up by a notification on your watch. Bitcoin has dropped by 1,000. You run to your computer, you're calling your writer, please help, write an article, quickly, it's dropping. He sends it to you in 10 minutes. You edit, you check, you send to publishing. You press the button, you open the website, you check the article, and there is a double space.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
What is going on, BlockDown family? So, my scary stories. Well, everybody already knows about treasures and ledgers and how you have to delete your entire wallet for a stupid update, right? That's always scary. Makes your butt pucker. That is always a nightmare, but that's one of the reasons why we built and use Monarchs. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So I won't use those stories. I'll use another one. One of our partners with Monarch, we had to send out crypto, an Ethereum-based token, to 276,000 of our wallet holders. It was going to cost us over $1 million to use the Ethereum network to send out this $50,000 to 276,000 wallet holders. Over $1 million to send $50,000 in value. We ended up using a second layer solution. Still cost us over $100,000 to do it. So that is pretty scary when you look at the Ethereum blockchain and how so many people are relying on it right now, when typically all it's being used for the most part, is speculation. So, Vitalik, get off your butt and fix this. Let's make Ethereum work like it's supposed to. God bless, and everybody have an awesome time at BlockDown. It's going to be great.
Bang, and we are back. Our next guest is a professor of computer science at Cornell University and the founder and CEO of Ava Labs. His expertise is vast within tech, from operating systems to networking and distributed systems, but with a special emphasis on blockchains and peer-to-peer systems. He is well known for having implemented the first currency that used proof of work to mint coins, as well as for selfish mining, characterizing the scale and centralization of existing cryptocurrencies, and having proposed the leading protocols for on-chain and off-chain scaling. He is also the co-director of the Initiative for Cryptocurrencies and Smart Contracts, IC3, which aims to move blockchain-based applications from today's whiteboards and proof of concepts to tomorrow's fast and reliable financial systems of execution and record. Please welcome back to BlockDown our friend Emin Gunsuran. Welcome, my friend. Take it away.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much for that nice introduction. I want to talk to you about Avalanche today, about the new platform that we built at Ava Labs that went live only 3 weeks ago. So let's go to the next slide, if you will. So crypto is big. I need not go into too much detail on this. All these numbers are incredibly old, and they're not that important anyway. But the bottom line is crypto is here to stay. It's an incredibly strong field. Let's go to the next slide. The sum total amount of money in this area is enormously big. I think that's very, very clear. The amount of VC investment that has gone into the area is about $20 billion, with about another $20 billion of organic investments. That's people like you and me who have decided to put their hard-earned money into these technologies. Even Facebook is in this game. Even PayPal, as of yesterday, is making motions. Yeah, and you see more and more institutional finance institutions going into this field. So the era of digital assets is just starting. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, but what's the current landscape? Okay, so here is where we are, though. We see about 6,000 different coins, and all of these coins are pretty much the same damn thing. They are not innovative. They are not differentiated. They are all trying to copy the one man with the one good idea. That man is Satoshi Nakamoto or whoever is behind it. And that one idea is Bitcoin. Everybody is trying to be money. Everybody is trying to be a store of value. Everybody is trying to compete with the dollar, the fiat currencies of the world. That is not what we are doing at Avalanche. That is not our goal. That's a worthy goal. That's a very hard goal. And I wish Bitcoin much luck with what they're trying to do. And that is not our goal. Now, if you turn around and look at the other people, there are a couple of others that are trying to do things that are slightly different. They took the Satoshi vision, they added a small tweak. They added, for example, the ability to have Turing complete script, which gives rise to smart contracts. And that gives you a computational platform that is Ethereum. So that's fine too. And that is also not what we're trying to do in Avalanche. And I want to tell you about what exactly it is that we're trying to do. Now, before I get there, so what does that lead to? These undifferentiated products of everybody trying to copy the one good idea leaves us with an explosion of crypto products. Many of them are already failures. Many of them are actually so sad that they collect money, they go to market with a mainnet, and they lay off their programmers. Okay, it's that bad, this area. And most of these avenues are terminal. They're not enablers. They're not there for other people to build new things on. And all of them are speculative. The value in this space is mostly speculative. And yet we live in an unprecedented macroeconomic climate. National economies have shut down, as you all know. Astronomical amounts of debt are being created. Many weak companies, banks, and some national economies will collapse. And the flight to unseizable assets is already taking place. So let's go to the next. So now, there is a vision. And that vision, as initially articulated by Bitcoin and copied badly by a bunch of other coins, is that of blockchains that hold highly valuable assets that cannot be stopped or seized by anyone. Now, if you actually think about how much value there is, the money use case, the Bitcoin case, or the fiat use case is actually a tiny fraction of the value out there. It's, as I said, a worthy use case, but it's not the only use case. There's so much more value out there that is not in greenback form or euro form. So what am I referring to? I'm referring to things that are financial contracts, that are real estate that is owned and operated by digital assets, backed by digital assets, fractionalized assets. I'm talking about commodities represented by digital assets that altogether come to many hundreds of trillions of dollars of value. And none of those are properly or can be properly represented on a blockchain. There are some major impediments on that path. Impediment number one is scale. The first generation platforms that we're all familiar with simply cannot support trades of digital assets at global scale. They go to maybe 3 transactions per second or 10 transactions per second, maybe a tiny bit more, but that's where they conk out. Layer 2s can perhaps help, but it's my opinion as the person having built the world's fastest layer 2 is that the problem with layer 2s is coordination. And the thing that blockchains solve is actually that coordination problem of bringing together parties that don't know how to come together. And layer 2s today suffer from that coordination problem and thus have not actually succeeded. Point me to one layer 2 that actually has been successful. You cannot. None of them. There's a lot of, I've read so much about ZK rollups, all sorts of other rollups, about the Lightning Network, etc. And I've built the T-Chain network myself. That's the fastest that uses secure hardware for its performance. None of these solutions are going to be, yes, sure, they're going to help. I'm not actually downplaying that, I'm not saying they're bad technologies, but they're not here to actually address the core problem, which is that we need a foundation that can handle digital assets at these large scales. The second problem, of course, is that all these networks offer the same lowest common denominator service. I alluded to this before. They all copy it. They get one coin, they sell the coin. That coin has one virtual machine that defines how it behaves and one network. And that coin doesn't have a jurisdiction. It has no legal backing. It has no foundation. If you're an enterprise with assets in your hand, you're issuing bonds, you're issuing all sorts of financial instruments, and you want to do it on a blockchain. Which blockchain is it going to be? Well, It's going to have to be a blockchain. Your legal department will tell you that it's going to be a blockchain on which you control the full life cycle of the asset. And I'm here to tell you that the way these systems are structured, none of them give you that particular ability. They build an extra legal system. It's great for the Bitcoin use case. It is not good for the use cases I am interested in, where I think the greatest amount of value lies untapped today. And then the last and final problem that they face with is governance. These systems need to change and evolve with the changing needs of users. It's preposterous to think that today we could come up with a plan that is good for eternity, an economic plan that's good for eternity. All of you will remember these communist regimes that used to have 5-year plans and how out of whack they would be by the 4th year with the reality, and they would change it every 5th year. And of course, it led to nothing but poverty. So we need systems that can evolve as the dynamic macro environment around us evolves with, in the blink of an eye, as you all know, as it did this year. Let's go to the next slide. So let me give you some background on the technological foundations and on the scale problem. This is a big area, the distributed systems area, the area of my expertise. It's not an area that's been around for too long. It's been around for only 45 years. And for the longest time, academics worked on consensus protocols that are based on voting. These protocols are called classical protocols. Barbara Liskov and Leslie Lamport, two heroes of mine, received Turing Awards for the work that they did, starting in the 70s, extending all the way to recently. The best of the classical protocols is a protocol called Hot Stuff that was designed by the lead author was a student of mine, Ted Yin, who is now currently working with me on Hava Labs on Avalanche. So these protocols are great. They existed. We knew all about them, and they're making a resurgence. I'm going to come back to them. They're making a resurgence now. And Satoshi knew about these protocols. All of these protocols are inherently fragile. They require the collection of votes, and they typically require, by one node, the collection of votes from every other node. So that inherently limits their scale. So you cannot have, for example, Libra, the best of these protocols, is aiming to scale to about 100 validators. So the idea here is that we're going to tear down the financial infrastructure and build a new one with 100 people in charge. Who are those people? Zuckerberg and his friends. That's crazy. Okay, so that's not going to go anywhere. It's technologically limited. It doesn't scale in the number of participants to the protocol. Now, Satoshi knew about these. He's no dummy. He knew the existence of all these protocols, and he said, they're unsuitable fundamentally for what I want to do. And he came up with his protocol based on building the longest chain using proof of work. We call this the Nakamoto protocol. He doesn't have a Turing Award. He has 1 million Bitcoins. That's what we suspect he does. So that's wonderful. He built something really cool. And there the field lay. And people started to understand that while this Nakamoto protocol is open and robust and has a bunch of very nice properties, it also suffers from lack of scale. And to get that scale, they started to come up with various ideas. And most of these, not most, all of those ideas come down to recycling an old academic protocol from the 70s sometimes, and in some cases from the 90s, most cases from the 90s. Recycling one of these old protocols, putting some blockchain makeup on top, and serving it to the masses. Look at Cosmos. The main paper behind Cosmos is Tendermint, which is based on PBFT, which is what published in 1999. Okay, these are all old systems. We know about these systems. So look at ETH2O, what it's trying to do, classical. Look at any other system that's trying to do proof of stake. They are typically trying to do classical. All of these systems are fragile and limited in the number of participants. And yet a big breakthrough happened in 2018. A group that calls itself Team Rocket published a paper called Avalanche, and they outlined a brand new protocol based on subsampled voting, where a node does not have to contact every other node for its votes, where a node can probabilistically, but with very high assurance, ensure finality and complete uncensorable finalization of transactions. Let's go to the next slide. So I don't want to belabor this point. Proof of work protocols, Nakamoto protocols are wonderful in many ways because they're robust, but they have long confirmation times, as you know, about an hour for Bitcoin. They have low throughput, and they tend to centralize. How many miners are there in Bitcoin? I don't really know, but I know how many mining pools there are. It's a few dozen. Okay, so we make fun of EOS for 21 block producers, and there is Bitcoin where I think it was, last time I checked, it was 19 mining pools. And within mining pools, there are more miners, sure, but how many of those are there? Sum it up, and we'll come up with a number that is still not that large. And of course, there's the energy consumption problem. It leads to a leak of value to the tune of billions out of the system into the hands of the power companies. So and of course, it melts the poles. You may not care, I do, and that's not a good thing to be doing to the planet. Let's go on. As I said, many people are trying to do proof of stake protocols. These are recycled ideas. They cannot scale beyond a few hundred validators. They trade off decentralization. Can I get very high speeds if I centralize everything on my laptop? You bet I can. That's typically what these people are doing. And it's really fun to plot people's claims over time as they approach mainnet. I remember one system that claimed 1 million TPS down to 500,000, down to 100,000, go down immediately to 10,000, and ultimately they released a system that gets about 300 transactions per second. Why do they get 300 transactions per second? Because they lack the expertise to build the back end. They go and use LevelDB in the back end of their systems. They're using the same database as everyone else. I know the exact upper limit of what that database can do, and it's a very, very low limit. And therefore, they're going to never be able to break through that barrier. And all of these systems are, of course, fragile and subject to breaking apart. We saw many of these proof of stake systems stop. We saw many of them fall apart over time. Let's go to the next slide. So new algorithmic foundations are necessary, and Avalanche is a brand new consensus protocol family. It's not just something that we took from, whatever, like the past history and put some makeup on top. It's a brand new protocol, works completely differently from everyone else. It's leaderless. It is based on something called metastability. So it creates a universe among the nodes where the nodes are, so to speak, unhappy as long as there's no decision. And they get happier and go into a lower energy state as they tend towards a bigger and bigger decision. And it starts out like a small little snowflake rolling down a hill, which has a lot of potential energy at the top of the hill. As it rolls down, the energy is dissipated, becomes a happier but bigger snowball. And at the very end, very bottom of the hill, you have an avalanche where all the snow has piled onto one decision, and it has decided to go in that direction. Did Alice pay Bob or did Alice pay Charlie? Well, the decision has been made. It has rolled down. You now have an avalanche telling you it went in this direction. Let's go to the next slide. So this protocol has incredible properties. It is robust like Nakamoto. It has low latency like the classical protocols. Decisions in Avalanche, we keep advertising, they take 1 to 2 seconds. In reality, they take far less than a second. Like it's about the blink of an eye, a slow blink of an eye, 0.2 seconds or so with the current network that we have. It's very high throughput. I never thought I would live to see the day, but our network, without compromising decentralization, in a system with 2,000 active participants to the system, is able to achieve speeds that are 3 times faster than Visa. So that's, I think, a monumental achievement that, as I said, I didn't think was going to be possible because I understood classical and I understood Nakamoto. But it's because Avalanche works differently that that's possible. It's lightweight. It can be run on a cell phone. Our current node does not do that yet, but it's something on our roadmap and something we're really excited about. And it consumes very little energy. There is no mining involved. You do not need to be in bed with a power plant. You do not need to be located next to Niagara Falls or a nuclear power plant. And you do not need to be in China stealing money from the power grid, etc. You can actually do this on your own and add meaningfully to the decentralization of the network. And for that, you get rewarded. One of the interesting things about this protocol is that it can withstand adversaries larger than 51%. The safety of the network is unaffected if even when the adversary is larger than 51%. Liveness is affected, but safety is not affected. And of course, it scales like no other. Let's go to the next slide. So I mentioned the efficiency, and I talked to you about what makes it so fast. It's the fact that every node doesn't need to talk to every other node. It polls a small subset, and it creates a dynamic that settles down only when everybody is preferring the same transaction. And one of the interesting things about this, let's go to the next slide, is, so of course, this achieves incredibly low latencies. So compared to Bitcoin, Ethereum, or other recent academic work, which gets latencies on the order of a minute, it's 50 seconds for Algorand, Avalanche ends up getting latencies on the order of a second. Throughput is very, very high. Let's go on to the next slide. And the security is incredibly high. So Avalanche can accommodate 10,000s to millions of participants. You and I could meaningfully be the Jihan Woos. What Jihan Woo is to Bitcoin, you and I could be to Avalanche. We have a meaningful voice in this system. Byzantine tolerance is configurable. The smaller the attacker is, the faster the system is. And it's incredibly strong. So the cost to attack this system is far higher than classical. And it's robust. It can handle imprecision and membership. That's a technical point I don't have time to go into right now. So let's go on to the next slide. One of the most interesting, or second big things, I've focused until now on the consensus protocol. The consensus protocol is very important. It determines all of your performance parameters and also much of your architecture. But there is a second big breakthrough, and I've been talking about this for years on end. And it stems from the observation that every asset requires a different kind of handling. Okay, so if you're at an enterprise and you want to issue financial instruments, or you have some real estate you want to fractionalize and sell to people overseas, well, then you have to have a different kind of behavior for the resulting tokens. The current systems we have are designed to be extra legal. They have been designed to not fit into any existing legal system. All of their problems stem from that lack of integration. And they, as a result, provide a poor foundation for building reliable services on top. What we are doing in Avalanche is we're building a platform of platforms, or a network of networks. Avalanche supports multiple virtual machines, not just the Avalanche virtual machine, but also the Ethereum virtual machine, with WASM support planned, with other virtual machines also planned and in the works. We provide full control over the digital life cycle of assets. Let's go on to the next slide. I mentioned that point earlier. Okay, so it's the Avalanche vision is that we will support many different kinds of coins. We already support many different kinds of coins. We've been in existence for just 3 weeks, and there are hundreds of coins already on the system. Arbitrary tokens can be created for each asset class. You can have stable coins. You can have, as I said, fractionalized real estate. You can have income sharing agreements, and so on and so forth, all with their own scripting languages, and also all with their own, what we call subnetworks. So you can have a coin that's governed by the rules that are specific to that coin. To validate this coin, you have to agree to this agreement. This is how we will arbitrate when code is found out to be buggy, for example. Someone can say this: I have a smart contract. I did my best in making sure it's not buggy, but if it is buggy, then I want the network to go along with the following set of arbitration rules. They can express this, or they can say things like, the data belonging to this blockchain is subject to GDPR rules, and they can build a network of nodes that will uphold the GDPR. So this allows a network that in turn allows many subnetworks that coexist. And most importantly, Avalanche stakers benefit from the value generated by these coins. To an Ethereum miner, all of the coins are just code. They don't even know that they're generating value on top. In Avalanche, they know what they're doing, and they can extract a value commensurate with the services they provide to those coins. For example, real estate coins will require archival processes from the validators, and the validators can then charge extra for that service that they provide. Let's go on to the next slide. And finally, and most importantly, Avalanche's operation lends itself to natural governance. The system, in essence, is a crowd oracle. It's a way to poll the crowd for their opinion, and it works by polling that crowd repeatedly. Now, the observation here is that key parameters are typically baked into every other system. I mentioned how impossible it is to plan for eternity, or even 5 years, or even a year in advance. In Avalanche, key parameters like the amount of minimum stake, the minimum staking period, the minting rate, and so forth are subject to on-chain governance. What this means is that you and I have a say in our financial future. We get to determine how the coin should behave and how the system should behave. And most importantly, some things are not subject to decision. For example, the maximum number of AVAX coins, it's a hard-capped coin, that number is not subject to governance. But the rate at which we mint today, the rate at which we approach that hard limit is something that we can change. Today, for example, to compete with what's happening out there, you might decide, okay, well, we should up the reward rate to attract validators. And over time, you can say, well, let's lower it to, for example, boost the price of the coin and so on. So these are all things that are completely doable within the Avalanche system. Okay, so this allows us to build a centralized bank in a sense where we are the bank. We are the central bank. In Bitcoin, Satoshi was the central bank, and it's just fixed algorithmically for all time. In Avalanche, that is something that's subject to change such that it can match what's happening in the external world. Let's go on to the next slide, please. So, final thoughts. The internet was introduced in 1962. The internet then and the internet today look nothing alike. It's just the addressing is different, the architecture is different, the number of wires connected to my laptop right now is different. Everything about it has changed. The tech stack looks nothing like it compared to what I saw when I first started studying computer science versus what I run today on my laptop. It's night and day. Crypto is no different. So crypto represents a natural evolution of money from archaic fiat-based models to internet-native value creation. And it's a natural evolution of assets from, again, archaic physical things, physical goods, to digital assets that can be created, transferred online, stored online, and made unseizable. Now, there's a great vision there that Satoshi outlined for the one use case that we have extended to a wide variety of use cases. We differ fundamentally from the coins that came before us, and we address the three big challenges that we see in the path of the success of blockchains. Those three big challenges are scale and performance. You've got to be able to go to thousands of transactions per second and above, or else you're just not in the game. You're a proof of concept. You are a proving ground for somebody else who knows how to reach that level. Second challenge is usability and interoperability. You got to be flexible. You can't be one size fits all. You can't be, I'm an X maximalist. We don't have a notion of Avalanche maximalism. Avalanche is a platform of platforms. It's the layer underneath. If you like something a lot, then you can build that thing as a subnetwork on Avalanche, as we will demonstrate to the world in the coming months. Many existing coins can be easily usurped and put on top of Avalanche quite trivially. And finally, the third big challenge is flexibility and governance. So this is a very big problem. I mentioned how hard it is to plan for for any kind of a futuristic scenario, let alone for eternity. And you need to have systems that can dynamically change their behavior without putting anybody in charge. And that's exactly what we've built. Crypto, I believe, will change the financial world. It will not change it in a small fashion. It is not going to be a transparent change in the back office. If it were, it'd be my domain, and it'd be other geeky people like me, and we would do it transparently. Nobody would even know. It will change it so fundamentally that existing people who collect money by virtue of where they have situated themselves without bringing additional value into the system, they will find their existence threatened. It's an existential threat. At the same time, it's a huge opportunity for startups. And we're just establishing the right foundations now. I hope I laid out how my vision is different from everyone else's and what we're going after with Avalanche and how it's different from every single one of the thousands of coins out there. If you're interested, do check out avalanche.org and or check out Avalanche Coin on Twitter and follow us to see more news from this exciting platform. We've been around for only 3 weeks so far and have had a very successful launch to date and have a thriving community. Come join. Thank you.
Phenomenal presentation. Always great to see progress in the space. I know how hard you've been working on this, Emin. So congratulations on the product and the launch, and looking forward to the advancements in the future. Hopefully you can come back for the year-end BlockDown if there's going to be one. So yeah, thank you again, Emin, for the presentation. We are going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we keep this party going. We'll see you after the break.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm the head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
What is going on, BlockDown family? So, my scary stories. Well, everybody already knows about treasures and ledgers and how you have to delete your entire wallet for a stupid update, right? That's always scary. Makes your butt pucker. That is always a nightmare, but that's one of the reasons why we built and use Monarchs. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So I won't use those stories. I'll use another one. One of our partners with Monarch, we had to send out crypto, an Ethereum-based token, to 276,000 of our wallet holders. It was going to cost us over $1 million to use the Ethereum network to send out this $50,000 to 276,000 wallet holders. Over $1 million to send $50,000 in value. We ended up using a second layer solution. Still cost us over $100,000 to do it. So that is pretty scary when you look at the Ethereum blockchain and how so many people are relying on it right now, when typically all it's being used for the most part, is speculation. So, Vitalik, get off your butt and fix this. Let's make Ethereum work like it's supposed to. God bless, and everybody have an awesome time at BlockDown. It's going to be great.
Bang! And we are back, and I forgot to take off my glasses, but that's all right. You caught me. Next, we have a debate, or what I would like to call a BlockDown boxing. The title of this debate is DeFi Bulls versus the Bears. In the bear corner is the co-founder and CEO of Messier, a leading crypto asset data and research company. Prior to founding Messier, he was an entrepreneur in residence at Consensus, and he was on the founding team of Digital Currency Group. He has been an investor and a prolific writer in the crypto industry since 2013. For the Bears corner, please welcome Ryan Selkis. And in the bull corner, we have the founder of Synthetics, a protocol for issuing and trading synthetic assets on Ethereum. Since launching its native trading platform in December of 2018, it has processed hundreds of millions of dollars in trading volume. Please welcome in the bull corner, Kane Warwick. The referee for this one is managing editor and head of features at Cointelegraph. She holds an MA in political science and classical philology. She is a passionate communicator promoting innovations, translating them into simple languages, and helping visionaries be heard. Please welcome our referee on this one, our good friend, Christina Corner. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone, welcome to BlockDown. I'm Christina Lucrezia Conner, Managing Editor at Cointelegraph, and we are here at a wonderful, exciting debate between Ryan Selkis and Kane Warwick, and we will be talking about DeFi. Bull versus bear, bear versus bull. Guys, I don't know when exactly were you invited to this panel. But since then, I imagine a lot of things happened. So we had a kind of a big crash in the beginning of October. How did the sentiment change around you, and also your own impression and sentiment about the market? How did it change since October 8th? Let's start with Kane.
Sure. So, I mean, it's actually been a bit nice, right? If anything, things have just calmed down just a little bit, right? It was a bit intense for a while there, I think through August and September. So it does feel like we've been able to kind of, refocus on what we're building. I think people have kind of enjoyed a little bit of a reprieve from the madness for a few weeks. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to to have a little correction and just kind of tamp down a little bit on the enthusiasm.
Right?
Yeah. So when we agreed to this, I was the bear, maybe because no one wanted to actually take the bear side. I should say that there is a lot about DeFi that excites me long term. But for a bit of context, in 2013 when I first got into crypto, I thought things were overvalued, but that ultimately the bull run was going to catalyze interest in digital currencies and ultimately lead to a build out an infrastructure. That played out in 2017 during the ICO bull run. It was obvious to many in hindsight, but to some of us that were kind of on the inside track, that 99% of the tokens that were issued and that were trading at crazy valuations were going to end in tears. But again, the capital had been raised and many good teams were assembled and recruited into the industry, thanks in part to that bull run and that mania in 2017. And of course, there was a washout, and now we're starting to see the fruit of that last cycle, including projects like Synthetics, some of the decentralized exchanges, and some of the other early DeFi applications actually come to market with sophisticated ecosystems and actual real use cases that do have long-term merit. But once again, DeFi is kind of in that super cycle or in kind of manic phase of the cycle. At least it was during a portion of the summer. We'll see if there's another leg up to really get crazy towards the end of the year, or if that was kind of the high water mark for this particular cycle. But like 2017, like 2013 before it, it's obvious that there's not much sustainability to this type of growth in DeFi. And what I mean by this type of growth, I'm talking about things like yield farming, where it's tokens all the way down, right? So the only way to actually earn return within this ecosystem over the summer has been to be an early participant in one of these liquidity farming games that ultimately reward you not just with interest or network fees, but ultimately native tokens that people have bid up with the intention of either staking them and earning more, or basically participating in a de facto Ponzi scheme. And I don't mean that disparagingly, but at some point when people stop wanting to play the game, the markets unwind, and that's what we've seen the last few weeks. So I'm a long-term bull, believe it or not, based on that entire commentary. But it's been pretty obvious to me. It's going to take a bit to get people excited again about DeFi assets now that they feel like the game is up. And it's not quite so clear that they're going to make gobs of money versus 5-10% interest rates or honest living in an otherwise risky sector of the crypto economy and in general.
Ken, and what is your take on yield farming? Like, did it add any value at all to DeFi? And what it actually says about a sector when the thing people rave about is printing new tokens with some very clear Ponzi dynamics?
I mean, we were partially responsible for some of this dynamic, right? I say we to avoid it, being me, but like our community was a big, sort of catalyst for this. And ultimately what it comes down to is incentivization, right? It's a new way of distributing ownership of these networks, right? And Ryan, you pointed out in 2017 that the token distributions oftentimes, irrespective of like the capital formation component, it was tokens being distributed for things that were nonsense, right? Like most of the time, right? And I think the big difference here is, yes, you had some food clone Ponzi things, but even when you look at systems like Yam, Pickle, etc., like they do have a component of reality to them, where they are trying to do some action, they're trying to coordinate something for these players to come together to do. And so I do think we are in a very unique moment in the crypto hype cycle, where we've never really had a situation where we've had these kind of blow off tops or irrational exuberance that's so rapidly left behind like genuine things, right? Like 2017, like you look at like Feb 2018, nothing is there, right? Like basically nothing, right? Like there's like Maker and like two other things that were actual like sensible projects, right? And I think that today, what got people excited about DeFi is still there. The crazy frothiness, the food coins and everything, it's kind of faded away a little bit, but like Uniswap's still there, Curve's still there, Synthetics is still there, Balance is there, Comp, like all of these different protocols are still there, they're still working, they're still functioning. And so I think that there's a chance for this cycle to actually be much faster, where, you know, we had this craziness and then people kind of, you know, wake up the next morning and it isn't just like ruins, right? Like there's actually stuff remaining. So I'm hopeful, and I really, you know, as someone who's been in crypto for a while and seen these cycles play out, I'm hopeful that we don't have, you know, years to wait for people to kind of realize that, you know, there's actually stuff here. I think it could be a shorter turnaround time this time.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think the benefit that synthetics had, the benefit the compound had, and that first mover advantage, I think was really key in this particular area of innovation, because the value in yield farming and this kind of novel participatory network design, once it became obvious that was a smart way to bootstrap a community, the only thing that other projects did was accelerate the incentives. And when you accelerate the incentives, it's indistinguishable from an outright Ponzi scheme. And so I think that was kind of the excess of the market. What I think will be interesting, and I do agree, maybe for a slightly different reason, that Keen's right about the potential speed of rebound here. And it's actually because of the sophistication of stablecoin infrastructure now, right? In 2018, you know, Tether was still the only game in town. Maker was just coming online, was very, very much unproven. And you could argue it took, you know, maybe a full year of you know, Ethereum unwinding, you know, 90% to really prove that Maker would be resilient and DAI would be resilient as a synthetic stablecoin. That infrastructure much more robust now, and you've got a whole spectrum of stablecoins that allow people to actually move in and out of these decentralized finance applications, and not take principal risk with kind of the base currency. That I think is a game changer, because now you'll have a slew of insiders that might be able to participate in these DeFi apps and actually, you know, unbank themselves, for lack of a better term, because they know that they can earn 10% interest to 15% interest, even when some of these yield farming rewards come down. And it will be relatively sustainable. And that's, you know, if you can get comfortable with the smart contract risk and you're sophisticated and you actually trust these systems, it's a hell of a lot more compelling than just sticking, you know, sitting on a pile of cash, you know, whether it's in a trading account in crypto or in a US bank account. So that I think is the really interesting difference between these couple of cycles. And what I might compare it to historically is, you know, in the US at least, it's like the grayscale premium, right? If you're going to be invested in the industry anyway, and you have access to the grayscale products, you might as well invest in those underlying, sit on them for 6, 12 months, and then sell them, basically recycle the premium. And that's just kind of another form of implicit interest. That, I think, could accelerate a rebound for the blue chip projects, not for most of the also-rans.
So you consider the market being more mature now than during the ICO boom several years ago?
I mean, like, just obvious, right? Like, it's not even, it's not like,
yeah,
you
okay,
know,
well,
I mean,
let's elaborate
no,
a little
but like,
bit. What remains the same, and what is different now?
I like it's a bit of a joke, right? Just because I think for those of us who like lived through that, like it was so ridiculous, right? Like, so, you know, there was so little substance, right? That like, you know, now like anything would be better. And I think what we've got is not just anything. I think that it's really, you know, a nascent ecosystem that is functional, right? That you can participate in, it works. You know, it's you know, the yields, even if you abstract away and just, you know, completely ignore the kind of seniority yields of like, you know, your access to the network itself, and you look at just the you know, the real yields, you know, we're still seeing trading yields, you know, lending yields that are in high single digits, right? And which, you know, that's very, very good compared to the macro landscape. And, you know, something that you said, Ryan, I think that is going to make this whole process even more interesting is you now have this new narrative. You know, we've been waiting for institutions to show up to Bitcoin for a long time, right? And all of a sudden they seem to be starting to show up, but not in the form that we're expecting, where you have these public companies that have huge cash balances that are all of a sudden starting to allocate it to Bitcoin. Personally, I didn't see that coming. I don't, you know, I haven't really heard of that as like a thing. You know, we were kind of expecting it to be, you know, public endowments and stuff, investing in Bitcoin as a kind of a way to get some capital appreciation rather than protecting cash balance that when you run out of shares to buy back or whatever, you've got to just throw some of your billions of dollars in cash into Bitcoin. And I think that if that narrative plays out, Bitcoin can lift all of crypto, right? Like Bitcoin is still, in spite of stablecoins and everything, it is still the most important cryptocurrency, by a long, long way in terms of brand awareness and everything. So, if Bitcoin has a resurgence and we do see some crazy price action in Bitcoin, I think that could bring people back into all of crypto, which, DeFi could benefit from as well, which I think didn't happen this time. I think that it was genuinely like a DeFi related market cycle that kind of had nothing to do with Bitcoin in the last 6 months.
Ryan, do you agree that it's not reminiscent of the ICO boom so much?
No, well, I mean, it wasn't, it hasn't got nearly as crazy. I think even the top DeFi applications and those tokens didn't clear, a $1 billion market cap, or if they did, it wasn't by much. It was very, very short term. Whereas, if you look back, again, 2 years ago, Dogecoin hit $1 billion market cap on January 3rd of 2018. And that was the 35th asset that was $1 billion at the time. So it was absolutely insane, right? In terms of valuation. In terms of infrastructure, the infrastructure wasn't there to support investment, but it also wasn't there to regulate the top, right? And so there wasn't really any way to short the market at that time. And so you can kind of question whether the market prices were actually reflective of reality. And in fact, when I was talking to my co-founder about starting Masaru, the only reason we didn't start a short fund, an activist fund, in late 2017 was because we didn't trust the data we were getting from the exchanges. So didn't really have a way to reliably short or to actually secure some of these tokens to short. So I think in that sense, the pricing that you're seeing is more reflective of reality today. I just think that by and large, there's a ton of competition for how to support these different assets and how to make all these markets much more efficient. I did a demo a couple months ago where I created a small random liquidity pool that was intentionally mispriced in Uniswap, and it was arbitraged within about 30 seconds. It was actually arbitraged as we were talking about it with Hayden from Uniswap, and we caught it live. It was fascinating. So the people are watching, they're paying attention, they're making the markets, and there might be some blow up risk with the kind of integrity of the contracts themselves. There might be other ways to attack these things, but these systems are much, much, much more robust than they were in 2018. Because 2018, 2017, they weren't software. They were white papers, and pretty shoddy ones at that.
You mentioned regulation, so surely the SEC has an eye on the DeFi sector in the same way they have pursued many ICO projects from 2017 to 2018. How do you think the SEC could crack down or pursue those in charge of decentralized exchanges or listing DeFi tokens on the decentralized exchanges? Is this even possible given a number of these projects originated outside of the US?
I mean, sorry,
Go ahead,
Ryan,
Ken.
you can answer that question. No, I prefer if you answered it anyway. So if you want to answer,
No, you'd be hard pressed to find a less effective regulatory body than the SEC between what they're charged to do and what the actual results are. I don't think that they protect investors. I don't think that they promote fair and efficient markets. And I think they generally impede progress. And that's why people are leaving the US to build some of these applications. So, these battles will take place over years, but I think that the DeFi entrepreneurs have a much sturdier leg to stand on in their defense of some of these system designs than teams that raised $30 million for a 5-person team with the expectation that they would then list their token on a centralized exchange for speculative trading, right? That was so obviously, against the spirit of U.S. securities laws in general. DeFi, I don't think it's at all the same with how you think about how these assets have launched and what the requirements are to actually earn fees on these networks. They require some type of active participation versus passive day trading on Poloniex at the time, but Binance or another exchange now.
Jane?
I think that was more than sufficient. Look, I mean,
I also have the ability to comment a little bit more freely, so that's why I was going to step in and bail them out. Why don't we go to the next?
Okay, well, it's not fair. Okay, do you think that, like, can DeFi in general avoid securities and MSB law implications? Like, is being decentralized enough?
Those are two very different things.
Yeah, I mean, my sense is that if there's a regulator that wants to regulate you and believes that you are a regulatable entity, they're going to do it, right? Like, there's not really much way to avoid that. And so I think, ultimately with DeFi, what we're trying to do, and certainly, my own personal view, and I can't speak for everyone in the ecosystem, but my own personal view is that I don't have an issue with the intent of regulations, right? It's the actual, the application of them where I think that, at times, like Ryan, maybe, they miss the mark. And so I think the spirit of regulation, to promote fair and efficient markets, to protect, market participants, to have, well-functioning markets is great, right? I think the interesting thing about DeFi is that by creating these very transparent on-chain coordination games, a lot of that is kind of built into the process itself, right? Provided there isn't some central authority overseeing the network, or that has some privileged position, everyone's kind of participating with fairly similar understanding of how these systems work. And so I think that the need to regulate something like Uniswap is far less than regulating say either Delta back in the day even, or like a Binance or Poloniex or something like that. They're a very different type of entity, which doesn't mean that regulators won't think that they should regulate them. But my personal view is that in and of themselves, they're a very different type of structure.
Would you like to add something, Ryan? You want it? No. Okay. You mentioned already use cases. Let's get back to that. So DeFi is often positioned as decentralized banking, but the limitation of smart contracts have made it pretty much impossible to add utility to normal people. What are the decentralized and useful use cases that really can appear, and when, if ever?
Well, I mean, I think we've already seen a few of them, right? I think being able to issue synthetic assets, including dollar-pegged, fully digital assets, right? Not ones that are kind of hybrid models like Tether, USDC, or those that are actually custodied in some bank, but truly blockchain native digital dollars and equivalents. The ability to raise money through ICOs and kind of equivalent fair launch systems that we've seen in the last run, and decentralized exchange and with automated market makers. I mean, all of those are 0 to 1 type innovations that are not going to be unwritten. Yes, ICOs got ahead of themselves in 2017. People have been going overboard with some of the kind of speculation around DeFi assets and how they're thinking about their trading on Uniswap and other decentralized exchanges. But the existence of those building blocks makes the entire kind of future financial apparatus much more stable. It's built on a sturdier foundation. So I think the ones that are the next most likely are around additional synthetic asset creation, like what Kane and his team and community have been working on, and with on-chain lending and margin. So anything that's going to lock assets in to crypto protocols for the medium and long term, and keep people either borrowing against them or otherwise leveraging them instead of just treating them as dead assets, I think is a marked improvement. And that kind of goes back to my initial point. Even when some of the crazy, 500% annual returns, those will dry up, within days or weeks, depending on protocol. But the kind of steady state, growth and interest and real fees that you can expect some of these participants to generate it's real. And I think it will keep insiders, actively building in the industry, even if it's not necessarily immediately interesting to the same broad audience that we saw in 2017. Arguably, that's healthy.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Yeah, I think, maybe I'll put the bear case forward. I think we still have a lot of things that we need to build. We're really not close to a kind of, app store like experience, an Uber like experience where I, download something, press a couple of buttons, and it kind of all works, right? And there's numerous reasons why that's the case, right? There's onboarding friction. There's just, we're generally pretty bad at UX, right? There's not that many people focused on the user experience because we're still focused on the infrastructure. But I do think that, there are people out there like Argent and, Dharma and other wallets that are trying to kind of bridge this gap and get to a point where someone, you can abstract all the complexity away and someone can just deposit some of their funds and get a much better yield than they can get in TradFi. And I think, in the current macro environment, that's maybe all that it will take to get, people like I take your point, Brian, that like, it's the excitement over 10, 50, 100x returns that like gets people to flood in. But, the sustainability of 3, 4, 5% yields over the next 5 or 10 years, while the macro, conditions are paying 0 or negative, I think is something that's going to be much more long-term and much more stable. And I think we can get there, but we don't have all of the necessary components yet, which is frustrating because there's no good reason why we don't have them. We just maybe haven't invested in the right things, and there's been inefficiencies in how teams have approached things. But I think we are getting close. We're probably 12 to 18 months away from having just a really simple turnkey solution. And we're seeing things like Samsung building crypto enclaves into phone. Like there's a whole range of things that just need to happen that are not there yet.
Can I catch the word user experience? So who are the users? Who are the community, and how did it change during the last, say, months? Because it's changing so quickly. I personally see a contradiction there because, in my opinion, the community is at the same time very open to everyone, but at the same time, it's kind of close to those who have financial and developers literacy. So how would you comment on that? And how will the community develop, and how must it develop in order to grow their adoption in the market?
I mean, we've got a huge filter right now. Like, it's unusable if you aren't willing to go down the rabbit hole. And like, it's just not something that, even trying to get someone to use Binance, right? Like, I'm telling my parents how to use Binance. It's not easy, right? Like, they're used to using banking apps and stuff. And even still, they're like, what's MetaMask? What am I doing? Like we're not there yet, right? We're just not even close. So I think, you can build for people who are not here yet, right? In the hopes that they eventually come. But I think in most cases, most projects have chosen to build for the people who are already here, which are crypto native people, et cetera. That's just a process that I think has to play out, right? We need that process to play out. But, certainly within our community, for example, like everyone is fairly sophisticated. And I think in the, DeFi boom or DeFi summer or whatever, where the people came from was not the outside world, right? They were like, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ripple refugees had been floating around for a while, that like all of a sudden something real was happening, and they were like, oh, okay, I'll come and do this thing. But they were already in the crypto ecosystem, whether they were holding some crypto, they'd been through 2017 or whatever. I don't think that we had a huge number of new people join the ecosystem in the last 6 months.
Interesting. Ryan, what's your take on the community and its changes?
Well, I mean, yeah, this one's been all insiders. And part of it is because it's a truly decentralized ecosystem. Binance is maybe for someone's parents that's used to banking apps, it's not the most intuitive, but for most young motivated people that want to speculate, it was a hell of a lot easier to get onboarded to Binance than it was to a decentralized finance application. Because the look and feel is not that different from Square or any trade accounts, and you can more or less just point, click, and buy and sell, which is what the last cycle was about. This one, I do think there were some people that kind of flooded in once they saw the amount of money being made, and they would just throw money at basically anything that was getting launched. That was kind of the late part of the cycle, though. I'd say, but before that, you had to be. If you lost money, it was a calculated risk, and to even get to the point where you would lose money, the folks that you're talking about had to be pretty sophisticated in the first place. So, the world's smallest violin, I guess, for those that overextended themselves in this particular run versus 2017, where it was a hell of a lot easier to get caught up in the euphoria and ultimately lose a lot more.
Okay, I would like to highlight another issue. In a lot of DeFi projects, bots and whales control the farming and price action. So basically squeezing out smaller farmers. If we consider DeFi a successful new financial model, what steps do you think should or must be taken to prevent whales from manipulating liquidity pools and DeFi token price action?
I mean, it's very hard. Capital accrues, its own benefits, right? If you have a lot of capital, you're going to have an outsized impact on an illiquid market. It's very hard to avoid that. I mean, there's certain things you could potentially do, but when you look at the difference between, say, multiple private rounds that were only accessible to insiders, et cetera, versus, someone publishes a contract, the date's announced that you put money into it. Whoever puts money into it can do so. They get a certain, amount of tokens that are emitted from that. They can hold them. They can sell them. It is a more fair game. I say more fair. It's not necessarily a fair game, right? But it's certainly more fair than multiple rounds of pre-sales and things like that we saw in 2017. I'm sure that the market is trying to solve these things, and we are seeing various different types of innovation, like balancer pools and things to get more liquidity in the early days and try and have price discovery be more efficient. But if someone has $50 million and they're willing to throw it into a contract, they're going to get more out of that contract than someone who has $50,000. I don't think there's an easy way to avoid that doesn't break market structures.
Ryan, also getting back to our bullish bearish contradiction, do you think that it can somehow, the steps that we can take can somehow influence the overall development of the market?
You have to be careful what you wish for here, because you say manipulated markets, and I say, Wild West. And, I think it's arguably a good thing that some of these nascent markets are manipulated, and that some of these games are being played, because ultimately there should be some solutions that emerge that, help fix some of these problems, or you come up with the crypto equivalent of poison pills and protective provisions, that you'd expect in with certain public companies as they think about their equity and defending themselves from attack or hostile takeover, things like that. So, you don't know exactly how it's going to work out, but there has been some experimentation around that so far. Maybe not necessarily in terms of reining in whales, but with Uniswap, essentially penalizing any of the folks that migrated liquidity to SushiSwap. The folks that just proved to be outright mercenaries and looked like they were going to siphon off all demand from Uniswap, ultimately lost out on the bigger prize at the end of the day. You can see behaviors like that are defensive in nature being replicated and systematized going forward. It's not like people will just throw their hands up and say, well, there's too many whales in this market, so I don't really have a chance. There's always going to be someone that's looking for an angle. That person will make money, or that team will make money, and it'll be a natural game of cops and robbers until the market's much more efficient and kind of provably transparent and safer. And in the meantime, you'll probably be able to insure against some of that as well through derivatives and other actual insurance products that are based on on-chain transactions and the sophistication of the underlying libraries, like we've seen with Nexus and some other early stage insurance protocols.
Okay, what's your take on the belief that profits from the recent DeFi and altcoin rally will or have moved back into Bitcoin? Also, is it good or is it bad? And how can it influence the development of the market in the future?
Everything rotates back into Bitcoin.
Yeah. Look, I think there's a little bit of maybe coincidence here in terms of timing, right? That's my intuitive sense. Look, no one knows what the fuck is going on at any time, the best of times, right? But I think in this case, like the fact that Bitcoin is rallying as some of these DeFi projects have corrected feels like a bit of a coincidence to me. I don't think you can move Bitcoin as much as it has moved in the last couple of weeks by the $10 billion in market cap of the total DeFi tokens, right? I just don't think that that's a thing. If anything, I would have expected more to move into ETH, and I think the fact that kind of hasn't happened, or ETH's even moving into BTC, like it feels like they're somewhat unrelated. But there's no question there's a lot of capital that is sitting on the sidelines, either in stable coins or in high cap alts, that's been pulled out after this cycle, right? Like it's just, there's money sitting on the sidelines, and you're seeing it be deployed as the corrections kind of happened. A lot of dips being bought up. So I think there's a number of things going on, but there's also if you flip it around, there was quite a bit of Bitcoin, I think, that actually towards the end of this DeFi cycle went into DeFi tokens. There's no question that was going on, right? For yield farming, for buying tokens, etc. So that capital that left Bitcoin to come and play in DeFi land, you'd expect a significant portion of that would probably flow back out as the music stops.
Ryan, anything to add?
Bitcoin dominance is, it has been a yo-yo for years. And I think if Bitcoin ever gets up to 90%, that's when you should buy alts. If it ever gets down to 50%, that's when you should buy Bitcoin. And it's kind of stayed in between that range for quite a long time. But I think with everything that's going on in the world, Bitcoin's going to have to lead this rally because in 2017, you could make an argument maybe in the beginning of the year that Ethereum led that rally and the kind of emergence of ICOs. And then Ether was the reserve currency for these ICOs. But in the back half of the year, that wasn't really true. The reserve was, the quote currency was Bitcoin on all of the exchanges that were going through the roof in terms of volume. So, 2013, 2017, I think now it will be all about Bitcoin. No one is singing songs about Ethereum, for better and for worse, mostly, for better. But no one is really taking it seriously out of, deep pocketed investors that can actually move the needle from in Ethereum's case, $40 billion market cap into the hundreds of billions like Bitcoin already is. If everything rotated out of alt currencies, and into Bitcoin, it's not going to have an outsized impact on the Bitcoin market. The reverse is the exact opposite, right? So these slow and steady kind of eras of consolidation, where the altcoin holders experience a lot of pain, is to Bitcoin's benefit. But I don't think we're in that environment right now. If the world doesn't implode, then as Bitcoin goes, everything else will follow, and it will be much more insane what happens to alternative assets than what happens to Bitcoin.
And according to you, how Ethereum's dynamics can influence the DeFi market?
Again, like I was somewhat, I still hold Bitcoin. I still, I have a very, I have a fondness for Bitcoin, right? But obviously I live in Ethereum land, and that's the network that I use every day. I don't do that many Bitcoin transactions. It's just kind of, in fact, most of my Bitcoin is now on Ethereum. So when I move BTC, it's as Ren BTC or TBTC or sometimes Wrap BTC. But this narrative that's emerging of, hey, you've got a giant pile of cash, and cash is not the safest place to have your funds right now. I think is a very, very powerful narrative for Bitcoin, and it kind of just came a little bit out of nowhere, right? And so, I think that narrative is an easy narrative. This store of value, digital gold narrative is really easy for traditional investors to get their heads around. The idea of Ethereum as this, settlement layer and computation layer for decentralized finance, we're not there yet. We haven't advanced that narrative enough that like institutional investors are really ready to kind of even grasp what that means. So I think there's quite a bit more time before Ethereum is going to have that level of brand awareness. But there's no question in terms of what's happening, the kind of activity in the ecosystem, it's all happening on Ethereum. All of the activity is there. So there's this weird dichotomy where, Bitcoin has the most brand awareness and it's the easiest to grok, but it's not necessarily where everything's going on and where the effort is being put.
Okay, so is it in the end a rising tide lifts all boats situation? So like BTC price rises, Ether price rises, alt price, and DeFi rises.
Absolutely.
Or also, is there another trigger that can catalyze the next DeFi rally?
I think Bitcoin going up, is the thing that is going to bring most eyeballs back into crypto. And I mean, we, like Ryan, and I both kind of agreed on this. I think that this DeFi summer was all crypto insiders, right? I don't think any new people turned up and were like, "Hey, I've heard about this DeFi thing," or very few, right? Whereas BTC hits 20K again, we're back in a different reality where all of a sudden it's on mainstream news and there's headlines and we start to see all-time highs again. That didn't happen with DeFi. There were no front page articles about DeFi in the New York Times. Like that was just not a thing in the last 6 months. Whereas you will have that with Bitcoin, and that will drive a lot of awareness.
I think, look, I own Ether. I own a few other assets aside from Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still, lion's share of my personal portfolio. But I don't know about you, Kane. I mean, I don't see a scenario where Bitcoin doesn't eclipse its previous all-time high. Like, I can't conceptualize 100%. It, right?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
I can wrap my head around that being the case for Ethereum, right? Could Ethereum ever hit 1100 again? I could, not that I think it will not, because otherwise I would hold it. But I can see multiple scenarios where it never hits that all-time high again. Even if it's less than 50% probability. There are other functioning smart contract platforms. There are layer 2 solutions that are going to siphon off kind of settlement demand on Ethereum. There are other application specific blockchains that are going to siphon off specific types of contracts from Ethereum. And ETH2 is not a foregone conclusion, right? It is a very massive undertaking that the contributing teams have gone to extraordinary lengths and done some incredible research and work behind supporting. But at the end of the day, it's not, until it's done, it's not done. It's rebuilding an airplane in midair. And, Bitcoin has never had something as similar. The closest that Bitcoin had was arguments over backwards compatibility for a 1 megabyte increase in the size of block size transactions, which is such it's so far in the realm of like esoterica for anyone that's just coming to the debate. If you understood the underpinnings, you understood how important that was as a design choice, maybe in hindsight, because it hardened and ossified the core use cases as a very sovereign, resistant form of digital money. But there's no other kind of unifying narrative or kind of definitiveness around Ethereum or any other crypto asset that I can think of that just has me 100% convinced, no doubt, put my life savings into it, that the asset will ultimately eclipse and far surpass its previous all-time high. And so I think that's where we start thinking about substitutes. And to Kane's point, he spends all of his time thinking about Ethereum. Quite frankly, so do I. I spend next to no time thinking about Bitcoin because I know it's not going to change, and I know it's safe, and I know if the macro environment plays out the way that we think it could, then that's going to be one of the safest and smartest investments, or at the very least a very smart hedge for what's going on a macro front. The reason we spend so much time on Ethereum is because there's so much new innovation, there's so many new applications built on top, yes, but also because there's so much going on the fucking base layer, and you want to make sure that like whatever you're building on is not a house of cards, and that you've got kind of redundancies in place to move to other similar platforms. Because even if Ethereum had its struggles, you will, and we've already started to see some applications moving to other chains. Or another very easy to visualize future of the world is, maybe Ethereum is the winner, or the plurality winner out of the smart contract platforms. But that's not to say that all of these systems don't interoperate and talk to each other, even with currencies, right? I don't disagree. Bitcoin is great money, even if it's on Ethereum, and that's proven to be the case. So I think the long and short of it for me is as Bitcoin goes, so goes the industry. But as any other protocol, any other asset goes, it's all just part of the test net and sandbox phase of building out this entire smart contract ecosystem.
Okay, I think we need to wrap it up. So my last question will be your long-term trend prediction, bullish, bearish, and how, in your opinion, it could and should influence the global distribution of wealth. Keeping in mind that we were talking about crypto natives in the community, keeping in mind that, well, I'm interested especially about bullish approach to the market and how it can make the world better in terms of distribution of wealth.
I mean, even if you look at Bitcoin, right? Like the idea, the sort of concept that money printing benefits insiders in the money printing process, right? The closer you are to that, geyser of bills that are spewing, out of central banks, the better off you are, right? That's just a very bad place for the world to be in, I think, right? We shouldn't be optimizing for who can get access to, central bank money printing, and fighting over, who's the beneficiary of inflation. And so I think that, hardening these systems and making them more transparent, making them more open, is in and of itself, a huge undertaking, but an amazing goal, right, to be aiming towards. And I think Bitcoin fits into that, right? It is a part of that. But from a functionality perspective, from rebuilding a lot of financial infrastructure, you really do need smart contracts. Bitcoin, like Liquid aside, and Lightning, and some of the other things that have been proposed, you really need that kind of ability to program money to be able to compete with traditional finance, right? It's one thing to have a store of wealth. It's another thing to be able to actually process all these different things. And so I genuinely believe that that's our goal. It's certainly my goal to try and supplant these traditional systems they're inefficient and much less fair. Can we do it? I don't know. There's a lot of there's a lot of headwinds, right? Like look at Bitcoin. It's taken 10 years, and it's got a little bit of cut through, but it's still got a long way to go, I think, before it's kind of expected that everyone holds Bitcoin in their portfolio, and it's indexed to all of the stuff that we kind of think might happen. I think we're an order of magnitude further away when it comes to smart contract platforms and really replacing the financial infrastructure. So it's not that I'm bearish. I just think that we're taking on a very, very difficult challenge, and there's a lot of entrenched interests that want us to fail. And at the moment, they don't even need to bother to try to stop us, right? Like we're not even close. We're not even at the point where they're like, okay, we're going to come in and really stop you, right? So, I think the hardest part of this journey is still very much in front of us, which is kind of a scary place to be. But ultimately, we're headed in the right direction. We just need to kind of push through it. That's my belief. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be very, very hard.
Ryan, your long-term beliefs and predictions.
I don't have a whole lot to add there. I'd say I'm a believer in most of these technologies and their potential. The path to get there is not a straight shot up. I will add that I do think there's going to be a catastrophic DAO-like implosion at some point in the not too distant future. That's the result of kind of cascading leverage in the DeFi ecosystem. And maybe the perfect way to look at this is what happened in March during kind of middle of the COVID crisis and kind of the worst of that liquidity shock that hit the entire macro economy. BitMEX shut itself down or went offline, whatever euphemism you want to use, but basically, had that not happened, we could have seen Bitcoin temporarily touch $1,000, maybe even less. There, I think, will be some similar incident that happens in DeFi, particularly as some of the major protocol teams and operators cede administrative control of their libraries to DAOs and actual decentralized ecosystems. I think some people have derided the whole concept of a kill switch or an admin key from the part of a team that's developing one of these apps or underlying platforms. And the reality is, if you don't have that, then you're kind of at the mercy of the entire system's weakest link. And historically, that's not been the safest bet to make in crypto. So I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think the scale of that wipeout will depend on a confluence of factors. How sucked in people get to different schemes, just how much infrastructure is built on top of each other, and generally speaking, how quickly the security engineering teams and kind of audit firms are able to build bulletproof libraries that become kind of de facto standards. All of that's happening to a certain extent, but it's so early, and as a result, the developer ecosystem is so immature. There's some great developers, but it's by definition a very, very small fraction of the global talent pool. So I'm convinced that there will be many smarter people that look to exploit loopholes, in some cases perfectly legitimately, in order to make money just playing by the rules of these systems. So and by the way, that's happened to a certain extent. There have been attacks that have not really been attacks. They've just been good gamemanship where people have executed fast loans and rapid transactions that kind of siphon money from one protocol or another, and just play by the rules of the game as they were written in the smart contract. But if you do that at scale, and it creates a liquidation event on Maker or any of these other critical building blocks, I think that could set back the industry for quite some time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, guys, for your insights and thoughts. I just can tell that according to our backgrounds, bulls, bears, and also those who make them talk, all love music. So this is a great sign, and music will save the world along with the decentralized technology. Thank you very much. Thank you, BlockDown, for inviting us.
What a matchup. Bang, bang, bang. That was BlockDown Boxing. Two sensible guys. Me being the only judge in the house, I think it was a draw. Well done and very informative. Yes, it was great. Good job, guys. We're going to go to a small commercial break, and when we come back, the party continues. All right, we'll see you in a moment.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of three major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Hello, BlockDown's family. My name is Craig Cobb. I am the founder of TraderCobb.com and the TraderCobb Crypto podcast. And I've got a Halloween story of failure for you. During the 2017 boom of the ICO market, I avoided everything because I'm a trader and I focus on what I know. But I followed in a very, very prominent Australian influencer and dusted $70,000 in the process. Don't you do the same. Follow and listen to the people that are at BlockDown this year. And if I can make anything to help you, then please let me know. Have a great time. It's going to be a fantastic event. Speak to you soon.
And we are back. Our next speaker previously led the advisory department at Amazix, one of the largest advisory companies in the crypto space, having worked with over 150 projects, raising over 1.3 billion, and some of those projects included the likes of Bancor, HDAC, BanX, GBX, and many, many others. Before entering the digital asset space, he was an award-winning entrepreneur, starting and successfully exiting his previous e-commerce business and earning awards such as the Duke of York Young Entrepreneurs Award. The title of his talk is The Long Game for DeFi. Please put your virtual hands together for Jose Macedo. Jose, the stage is all yours.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for the intro. So yeah, I was previously at Amazix. I'm now a partner at Delphi Digital. Just to give like a really brief on Delphi Digital before we go into the talk. We're one of the leading institutional grade research firms in the space. Our customers are some of the top funds and investors in the space. We've covered projects for over 2 years, written sort of over 150 reports. And since then, we've also developed a consulting arm where we work on kind of token economic model and design for a bunch of the top projects in the space, like Aave and Synthetics and Compound and a bunch of others. And we also have a fund now where we invest in the most kind of promising projects that we find. So yeah, today I wanted to kind of focus on DeFi. DeFi is a sector that we've been looking at for about 1.5 years now. And recently, with kind of the yield farming craze and the recent market drop, we've been hearing a lot of people talk about the end of the so-called DeFi bubble, you know, that the market is topped. and all that kind of stuff. And so what I wanted to spend time on today was just taking a step back and really taking a longer view of DeFi. Like, what is yield farming? How does this compare to the ICO boom? Because we hear a lot of those comparisons as well. And also where we are in the cycle. So the first thing to remember, and if we can go to the next slide, is that speculation has always been crypto's killer app from the very beginning. You know, that the ICO boom is kind of what brought most people into the space, and it's what most people remember most clearly. But crypto's history is actually dotted with boom and bust cycles, not just in Bitcoin, which obviously has some very well known and prominent cycles, but also even with stuff like Namecoin and Mastercoin. And both of the charts you could see there could easily be charts from the ICO boom, you know, and these happened in 2013 and in 2014 respectively. So this has always been kind of part of crypto. For those who lived through the ICO madness, a lot of the recent food coin stuff with DeFi can bring back some kind of painful flashbacks. If you go to the next slide, this kind of you know, some painful flashbacks and also some memories of kind of the When Moon crowd and all of that. And so what I want to spend some time on now is just defining kind of what I see as the main similarities between them and also the main differences between them. While the underlying mechanism between the ICO boom and yeah, there it is. But while the underlying mechanism between the ICO boom and DeFi that is the same, there are also some really crucial differences that are important to remember. So ultimately, first of all, we have to kind of admit that the majority of the yield that was available in DeFi, the sort of astronomical 1,000% APYs, or in the case of something like YAM, even like 10,000% APYs, were powered by the exact same dynamic that powered the ICO boom, which is speculating on overpriced altcoins. While in the ICO boom, this was reflected in rapid price appreciation. You know, ICOs that sold out in seconds and then proceeded to kind of 10x over the next few days. It's now reflected in astronomical APYs paid out in crop coins whose price is sustained by those unfortunate enough to buy rather than farm. And if we go to the next slide, we can kind of see a good example of that with Curve, a project that we're going to dive into the fundamentals later, has done very well fundamentally, but whose chart looks you know, as sad as many of the saddest kind of ICO boom charts. So that's kind of the similarity, right? There's always someone on the end of the trade buying that's kind of powering the astronomical APYs. But there's also some really critical differences. And I think that the genius of yield farming is it transforms what's always been crypto's inherent fondness for speculation, which I explained before was crypto's killer app, into fundamentals, into growth, and into community. So it transforms speculation into this positive feedback loop that actually generates fundamentals for these projects. So unlike with the ICO boom, where you would distribute tokens to people who are willing to pay for them, the genius of yield farming is that you're distributing tokens to the actual users of the network and incentivizing them to contribute work, time, and ideas. Right now, most of this is in the form of liquidity. But what it's done a really good job at is incentivizing the bootstrapping of the supply sides of these networks. And what that does is it drives down costs, which makes the demand side more profitable as well, or more sort of useful as well, because you can now transact with much lower costs. And so from our perspective, this has been incredibly successful, and we're going to go into a few examples, because it creates this community of supply siders and users who all have skin in the game and are incentivized to contribute their time, work, and ideas to the project. So one really good example of this is Curve. So if we go to the next slide, obviously we saw that Curve had a very sad price chart, but actually the fundamentals are much less sad. Curve attracted over $1 billion in liquidity in a few months, and it still offers better execution than centralized exchanges on some of its pairs. And this is an idea that was simply unthinkable a few months ago. And we can see here Uniswap is the exact same thing, right? Uniswap offers better execution than centralized exchanges for quite a few different pairs. At the end of July, Uniswap recorded more volume than Binance, Gemini, and Poloniex combined. And in August, there was a few days where Uniswap achieved higher 24-hour volumes than Coinbase. And so it's important to realize that this was an idea that was inconceivable a few months ago, right? Before kind of the launch of yield farming, DEXs were kind of laughed at. They were less efficient, they were slow. People thought they were never going to work. And now we actually have 2 DEX projects that offer better execution than their centralized counterparts, and that have generated billions of dollars in liquidity and millions of dollars in fees for liquidity providers. So, and this couldn't have been done without yield farming. And that's the sense in which this isn't just speculation. On the other side, you have projects like Yearn that have shown the power of yield farming and fair launches and bootstrapping an insanely strong community consisting of many of the smartest people in the space. And Yearn's now at obviously nearly 500 million in AUM, but most importantly, they're constantly innovating and generating their decentralized hedge fund, generating some of the best yield farming strategies and ideas out there, and kind of consistently expanding their ambitions. So these are just 3 examples of the many that I could cite. And I think the key takeaway is that the DeFi boom is bringing with it real innovation and value, which is dramatically different from what was happening in the ICO boom, where the majority of projects didn't even have a live product, let alone any traction. So if we go to the next slide, we can see that these are two projects, Aave and Synthetics. Both of these were funded via 2017 ICOs. And after iterating through a bear market that saw their prices drop by over 95%, both have landed on products, on DeFi products with product market fit and vastly surpassed their ICO valuations. And this sort of lines up really well with what the innovation framework of Carlota Perez, which we can see on the next slide. So Carlota Perez is a framework for technological revolutions, where technological revolutions start with the installation period, which always, and this has been the case in kind of all technological revolutions throughout history, from the Industrial Revolution to canals to radio, all have kind of underwent these cycles where you have the eruption and then you have a frenzy, which ends in a bubble. The bubble pops. Everyone thinks this isn't going to happen, similar to the sort of 2000 bubble popping, and then the builders continue building. They use the funding from the era of the frenzy to kind of keep iterating on their solutions, and then there's a slow kind of growth towards maturity and I guess being widely used. And so this is kind of what we see with really clearly with DeFi, where a lot of the leading DeFi projects were actually founded 3 years ago, right? In the ICO boom, that's what funded them. And now we're seeing the results of all that work and kind of sowing the seeds for the next phase. And then, so just keeping in mind a bit of the longer term, what's important to remember about DeFi is that the value proposition for DeFi is not sort of yield farming crop tokens for thousands of % APY. It's doing to finance what the internet did to data, right? Transforming financial primitives into money Legos, go into the next slide, and creating an open ecosystem that really enables permissionless innovation. So we really see, and we're kind of seeing it with some of these money Legos from Maker, providing decentralized stablecoin, censorship-resistant stablecoin, to Aave providing credit markets, Wi-Fi, decentralized hedge fund. All these different primitives are coming together to really provide an alternative financial system of the future that we see not only collapsing the cost of financial services, but also making them accessible to a much broader swath of people. And similarly to the internet, once again, we think the internet starts off with email, which people see as a faster letter, right? We take a use case that existed in the analog world and we put it online and do it better. And that's kind of the initial use case. But what we see with time is that the internet, like all kind of innovative technologies, actually ends up enabling entirely new use cases, right? Like social networking, something that couldn't have been done with a letter or with any of the analog technologies. And that's what we're seeing with DeFi as well. Flash loans and automated market makers are arguably an example of one of these entirely new use cases that couldn't exist in traditional finance. Automated market makers are kind of opening up liquidity for the long tail of users that aren't professional market makers. And so it's really important, if we move on to the next slide, to kind of keep in mind what the end game is here. Finance is the world's largest market for consumer software, sorry. So DeFi's total addressable market is in the trillions of dollars, right? And to put this in perspective, the cumulative market cap of DeFi right now is currently at 13 billion. So when we talk about a bubble kind of popping, it's important to keep in mind what the vision is and how early we still are. And then in comparison, if we look at kind of the cumulative market caps of some of the inactive layer 1 projects that are out there right now, like Ripple, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, Litecoin, EOS, Cardano, Tron, Stellar, Neo, and NEM, their cumulative market cap is 32 billion. So a lot of these projects have very little activity, and their market cap is kind of 3 times or nearly 3 times that of DeFi. So in the short term, we think even if no new money enters the space, we see kind of a repricing from these as money flows from these inactive layer 1s towards the only vertical in crypto, which is really showing signs of product market fit, which is DeFi. But the thing to remember about this is that it's going to be a bumpy ride, and that you can't have massive upside without massive volatility. But from my perspective and kind of looking at this chart, what we see is that some of these key DeFi primitives, if the thesis plays out, represent 10 to 1,000x upside opportunities. Now, please, like all of crypto, it's extremely risky and it can go to zero, and arguably has a fairly high probability of doing that. But given the magnitude of the potential outcome when it does succeed, it just doesn't have to succeed that often to make it a massively, positive expected value bet. But as with all early stage tech, it's going to take a 4 to 8 year hold to really realize these outcomes. And so we have to kind of try and zoom out of this, because there's going to be many cycles like the yield farming one right now, kind of boom and bust cycles, mini boom and bust cycles on the way. And I guess unlike venture capitalists who normally invest in early stage technology, crypto has liquidity, which gives investors the possibility and therefore the temptation as well to sell. And to me, this is both a blessing and a burden, right? Because when you look at any of the top performing public stocks, you can see straight away that you cannot have, from Amazon to Google to Facebook, you can't have 10 to 1,000x upside potential without extreme volatility and occasional large drawdowns. I think Amazon has had over 3 40% plus drawdowns in its history. And obviously, crypto is much earlier stage than these public companies, but by necessity. And so the volatility will also be like even higher than that. So yeah, that's kind of that's the long-term thesis. And then the only thing I'd like to do is a little caveat regarding the macro situation. So if we go to the next slide, what's important to remember about DeFi is that it sits at the very edge of the risk curve. You've got kind of stocks, tech stocks, and then you have DeFi even past that, right? And so this makes it extremely sensitive to the global macro situation, and a move towards deflation will pose serious headwinds for crypto broadly and for DeFi specifically. Like, dazzled by the kind of recent stock market surges and risk asset surges, a lot of investors are underestimating the very real probability of a post-COVID solvency crisis. And key recovery indicators peaked in June. The dollar has recently broken out or shown signs of trying to break out. So, dollar strength is, of course, bearish for risk assets, and it's bearish for DeFi by necessity. And while we see that crypto led by Bitcoin is eventually going to decouple from the stock market altogether and from risk assets more broadly, we think this is still a ways away. And so DeFi sits in the highest risk pocket in an already high risk crypto space, and so is very vulnerable to the global macro situation. And of course, just as the yield farming causes these kind of positive feedback loops on the way up, it also causes negative feedback loops on the way down, right? Where worsening.
So right after this commercial break, we're back with our next panel. Stay tuned. this place is too creepy. There's something following me around here. I just know it. I need to get the heck out of here, but the show must go on. Next up, we have a panel called The Intersection of DeFi and NFTs, how DeFi and the NFT worlds are combining to accelerate a new financial asset class. The moderator for this one, for this all-star panel, is the founder and CEO of Yap Global, an international PR firm with a focus on helping meaningful fintech and blockchain and cryptocurrency companies tell their story on the global stage. Samantha is a fintech, blockchain, and cryptocurrency media specialist with past experiences working as an international freelance journalist in Jakarta, Melbourne, Kuala Lumpur, and Hong Kong is where I know her from. Prior to delving into fintech PR, she worked as Channel News Asia in Singapore and broadcast journalist and current affairs producer. Here to introduce and moderate this panel is my old party buddy in Hong Kong, Samantha from Yap Global. Samantha, the panel is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that introduction. And I do remember partying with you in Hong Kong, and be careful there because I think your head was going to get chopped off. But hi, everyone. Welcome to this panel on the intersection between non-fungible tokens, NFTs, and decentralized finance. DeFi, the hottest buzzword of this year. So I'm really happy to introduce the amazing lineup that we have. So starting off with Jerome Duchesne from he's the global head of client success at Ledger and the president of Ethereum France, who organizes ACC, which is actually happening next year physically in Paris in March 2021. So look forward to seeing you guys there. We also have Makoto Inui, developer at ENS Domains, who is also co-founder of Kickback Events. And we have Andy Gray, co-founder of Known Origin, a digital art marketplace powered by Ethereum. Alan Carr, game and system designer of Dapper Labs. And Alexander Russman, director and business development for Engine. So to kick us off, before we even delve to the DeFi part, can someone please start us off by defining what NFTs are and where they are at today?
So I'd love to jump in here. I have the pleasure of working with Dieter Shirley, who was in some ways the father of the ERC 721 NFT standard on Ethereum that brought us CryptoKitties and kind of kicked off an explosion in NFTs in the blockchain space. And so NFTs are essentially just digital objects that are similar to objects in the real world, where one object that you have is different than another, whereas the first thing we all got exposed to in the world of blockchain were fungible tokens. Where money, you don't care if you have this $5 bill or that $5 bill, they're interchangeable, but you do care if you have this cat or that cat. This one loves me and this one is a stranger to me. It matters very much which one you have. And so non-fungible tokens provide that kind of unique characteristics of digital objects.
Yeah.
Hey, are those cyberpunks behind you, Alan?
Yeah, so I've got a CryptoPunk there. That one I think represents my style and myself, and I've also got some Avastars and some CryptoKitties, some NFTs that I own that I'm very proud of, and yeah, so I've got them on display here.
Pretty cool.
So I mean, I know about CryptoKitties. I think that's kind of what kicked off the broader attention into the need for NFTs. What are is it cyberpunks? Did you say? Or
CryptoPunks actually predated CryptoKitties on Ethereum. They are in many ways the first NFT on Ethereum, but they predated the standard entirely. And so they're actually ERC20 tokens, which has led to some interesting issues when you try to use them with marketplaces and other dApps that know how to interact with NFTs. And so some people actually call these digital antiques, which is kind of funny considering they're about 3.5 years old at this point, but at the pace at which blockchain technology moves, I think it does kind of make sense. And what's really great about the whole idea of blockchain and permissionless innovation and such is that there are teams that have come together with this concept where they can take these old ERC20 tokens and actually wrap them into an ERC 721 compliant token. So the ERC 721 sort of owns the ERC20, and it allows you to use them on all of these different platforms, like Rarible, for example, which knows how to sell NFTs but doesn't know how to sell ERC20s, and sell them as NFTs. And then at any point, as the owner of that 721 token, you can pull out the ERC20 if you just want the raw thing yourself. So those kind of predated CryptoKitties, but CryptoKitties brought us the standard, which then led to a big explosion, because the same way DeFi is powered by standards, and all of these Legos work because they're all interconnectable. The ERC 721 standard on Ethereum did the same for NFTs, and it's really great that there are ways to actually take tokens like the CryptoPunks, which predated the standard, and actually bring them into the standard as well. The technology that blockchain enables just astounds me and thrills me every day.
Right. Wow. Thanks for that, intro and for kicking us off. I want to also turn to Andy, actually, because you run a digital marketplace of art, NFT art. So could you tell us a little bit more about what Known Origin is, and how you're applying NFTs to art?
Yeah, no worries. We're almost as old as some of these CryptoPunks and some of that. We started over 2 years ago. The CryptoKitties craze really got us excited. Me, Dave, and James were the founders of Known Origin in April 2018. Sort of decided art was a good use case because of its natural problems with provenance. Who owns the art, and obviously there's many hysterical cases of fraud. So we built a marketplace, decided to see if we could sell some NFTs. It seemed to make sense. And thankfully, 2 years later, now we've got 500 artists on Known Origin, and we've created like 14,000 NFTs, and they sell from, $5 to $10 up to $10,000, I think was our record sale. So for us, it just made sense. And over the journey of 2 years, these NFTs are now displayed in like virtual worlds. They're also less so on people's walls, like Alan, but it can be done so. But for us, it's been an amazing journey. And then it's still evolving. There's different demands. The industry's got different needs. And it's just an exciting place to be. Thankfully for us, the art markets in the NFT space have sort of flourished early, because there was no real, the artistic value and the people who just create. We're a marketplace, we're not artists. We have amazing artists on board our marketplace, and so does the other big art marketplace, Maker's Place, Super Rare, for example. So it's just great. It's often the first exposure some people have to NFTs. So we've done that. We do different things as well. We build marketplaces for other people. And there's many parallels appearing, digital fashion, 3D modeling, MP4s, music. So, and it's just been a fun ride for us.
Oh. Jerome, I'm aware that you're building something with NFTs. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, yeah. Well, we are having fun with a couple of friends on seeing how we can find a way to have fun with NFT and DeFi. Actually, I'm very interested in seeing how we can do the interaction between NFT and DeFi. When I heard about the name of this panel, it might have sounded like if we were to do that 2 years ago, what is blockchain and AI, for example. But now it seems pretty real. Mm-hmm. We can both discuss how we can do the financialization of DeFi, and on the side the NFTization of DeFi. Coming back to what Andy was saying, I'm keen to see if we are going to have pretty soon in the blockchain a decentralized investment fund that would do digital arts only, And if this decentralized investment fund is based on a token, we will basically have an index of the price of the global digital art trend. That's going to be super fun. I remember having a lot of fun with CryptoKitties, and I'm now a hard collector of the POAP tokens. So I'm really glad to see this space finally coming up. And something I'm particularly looking at as well is having digital twins on the blockchain. I'm a big wine amateur, and I've been looking at a startup called WIV, W-I-V, that's selling wine on the blockchain, wine pieces on the blockchain, and they have recently applied for being a collateral at MakerDAO. So it will be fine to be able to collateralize some of your digital owned twins and benefit from DeFi out of there. Like I collateralize my wine bottle and I get some DAI. That would be just awesome. And I think we are very close to this, maybe 2 or 3 months away. And on my end, doing fun stuff with friends on how we can play games and still participate to DeFi indeed.
Wow, so interesting. Wine on the blockchain. I'd like to learn more about that. Alex, over to you with Engine. I mean, we know that it's an ecosystem of like integrated blockchain software products, but what are you guys doing in the like NFT space at the moment?
Well, over at Engine, we've been excited about blockchain from the very beginning. Our co-founders and our CTO especially, who led the development of an NFT standard called ERC 1155, have always been excited about the ability to bring those amazing blockchain properties of uniqueness to virtual goods, specifically to game items. But the last few years, and especially this year with coronavirus, what traditionally might have been seen as games are really now virtual social platforms, virtual economies. And Engine provides a suite of integrated products and services, like you say, making it accessible for anyone to produce and manage their virtual goods as blockchain assets, and then for the users to very easily own and interact with these goods. So it's really exciting that so much attention is now coming to NFTs, because we all know that this space flourishes from composability and people working on different projects. And it's great to have people getting involved with NFTs. This is also the place where a lot of people are introduced to blockchain and will be introduced to blockchain, especially through the sort of conduit of games, getting control of an asset, feeling that true ownership, being able to use it in a virtual space and then be able to take that further. And I think you're very excited for the upcoming discussion about people discovering they can use this virtual good as collateral or loan it out or borrow it. So yeah, really exciting times.
Yeah, you make a good point, because NFTs could be the first touch point for a lot of the newcomers into this space. And moving on to Makoto, could you tell us a little bit about what ENS, what they're doing with NFTs, and especially on the domain name space?
Sure. So ENS stands for Ethereum Name Service, and it's actually one of the longest running Ethereum smart contract in Ethereum space, which even predates CryptoKitties. So when it was back in 2017, May the 4th. So like you always remember, May the 4th would be received. And so when like a CryptoKitty, I think CryptoKitty launched that same year, but towards the end, and then we saw the power of NFT. So when we 2 years from the launch, we were supposed to upgrade a domain name. Oh, and then before that, I think I should quickly explain what ENS is. Basically, as someone said, it's a naming service, so you can attach the same address to the familiar name. So I do remember that right after I met Samantha, I helped her obtaining the yapglobal.eth. So like if you go to somewhere like Etherscan or MetaMask, and if you type like yapglobal.eth, you can send these to Samantha, and now I can see that she has 0.16 Ether in Etherscan, that kind of stuff. So like it's interesting. Like it's always related to privacy as well. So don't put like million under your name. and it was related to NFT. So when we did the upgrade back in 2019, we actually make a domain name as a NFT. So you can actually trade your domain name in marketplace like OpenSea, and that was great. That domain name is one of the, probably even in the internet space, one of the oldest asset people actually invest or hold. And until it became NFT, people were always asking where can I sell, where I can transfer. But by turning into NFT, suddenly it made it transferable really, really easy. And also another interesting we did is when we first launched, because whenever something launches, people try to run rush. So we built our auction system to handle, but to make it very build your own auction system is quite hard, and also that we had a lot of usability issue. So when we upgrade and when we decided 2 years from the launch of ENS, now it's matured enough. So we also released short names between 3 to 6 characters. And rather than building yet another auction system, we actually just outsourced to OpenSea. So we did the short name auction just about a year ago. And during that time, there were lots of crazy auction. I think the highest US auction was Amazon.ETH, 400 ETH or something. But turning your asset into NFT definitely increased the entire market space and make it a lot easier for people to obtain and transfer.
Yeah. No, thanks for explaining that. And yes, yapglobal.eth is still mine for now, because I remember I had to update it because it was expiring in a year. And yeah, I was just learning how to do that. And I kind of go to Makoto to kind of teach me how to do that. But, we've established that I think it was CryptoKitties, as a game, it was kind of very tangible, and, the art, I guess you can see in Alan's wall, they were really cute art as well. And so in a way that really captured, the attention into the need for NFTs. But, this year it is growing and the market is putting a higher price tag on NFTs. I mean, if you look at Decentraland as well, people are spending ridiculous sums of money on land, and also, there's also, I think there's fashion, in the virtual world, there's fashion items that are NFTs. So I think, average sales have crossed about 100 million, almost since July this year. So anyone can jump in on this question, but what has led to this growth this year?
I think if I can jump in there, it's definitely. Oh, sorry, have you come up, Alan?
No, go for it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the fact that people are looking at the space growing, more adoption, new people coming into blockchain, experiencing the space, and it's about removing the friction to allow people to start interacting with blockchain assets and products. And the gaming space is very good at acquiring users. It's very good at allowing people to enter into an ecosystem and keep them there. And these virtual goods are really, really nice to hold. I mean, we see it, I think, with everyone whose project involves blockchain assets. Once people experience that feeling of true ownership, actually controlling their asset, being able to take it where they want, use it how they want, then it becomes addictive and you want to acquire more of these assets. And this kind of growth in the art space, especially, people feeling they own these items. I have to say, shout out to Makoto. I own one of your cartoons of the ghost, the Japanese ghost with the big nose, and it's great. I know it came precisely from you. It's authentic. I know its provenance. I know how many of them there are, and that's an amazing experience. And I think that feeling of authenticity is only going to grow. But if you look over at the gaming world, you mentioned digital fashion, for example. You look at a game like Animal Crossing, there's a huge amount of digital fashion being created there. But a lot of it is actually being copied over from the real world, and then what exists in the digital space is basically being plagiarized. And I think while that's difficult to prevent in worlds where people are free to create what they want, there's definitely going to be a premium on having the authentic version of that design. And especially more as kind of digital creators can be rewarded for the assets that they've produced, as these kind of there's these art assets or virtual goods move around different ecosystems, being able to have infrastructure in place such as transfer fees. On the Engine platform, you create items and you can choose to apply a transfer fee. So any change of ownership returns revenue to the digital creator. It's really at this point just about discoverability. As more artists realize that they can benefit from this infrastructure, as more users realize that they have so much added value from truly owning an item, knowing it's authentic, and down the line being able to rent it out, we're just going to see more and more adoption. And I think that's why people are excited at this stage. DeFi was exciting because of the high returns, and I think NFTs are exciting because of the experience.
Yeah, I want to add something to what Alex just said. We don't shed enough light on the new paradigm of ownership that blockchain brings, and that's just absolutely awesome to be able to own something with your private key, especially if you've grown up in the years of the internet and you've played games online and you want some magical sword in an MMORPG or something, and suddenly, well, you can own that. It's yours. It's probably rare. It's yours. And since you spend probably 90% of your day browsing the internet, doing things connected to the internet, this is just the pieces we need for ownership on the internet. And yeah, that's simply awesome. I'm really glad that you'll be alive at this time, actually.
Yeah, same here. And the usability of these NFTs continues to explode as more and more projects come online, as more marketplaces enter, as more of these virtual worlds like Sandbox and Decentraland, Crypto Voxels, Somnium Space come into play and allow you to display your NFTs. I've got my gallery on my wall here, but very few people actually ever get to see this. But I've also got a gallery in Crypto Voxels of some of my favorite NFT art pieces that I own, and a lot more people get to see that. And it creates this explosion of usefulness, and it is all tied to that feeling of ownership, that feeling of authenticity, and also just all of the different benefits that you get when you're tying into the overall blockchain ecosystem and being able to like instantly globally sell something trustlessly, right? You talk about, so one of the things I'm working on right now is NBA Top Shot on the Flow blockchain, and we create these collectibles that are these digital, authentic NBA licensed collectibles. And you compare the experience of opening a pack and getting one of those, and then being like, ooh, I don't like this player, and selling it on a marketplace instantly, getting paid, somebody getting an authentic, provable, like real collectible in return, to the experience of trying to do something like that on eBay, where there's fraud, there's risk of forgeries, mail stuff getting lost in the mail. You wonder, am I actually going to get paid? Is there going to be like chargebacks? And there's all of these complications in the real, in the real world compared to when you put all of these things on the blockchain. All of these pieces get added. And I think the most exciting piece that's being added, we have all these building blocks with DeFi, and people are finding really cool ways to integrate all of those tools in the DeFi world with all of the utility and excitement of NFT ownership.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that segue, Alan, because I want to bring DeFi into the fold now. So, you know, we all know that it's experienced this exponential growth this year with now, I think I checked today, $12 billion in total value locked. So, I mean, because we've talked about games, we talked about art, we talked about digital fashion, and, you know, that all makes sense in the NFT world. So, how can NFTs and, you know, decentralized finance merge? I think, Jerome, you did touch a bit about like loans or lending. I mean, could you tell us a bit about how it can kind of worlds merge?
Yeah, let's now, since the beginning of the NFT, since we started doing NFT, we've discovered that digital tokens, like this digital ownership of either a digital twin or the digital twin of something that exists, or a piece of art that you can prove that you own because you own the reference of the blockchain. This has value. It has value. So now the next step is, how do you do finance on top of this value? How do you lock this in a smart contract, and you find a counterparty that is willing to offer you something against this? So I definitely can see both NFT coming up as a collateral for some of the DeFi applications that already exist. And secondly, I can definitely also see investment in those NFT in some way that will be decentralized, creating an index or something. I think that's the low-hanging fruit there. And also shout out to the devs that make this available, make this a reality and something that you can actually build composability on top of. I know that Engine has been pushing for the EIP ERC 1155, and I think it's absolutely great. We can bring the money Legos trend to DeFi, and that's to NFT and to DeFi, and that's really great.
Yeah, and there's actually a platform out there that I've used called NFTFi, which is already building this. So again, I've got my CryptoPunk. I don't want to sell that, but it does have real world value. Right now, anybody would not anybody, but any CryptoPunk connoisseur would hand me $1,500 for that instantly, because it's clearly worth more than that. All CryptoPunks at this point are worth more than that. There's the limited supply of 10,000 of them. We've got this history, but I want to hold on to this. But if I have an opportunity where I can invest in a project and I can expect even like a short-term return, I would love to be able to collateralize the value of my NFT without the risk of losing it. So I don't want to sell it, but I do want to be able to borrow against the value. And so this website, NFTFi, has built this platform. And while NFTs, one of the interesting things about NFTs is because they're all unique individual items, they all have kind of this unique individual value. And it can be hard to say, like, what is, how do you collateralize an NFT? Somebody's got to assign a value to it. And so what NFTFi does is they allow any individual to come in and say, I'm willing to take out a loan against this NFT, and any other individual to come in and say, I'm willing to lend this amount against this NFT. So again, a CryptoPunks connoisseur will come in and say, I will happily give you, 4 ETH for that. And I know that if you default on the loan, I can turn around and sell it for 4.5, 5 ETH. And so it's no risk for me. I put a little bit of what is that, interest payment on top of the repayment. So if I pay it back, they get some interest. They get more maybe that they could get from DeFi, and it's much lower risk for them because they know the value of the NFT. And so we do see this already happening where there is this intersection between the DeFi world and NFTs, and that's one of those really interesting platforms for that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about NFTFi. Thanks for pointing me to that. Definitely, it turns out in the blockchain space, if it exists, there is DeFi of it. So.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, thank you. Yeah, as first I've heard of it too. So thanks, Alan. And that brings us to my next question. How has the introduction of yield farming this year, presented opportunities and tools for NFTs to leverage on? And I think Andy talked a bit about like a feedback loop.
Yeah.
So could you explain a little bit about how NFTs can leverage on that?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing from my perspective is like, NFTs were already DeFi before DeFi was called DeFi, because you created NFTs out of nothing and then they add value and they could be sold. So financially, people understood that. We built a few NFTs like Nifty Football, which is a little bit dormant, unfortunately, but people understood you could buy in early, the Genesis editions add value, and you could resell them. So when you start adding in extra DeFi mechanisms like loans and things like that, but the yield farming really helps because you can then sort of create this, I call it like a it's like a vicious circle in some ways, a positive circle, not a vicious circle, because then you can add like a mechanism to actually yield farm tokens that can create NFTs. Or we're working on a project for a hackathon called Thunder Egg, where you actually yield farm NFTs direct, but the NFTs contain like an ERC20 token, a bit like the Charged Particles project, if you ever heard of that, which actually contained the interest inside an NFT that had to be burnt to release it. But in my ways, I mean, I don't really like the term money Legos, but these techniques can be leveraged upon, and NFTs are the same as fungible tokens, so they can be used in the same way. So the way of creating these positive circles is take something that people like, people understand, plug in NFTs, and people love the NFTs, and then you've got like this double sort of incentive. People want the NFT, they want the yield farm, they want the token, they can sell it if they want. And it's really what some people thought. Not everyone in the NFT space is all about value and profit, but if they want to seek that, there's now mechanisms, and there's mechanisms now to enhance it. And it helps everybody. The Uniswap pair will be enhanced, the NFT value may be enhanced, but I guess there's always a point that this could die, but as long as there's a positive sort of people in the overall system that are getting involved, then it's good for everybody. And so we're really excited about that, and we're building a few things with the yield farming. At first, it was a little bit of a craze, but I think now it's settled down. People can see it as quite a clever mechanism for actually creating value and engagement.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I mean, is there a mechanism out there yet, or you said you're building it, but is anyone else?
We're just building a variant. I mean, the meme coin, the meme thing, obviously that yield farmed an ERC token that could be exchanged for an NFT. We're not doing anything radical. We're just copying it off every other project and mashing it together. I mean, that's what coders do, right? But we're actually creating a yield farm that creates an NFT, but the yielded tokens inside the NFT. It's actually for an NFT hackathon that Peter Pan from the Meta Cartel's running. That's going on right now. It finishes next week. So, there's just interesting things, It's like sprinkle a bit of this, make a new recipe. That's the beauty of the blockchain, the openness, and it's all there for everybody. And this will be open source again. And I hope that, we'll probably do a terrible job at releasing it and like publicizing it, but someone might pick it up, like the Sushi Swap guys did, and by cloning something and putting a bit of magic and making something else. And I think that's the good thing, right? It's like there's several art marketplaces, there's lots of NFT projects, lots of DeFi. Mix it all together and let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's exciting. Does anyone else want to add to how NFTs can leverage on yield farming?
I think I really like Andy's comment. I really like Andy's comment about NFTs almost doing DeFi much sooner than everyone realizes. Like charged particles and also Aavegotchi putting some ERC20 tokens inside NFTs. Really interesting projects. We've actually for more than 2 years now. Engine NFTs are created with Engine Coin ERC20 tokens inside them, and you see the community trading these based on will the project be a success or not, but there's this inherent value because ERC20 tokens are inside the NFT that can be taken out should you no longer want that NFT, although the community says melt is murder. And I think around that you get these really exciting projects. And he also mentioned Meme, which is almost like a sort of a proof of work way of producing NFTs because you're staking these ERC20 tokens in order to get your NFT. And I think the way people value and interact with these assets will increasingly grow from that. And a lot of people are doing exciting things and they don't always get the visibility perhaps they should, but then later on those ideas sort of come to fruition. But I think kind of coming out of that, the use of collateral, what NFT Fi, I always read it as Nifty, NFT Fi is doing is really exciting because it reminds me of ETHLend in the early days, this peer-to-peer loan mechanism for ERC20 tokens. And obviously ETHLend morphed into Aave and been very successful. But it's about really bringing liquidity to the NFT space and also providing a lot of data on NFTs. And you have amazing platforms, your marketplaces showing the price and the demand for an NFT now. But something like NFT Fi with various interest rates to borrow and loan NFTs against is also going to reflect the virtual economies and projects they represent. And with our scaling solution, Efinity, we're going to be having loaning and renting of items for the Engine platform and Engine projects. And it's going to be fascinating seeing how people decide to borrow these assets because they have a specific form. So incredibly times.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to add is so currently yield farming is, if you want to think about a way to connect yield farming which is like very popular in the ERC20 to NFT. Usually, like you lock it ERC20 and then mint NFT, or you lock NFT and mint ERC20. I think that's what like a insurance rated startup or Safe trying to do. Or like they I think there's a Nexus Mutual, which is a smart contract cover. They have a ERC20 token, which you can only get it if you do KYC. So it's not that liquid. Then someone started doing the wrapped ERC, I think, and then Nexus Mutual token. Then YFI team started niftifying it. So like it's already like second or two wrapping happening. Then like this startup tried to do kind of something called like shield farming or something, and then by I think staking NFT now yield ERC. So like there's like not just like one conversion, but it's going like 3 or 4. And then also this is kind of unique for the NFT that quite often NFT, especially for the artist space, there's a creator, right? And creator can also create their own token. So which is kind of related to the personal token, which like June touched upon like I think yesterday's session that some of the platforms like Tri-Roll, they have about 460 creators, and some of them do have their own ERC20 token, and they try to mix with their sales of NFT, right? So even though it might not directly link in a smart contract level, there's also the relationship of like an NFT as a product, and also there's a creator who needs the ERC20. So there's, I think, some opportunity to mix these two things. I think there's a couple of people who's trying to do yield farming of the personal token by like buying or staking their NFT product.
Yeah. So can we dial it back and take it a few steps back? Can someone explain what wrapping NFTs are?
so there's a few different ways that is used. One of them I referred to earlier, where there's just a simple one-to-one wrapper where you can take an ERC20 like a CryptoPunk and put it into an ERC 721 wrapper, which means that it has all of the functions, it meets the standards, so it can interact with all these different contracts. Another form of wrapping NFTs that I think is really interesting that solves one of the big questions of NFTs is how do you have liquidity for these items. Obviously, that's solved with something like Uniswap and all of the take-ons from that in the DeFi space. But when every individual token has its own value that someone has to be able to assign to it, that's a lot harder to find that instant liquidity and automate that process. It becomes a lot more one-to-one. But then there's this concept now, and this actually started, I think, again with CryptoKitties. And what's great about CryptoKitties is it's like a toy, and it's just for fun. And while there's real value there, people are experimenting with all kinds of fun stuff. So they built this thing called Wrapped CryptoKitties that lets you, there's this pool of CryptoKitties, and you can take any cat that you own and put it into the pool, and in return you get an ERC20, a fungible wrapped kitties token. And so if you can do that with thousands of cats, now you can build a liquidity pool on Uniswap of wrapped kitty tokens, and by default these represent kind of the lowest value cats that exist, and so you can take any cat that you don't want, that you don't consider to be high value anyway, turn it into a token by wrapping it, and then you can sell it instantly on Uniswap because there's a market for those fungible tokens. And then the coolest thing is that that's been taken a step further now, and there's a website, again, Wrappered, like wrappered.com, I believe, that now lets you also wrap higher classes of kitties. So there's Generation 0 kitties, which kind of started all of CryptoKitties, and there's a limit. There's almost 2 million cats in the game, but there can only ever be 50,000 Gen 0 cats that started it. And so what this does is it allows you to wrap your cat, but it first checks and says, is this a Gen 0 cat? So it ensures that every cat that gets wrapped and put into this pool meets this certain minimum requirement of value, which means that now when you have liquidity for wrapped Gen 0s, that's much higher than you can get for just your kind of baseline cat. And then they've also taken a step further with wrapped virgin Gen 0s, which are cats that are Gen 0s that have never bred. And you can verify all this on the blockchain, so it can all be automated. And and it solves the liquidity issue. And so that's another form of wrapping where you're able to take what is a 721, turn it into an ERC20 and interact with the whole DeFi space. And then of course it goes the other way around, because every token is backed 1-1 with a cat. You can take any token and say, I want that cat out of the pool. You burn the token, you get the cat out. And it maintains that 1-to-1 relationship. And it allows you to play with your cats and get instant liquidity. And it just adds this whole other world to things.
Wow, that's like next level, a whole other world. I mean, how early are we? I mean, is this happening on, how many people are doing this at the moment?
Yeah, so there are thousands of people who own wrapped kitty tokens at this point. Again, this was something that was created by the community, and actually like the CryptoKitties team was like, this is so awesome. They built it into the website, they built in support for it, and they even have run some experiments where when you join CryptoKitties, they'll give you one of these tokens and you can kind of go to the pool and choose from all these thousands of cats. I think there's something like 200,000 cats wrapped right now. It's kind of insane. It might even be a lot more than that at this point. And what's really exciting when you talk about the Wrap Gen Zeros, which is a newer development, and this website Wrapper.com, I think just launched this month. What's really great is if you like the idea of CryptoKitties as an asset class, but you're kind of confused by all the different traits and like, how do I know if this is a good cat or a bad cat? What you can do is you can know that any cat that's a Wrap Gen Zero is definitely worth at least this much. And if you want to buy 100 cats at once, that would have taken a very long time prior to this month. Now all you have to do is go to Uniswap and you buy 100 Wrap Gen Zero tokens, and now you own 100 cats of this asset class of Gen Zeros, and it opens that whole world to investing in cats if that's your kind of thing. Cats are not securities, but the community has found a way to get them to play in the DeFi ecosystem and lower that barrier to entry. So and it is pretty early on for the Wrap Gen Zeros and the Wrapped Virgin Gen Zero cats, but that kind of took its cue from the Wrapped CryptoKitties contract, which has been around now for almost 2 years.
Wow. I mean, yeah, calling CryptoKitties an asset class, I never thought that would happen. But actually moving, I guess, back to kind of real world assets, I think, Alex, you brought up, prior to this chat about renting NFTs and the tokenization of real world assets. Could you tell us how that works and with NFTs and DeFi?
Well, I think the renting NFTs comes back to these virtual economies that are being built. So obviously we see a lot of virtual platforms now which have virtual land that you can buy. A lot of I come from big cities like London, so very familiar with speculation on property, and it's amazing to see these economies kind of actually exist in the virtual realm. People buying property because they believe it's going to be value and building things on there to add value to it. And so I think it makes sense that the way the economy will evolve is that you can rent these NFTs in order to use a particular space, maybe to host a party. But what we're seeing also in the gaming space is that economies are very central to gameplay experiences. And some of the engine projects, for example, have blueprint aspects to their economies where you have to own a particular blueprint in order to create a space station part or a particular sword. And only a few people hold these blueprints. So you can form a cartel and restrict the production of a particular asset. Or someone could break out of that cartel and spam the market with lots of these assets and bring the price down. So it also leads to the point where if you have an item, you can add value to that item by being able to rent it out when you're not using it. And in the gaming space, that might be I rent a particular asset to defeat a particular boss, or to beat my friends on a particular gaming day. But beyond that, it's really any sort of real world scenario where people are renting items from land to actual goods. That can now be replicated in these virtual spaces, and that's very exciting. In terms of the tokenization of real world assets you mentioned, that's a huge space in itself. But looking at platforms like Foundation and Zora, which are initially kind of using fungible tokens to represent or be IOUs for real world goods. Very interesting to look at how that space evolves, if only for the fact that you still have to have an inventory of real world goods, which need to be managed and susceptible to all kinds of real world damage. Yeah. I don't want to. I won't. I'll allow someone else to pick up that conversation, particularly.
I mean, do you think
I just
that...
wanted to.
Sorry, go, Alan. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add real fast that one of the huge benefits of doing this rental on the blockchain is if I lend you my lawnmower, you might return it all banged up or like missing a piece somewhere. I don't know. But if I lend you my NFT, then I can be guaranteed that I will get it back, and I'll get it back in the same condition I gave it to you if the game supports that. And so that just adds this extra layer of where you don't have to trust the other person, which is, again, blockchain and trustlessness, they go hand in hand.
All right. Well, I have to say, jumping in there just as a theoretical, which is fairly far out, but if you can envisage a future where all the actions from a game are potentially on the blockchain, and I was having this conversation fairly recently where we're envisaging these virtual goods you basically put on marketplaces with their performance history. A sword could be exactly the same as another sword, but it might just have a performance history where its hit rate is slightly higher for no other reason than randomness. But people will place a premium on that. But you take that forward to your professional esports player. They have an item which has an incredible success rate. You're loaning that item out to a noob is actually going to negatively impact that item's history. So I think that aspect of provenance with NFTs is something perhaps we underplay sometimes. You could rent it out to someone who you don't want their digital fingerprint on, could theoretically in the future devalue NFTs. So this is very theoretical at the moment, but who knows what people will value in the future.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking a lot about gaming and like virtual worlds, but how can this be translated into the real world? Like, I know, Alex, you were saying, a lot of the real world, like, for example, Alan, you brought up the lawnmower thing. Like, can NFTs and DeFi kind of be applied to like real world use cases, like renting a home? I don't know.
I'll allow someone else to jump in there. Otherwise, if anyone else, I feel I've spoken quite a bit.
Well, I can jump in if you want.
Yep.
I think as we're talking about a lot of this stuff, it's like it's great because everyone here is really passionate and the NFT scene's really thriving. But we have to have like a little dose of reality sometimes, because it is still quite hard to own, manage these assets, transfer them, understand where they are in your wallet. What does it mean? I mean, I went to the pub at lunch with food, which is a lot here in the UK, and I was telling people about Known Origin. We're about to like break some records, and they're just like scratching the head. There's just no idea what I'm talking about. So it's like I still think real world use cases. It makes sense because you say this NFT could be the land deed on your house, and you can fractionalize it and sell it, or it could be your mortgage. But it's just like the idea of that in reality, for me, I thought like 3 years ago when I started my blockchain company that we'd be like doing all this crazy stuff now. And I realized that was still pretty early. So I think the real world use cases will come behind the scenes. And, people might not realize they've got NFTs, but I still think that there's a bubble. And I think the way that the DeFi and NFT scene has flourished recently is that the bubble's stretched a little bit. And the DeFi people who already understood some of these concepts have come in to NFT. But I don't want to be negative on this panel because I think NFTs are awesome. I mean, we build them every day. But these still the real world use cases. I mean, are still a bit of a stretch away for me personally.
Yeah.
But I do think that the current latest COVID situation might slightly change, especially in the art space. For example, virtual art really thriving because people can't go to physical space, but there's just physical gallery and a physical museum, and they don't have a physical capacity where people just wouldn't come. So in their case, it's not about how to put virtual things in to physical world, but now people have to start thinking about how to bring physical things into virtual one. It's not about putting things out, but how you put things already there into virtual. I don't know if that makes sense, but again, I think that kind of stuff people start seeing, and I do think that artists tend to be very, very early adapter jumping into that. So it could be an opportunity now.
I think that's why art's been quite leading out, really, because artists, they get it, they're not afraid to get the headspace in somewhere new. And I think with the virtual world, there's no doubt they're going to happen. So I think it's very positive, and hopefully, as you say, with COVID and stuff, it may help people start thinking a bit more virtually. So it might accelerate the adoption.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that I'm waiting to happen, where this intersection of the real world and DeFi and even NFTs potentially can all intersect, is you take something like Rally Road, which is a company that creates fractional shares of these super high-end collectibles and luxury goods like sports cars. And you can take a sports car, they put it into an air-conditioned warehouse, put lots of security around it, break it up into 10,000 shares and sell those shares to individuals. And then what happens today is, like, it's kind of hard to find another individual to trade that share with. But now if you imagine that those 10,000 shares were actually on the blockchain, now you have access to the entire world of DeFi. You can have liquidity pools. You can have, yield farming even for, a Lambo. And I don't think there's anything standing in the way of that. It's just something that we're just kind of waiting for one of those companies that is already doing that, or for a new company to come together that is fractionalizing real world assets as these tokens on the blockchain. And I think that people are experimenting with that again today. You've got companies like NiftX, so unlike NFTFi, this one's NIFTEX, that lets you take a digital asset and break it up in a bunch of shards. And so they're already building that infrastructure for taking one thing, breaking it up into a bunch of little shards that can then be traded and on Uniswap and so forth. And then they also have smart contract functions that let you, if you want that item as a whole item again, you can offer to buy out everybody who owns one of those shards. And if you offer too low, then you will get bought out at your underbid price. And if you offer enough, then you can buy out all the shards and get the actual collectible. So again, people are experimenting with that in the purely digital realm, where you can take a high-end piece of artwork, digital art, and break it up into thousands of pieces, and we've seen that happen really successfully. And other digital assets like Axes, which are game assets, are being broken up into shards, and people are happy to own a piece of that Axie because they can't afford the real thing. So that'll happen in the real world as well, where people are taking these like Lambos and collateralize or breaking into shards that can then be used.
Yeah, I like that. And Makoto, it totally makes sense what you're saying, because, like, for example, right now, like, while I'd love to go to a gallery, they're closed or there's limited numbers. So imagine if all the art galleries could, hold a virtual one. It would be the same thing as, like, standing in front of a piece of art, but we're on a virtual conference right now. Like, if this was physical, we'll be sitting next to each other. So anything can happen. But there is something that's in the virtual world that's become real world, which I just got my husband to bring. But I've got a physical crypto kitty from Crypto Kaiju, Oliver Carding from Manchester, who gifted this to me. So I think I have I think I have an NFT crypto kitty that is also a physical one. So
that's right. That's associated, and it has a I think it has like a near field communications tag in it.
Yeah,
an NFC. Yeah, and that allows you to verify that is associated with a NFT. Actually, my prints here on the wall also have their special verified. I had to verify that I owned this in order to get this print made, and it comes with an NFC tag, so I can hold my phone up to it and see what actual NFT it's associated with. So these are sort of, you have augmented reality. These are sort of whatever the opposite of that is, where it's virtual reality tied to virtual, I guess.
Yeah. Samantha, we actually built Crypto Kaiju.
Yeah, you did.
With Ollie, who's a very funny guy. But it harps back to some of the digital twin conversation we were talking about.
Hey guys, and we're back. We had some technical difficulties there. We lost sound. I'm not too sure what happens. We'll try to get Samantha and the cast back on as soon as we can. And if we can't, we'll just continue with this party. That was a very entertaining and amazing panel. We'll go to a quick commercial break and we'll see what we can accomplish.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
DeFi meets NFTs. We can't just let it end with technical difficulties. We're going back to that panel right now. They will finish up over the next few minutes. Back to you guys.
Hello. So sorry we lost you guys there, but yeah, we're just going to wrap up this discussion with a final question to all of the panel. What do we need to happen, or what needs to happen for mainstream adoption of NFTs and DeFi?
So that's something that we're tackling over at Dapper Labs. We've built a blockchain called Flow, which is meant to be super consumer friendly, and we've built a super consumer friendly application that I've been working on, NBA Top Shot, where we're partnered with one of the largest brands on the globe, and we're building these collectibles where people can come to NBATopShot.com and buy these digital collectibles. All they need is an email address, a password, a credit card. They don't have to download any extensions. They don't have to even realize they're on the blockchain, although they're going to get all those benefits, and they're going to start asking questions, and they're going to realize that they're owning NFTs on a blockchain and getting all of those benefits. So that's going to be a really great way, we believe, to bring potentially millions of NBA fans onto the blockchain.
Very nice. I think Ledger is going to support ERC-71 at some point. Can't commit on the date for that, but that's definitely things that we are looking at.
Alex?
Blockchain games. I think that's definitely my passion area. And virtual worlds and spaces. We're seeing a lot of virtual events at the moment. Engine does a lot of enterprise work for clients like Microsoft, where we produce digital collectibles as a rewards and recognition program. And then we have exciting games like War of Crypto, which kind of blew up on YouTube recently with its soft launch on iOS. So I think people taking control of having true ownership of these digital assets, it's all about a learning process. And as they learn about blockchain assets and appreciate the proven authenticity, scarcity, ownership, and provenance, it's just the space will just grow exponentially.
Makoto? Oh, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think NFT actually itself can be the leading way for the crypto that most of the years in 20, it's a lot harder for people to buy, right? But like if you become the creator of NFT, actually you can own it. And the perfect example is like I just started doing a doodling artist using something called Nifty. I don't know if you can see, but this is basically me doodling a study of the art there. And because he's got into the meme NFT, so I drew it, and I'm still waiting for Stanley to send, but he hasn't sent ENS address yet. But what's interesting is I have no art background. I just like occasional doodling, and then what's great is that this one uses some sidechain called X-Style, where gas is a lot cheaper. So another thing is high gas is a bit of a problem. But like interesting thing is you doodle it, and immediately pressing the button, you can sell it. Then by doing that, you can start earning. I think I doodled like about 20 items, and I did actually earn like $70, $80, which is nothing. But I think getting past $5, $10 worth of crypto, we start going like massive KYC and all that stuff is a key for adoption, and I think NFT can lead that way.
So is NFT going to turn you into an artist now?
Yeah, everybody's artist now.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you so much, Alex, Alan, Makoto, Andy, as well as Jerome for joining this panel. And thank you all for listening to the intersection between NFTs and DeFi. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, okay.
Bang, and we are back. Next up, we continue with the DeFi theme today with our next panel. Here to introduce and moderate this epic panel is an epic crypto influencer. She became interested in cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology in 2017. She quickly realized that blockchain technology would not only revolutionize and improve the quality of life, but that it would also provide financial reformation for people globally. She has been in crypto full-time ever since summer of 2018 and focuses on providing transparent marketing and media solutions for blockchain companies globally, along with hosting face-to-face meetups and educating the community. Please put your virtual hands together for the founder of Beyond Associates, Miss Wendy O, aka Crypto Wendy. Wendy, welcome to BlockDown. The panel is all yours.
Thank you for having me. This is so exciting. It's a little different hosting these virtually as opposed to face-to-face, because we love all the face-to-face stuff. And you guys have to excuse my background in the process of moving. But first and foremost, thank you to EAK for having me and having everybody else and hosting this panel. And on this panel, we are going to keep that DeFi theme rolling and talk about yield farming risks, opportunities, and new crops explained from yam to pasta. We bring together all the DeFi leaders to explain what meme coins are and the reason for this craze. Shout out to all the food tokens out there. So I have the folks from Aave, TomoChain, and 1inch Exchange. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
All right, so let's get started. And I would, before we start talking about DeFi and food tokens, because those are a lot of fun, and I love a good meme token. Why don't each of you introduce yourselves? Talk about a little bit about your guys' company and what your guys' company does for the space. Whoever wants to start.
Well, I can break the ice. So I'm Stani. I'm the founder and CEO of Aave. Aave is a decentralized money market protocol that is running on the Ethereum network. And in essence, what it means is that you can deposit different kinds of cryptographic assets, such as stable coins, and earn interest. So basically, our goal is to have interest on every asset on chain. And then when you deposit, you can actually draw a credit line from Aave. We started to build already back in 2016, 2017, and we launched the first lending protocol back then. And and this year has been pretty awesome, like not just for Aave, but for DeFi in general.
Awesome. Who wants to go next?
Yeah, I can be next. My name is Anton. I am co-founder and CTO of 1inch Exchange. 1inch Exchange is a DEX aggregator. So what 1inch did is united all layer 1 DEXs on Ethereum into a single huge high liquid DEX. So it's like all the DEXs were united in single DEX, which can offer prices sometimes even better than on like coolest centralized exchanges.
Awesome. Who is next?
I can be the next. Hi, I'm Lucas from TokenLoan, and I'm leading the growth at TokenLoan. TokenLoan is a decentralized exchange building on top of 0x protocol and using a unique RFQ model. It's also been a very good year for us. Like for the past few weeks, we are doing about 30 million trading volume a day, and we have helped to onboard more than 100K users to decentralized exchange since our launch in April 2019.
Wow. And then we have one more person on the panel.
Yeah, that's me. My name is Long Vương. I am a founder and CEO of TomoChain, which is a scalable, low-fee public blockchain. We have been building TomoChain since 2017. We launched mainnet in late 2018 and have been working on it since then. We are also building a few DeFi projects, such as a non-custodial exchange, TomoDex on TomoChain, and recently launched AMM liquidity protocol, Lua Swap.
Awesome. Yeah, Lua Swap is something really cool, and you guys are all working on really, really great stuff. So I want to kick this off, and let's talk about some of the misconceptions that is presented with DeFi in the space, because right now a lot of people are seeing all these meme tokens pop up. They think that they can get rich right away, and there's a lot of misconceptions about that. So do you guys want to start talking about some of the risks associated with DeFi and with DEXs, and then talk about how your guys' companies are aiming to make it more legitimate and easier for general population to access and use?
Well, I can mention something practically. Definitely this year has been quite interesting in the sense that we saw a lot of this kind of so-called like liquidity mining programs where the users are, or let's say the governance power of a protocol is basically distributed to the users with the users of the platform. And in one way, it's an interesting model to actually distribute the governance power to actually users and not just speculators. But the thing is that in DeFi, how to get access to those tokens, you pretty much have to provide liquidity. And when you provide liquidity into these protocols, you're practically farming those tokens. And that usually means that if you have a big account, so you provide a lot of liquidity, so you're a whale. In that sense, you get most of the tokens. And then if you have a small account, basically farming those tokens will not provide that much of a governance power or exposure to that asset or protocol, and you end up buying that token. So it's kind of like the idea is called like fair launch in the sense that the teams that are launching tokens this way, they're trying to take less power as they can and distribute the governance power to the token holders. But end of the day, it's the big accounts who are farming everything, and then the small accounts, they have to buy them. And this is kind of interesting because it's not a perfect solution, but it draws a lot of attention, especially for many to gain a lot of interest or yields. And then when there's a lot of interest in yields and tractions, incentives plays a big part in DeFi. All kinds of opportunism comes in play, and people tend to launch different kinds of products or smart contracts without audits, and then we see this kind of things where money gets stocked, or some of the projects, they just disappear with the funds, or there's all kinds of bad examples. And the thing is that DeFi is not all about that completely. There's sort of sustainable projects that are building protocols very securely. They audit their work, and they and do all the best practices they can. But this is kind of like a side thing that is happening, and it's very risky, and end users usually don't understand the risk that they're getting into.
I agree. Anton, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah. I see some parallel. If we would see what happened 3 years ago with ICO hype, people invested their money into some new coins, and potentially a lot of them lost a lot of money on prices of these coins they bought on these ICOs. But comparing to previous hype, in this hype, I see that people are farming new tokens. They're not buying it. They do farming. So they putting some liquidity into some liquidity protocols. They use somehow some lending protocols to earn, to farm, and they get this token. They I believe they potentially could not lose, because they do not invest and are not buying this token. They do farming. This is really good comparing to what happened 3 years ago, and I see that they have different opportunities. Some of them can give you huge APR, some of them can give you low APR, but it's already balanced on the market by risks. So some new protocols could offer higher APR, but they have a higher risks. So it's always rebalancing between opportunities and risks. So, and one more point, that projects who are doing farming, they have two different features. They, first of all, distributing their token without having a public sale, and second point, they are, for example, if they do farming on some liquidity protocol like Uniswap or any other AMM, they do pay for market making. So instead of hiring market makers on centralized exchanges, they pay to users who provide liquidity, and they can like have a few millions of bucks liquidity on AMM, and it would give like enough liquidity to have good prices. It's like paying for AMM, but paying for regular users, for liquidity providers.
So essentially, it still is using market making, but it's a different form of market making that may be a little bit more ethical, I guess. But then again, it kind of can be contradictory because you're looking at specific accounts that have a large amount of coins or tokens, and who knows where they got these, who knows if they bought them on the market or they were given to them by a team member, or if in fact it is a team member. And then we notice rug pulls and all that liquidity coming out, and these people that get stuck with farming specific or different projects, they can be, because there's different lockup periods, correct, for different coins?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah, it was a question. Yeah. I'm not sure if farming always have vesting periods. I see that some pre-minings, if you have like provided liquidity before token launch, it could have vesting. Like it was like on Curve protocol, you will get like pre-farmed tokens investing. But if you farm, you will get your tokens almost instantly. Most of them use smart contract for tokens distribution, and it's like a fun fact that first version of this contract was written by me to Synthetics. It was in December of the previous year, and most of the projects are using this approach to distribute tokens in proportional manner to all the participants.
Fair enough. Lucas, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I think Anton and Stanley covered market and the economic risks pretty well. So I just wanted to add that there could be other risks as well. For example, the technical risk, because it's hard to be bug-free in the codes. And so I think for the newcomers, if they cannot read code and they are new to the space, it may be good that they check if the project is properly audited, and if to see, and also see if the team is a reputable team in the space. So that way, maybe they can avoid like the rug pull or some other incidents.
Let's say somebody is brand new to the space. I have a TikTok account, so I went ahead and let my TikTok followers know I was hosting a panel on DeFi. So let's say that some of them are watching. Where would they look to even see if a code was audited or not?
I think there could be, especially for those early projects, probably you have to reach out to the team or join their Discord channel to see if they have these that they can share. And it's best they can have this available on the website, but not all the early projects have their code audited. So I think our users should really make sure they understand the risk here.
Okay.
I would want to add that like the audits itself do not do not guarantee the safety. That's one thing. We've seen projects, even kind of legit projects, they have vulnerabilities after multiple audits, and it's kind of like a very difficult, because it's usually humans who are developing a building, and since you kind of like have to build something perfect, and it's very very difficult. So even though it's been audited a few times, there's still a risk always involved.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course. Long, what about you? What are your thoughts on the risk associated with DeFi?
I think from the project point of view, I think the farming is a way to distribute the protocol token to the end user, to the community, and to the contributor. And I think there's no perfect way to do it. Yes, so kind of like the space, right? And we are kind of experimenting with a different way of doing it. And I still think the DeFi way we have until I think August this year is still not comparable to the ICO way in 2017, because still not many interest from outsider, and even people who are inside the space. Some of them is not keen on the DeFi. I think in terms of risks, you obviously, like someone mentioned, you have to check the smart contract. You have to check the quality of the team, and I think at the peak of the DeFi in August, like 1 or 2 months ago, I think people jumping in, whenever there's a new contract, right, and there's a crazy high APY, people jumping in and putting money in. We also experienced it recently. So like people throwing $100,000 to buy, token and to farm on the first day of farming. So I think the main point is geofarming is one way of distributing the token. What really matters in the long run is whether the protocol and the product is useful and bring real value to the end user and to the communities.
I actually agree with you on that, Long. So my next question is, I would like to get everyone's thoughts on these food tokens, because originally when I think of DeFi, I think of it being accessible to the average person who can't necessarily get a loan at their bank, either to take a mortgage out or to start a small business. So that's what I think of when I'm thinking of DeFi, but we're seeing all these food tokens. We have pasta, we have sushi. There's even a brand new coin out now that's actually called a food token. How can the average person navigate this stuff? I know you guys touched on joining the Telegram or the Discord group, asking for the code. Do you guys recommend them asking if there's a specific lockup period on Unicrypt? Like, what are your guys' advice on this for brand new folks or for people that have been in the game for a while? And if Stanny, if you want to go ahead and start this off.
Yeah, I mean, the food tokens are like a I don't know. The positive thing, like to start with positive stuff, I think they're interesting way to build like community and culture, and somehow like narrative. There's always been narrative of in the cryptocurrency space and in DeFi space in general. So I really like that, but kind of like there's so many food coins and there's so much stuff that is totally useless. And it's just like there's a lot of lack of innovation, but the good thing is that I think the whole DeFi space is quite about education, and I think crypto space has been always about education. Trying to understand like how you basically hold your keys, and same in DeFi. What does DeFi mean? Non-custodial access and understanding like distinguishing which protocols are actually like good, sustainable, and which are like super risky. And it's just I think there's no way of avoiding the educational part. I think it will always belong to that.
So do you think that companies, different food tokens or any type of company in the DeFi space, do you think that they should provide some sort of educational content for their communities?
Yeah, I think so, but I also think that let's say if you launch a food token, you kind of don't care about the education. You just want to do it for fun, and kind of maybe there will be a community that comes around, and then it evolves something, and then they educate. But I would love to see more education. We try to do it at Aave, and I think in every project in this panel does the same, and it's just a common thing when we can educate people in the same way.
Anton, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I would extend Stani's thoughts about these tokens. That I agree that it looks like experiments. So these projects are showing us what would happen if someone, for example, would fork Uniswap and introduce fair lunch with farming of own token. And at the end of this experiment, we can see how existing projects which are forked, how they are sustainable to these forks. It's kind of proof of fork. If someone tried and not like overbid, for example, we see that sushi swaps at the first moment it like overtake the amount of liquidity and Uniswap, but then Uniswap growed a lot and again won all this liquidity. So it seems that all these projects who are just forks is just interesting experiments. I would not personally suggest to anyone to participate in this kind of activity with like real own funds. It's just like experiment fun, and if you can like put a few $100 in this, and you can lose it without any fear, without huge pain. You can just have some fun.
Or just collect the airdrops and play with those, right?
Yeah, sure.
Lucas, what are your thoughts on this?
I think I would just share some points about how to navigate for the people who just come to the space or just learn about it. I think for the newcomer, they right now they can go to a CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap, because they both have a dedicated website that listing out all the farming projects. I think CoinGecko also have the information about if the project is audited, and then they also have the APY listed there. So I think that's a good way for the people interested to get started. If they want to, if they are willing to spend more time, they can like follow people like Stanley Anton on Twitter, like following the crypto Twitter and their discussions there as well. And last point would definitely be just do your own research, invest money you can afford to lose, because I just generally for those experiments, I think it's fun as long as you don't lose your money. And personally, I like those experiments because it brings lots of new ideas to the space.
I agree with you on that. The food tokens are a lot of fun. I'm a sucker for meme tokens, but I kind of wanted this next topic. It's a kind of a serious topic. I want to talk about the legal implications for the DeFi space, because we saw a big debacle that happened with YFI, and I don't have all of the information in front of me, but there was like some sort of crowdfunding lawsuit that was created by some of the participants that had lost money. And when you think about crypto, you think about, decentralization and like taking responsibility for your own choices, but these people lost money. So now they're upset and they're crowdfunding a lawsuit against the team. And I think some of the team is anonymous as well. Do you guys want to talk about some of the legal implications in the space with DeFi, or maybe some of the legal troubles that you guys have had with your company as far as getting things licensed and regulated for the places that you're operating in?
So we are companies in Singapore. So we are following Singaporean laws, and so far there is no issue that I know of. And definitely, like if you plan to do an ICO, like in 2018, 2017, you plan to do an ICO, you have to have a lawyer, right? You have to have a security review. So spend like 20, 30,000, maybe even more for that work. But if you are doing a fair launch of token airdrop, I think you don't need to spend money on legal opinion. I think that's what we found out, and that's why we did that with Lua Swap. We just don't want to go to the fundraising and don't want to go to the whole process of getting a lawyer and legal opinions. Yeah, but I think anything, you have to be careful when you opening something that people put money in, because if they lose money, right, they can get crazy and sue you, all kind of things. So I think that's one reasons, a lot of teams as anonymous, and a lot of them are anonymous in the space. For us, right, because we are no team, we have to take even extra precaution in producing our software and to protect the end user.
Lucas, do you have any thoughts on this?
I think the regulation is currently very vague in the space, but I believe the regulators are starting to pay attention. So, for example, like just a couple of weeks ago, we all heard about the BitMEX case that their CTO was arrested. Although BitMEX is not DeFi, but I think generally people working in the DeFi, they are feeling regulators are paying attention to the space. So I think for the projects would be just to be very careful and maybe consult lawyers who know the space early, so you can be more prepared.
Anton, what are your thoughts on this? Anton?
I had bad connection. Could you repeat question?
Yes. Okay. So we saw with YFI, we saw that there was a bunch of drama that happened. It all went down on Crypto Twitter live. I remember I was out to dinner when it happened. But anyways, there was a group of people that lost a lot of money in this DeFi craze with the YFI, and that I want to say that other projects, EMN. And there was a group of people that they crowdfunded a lawsuit to fight the anon devs. What are your thoughts about legal implications for DeFi teams currently?
Yeah, the thing is that people are trying to get high opportunities, but they do not consider high associated risks. And the thing is that I remember like 3 versions of Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 2, Wi-Fi 3, possibly, maybe more. I'm not sure. Everyone tried to repeat like the success of very first version, but it's like the difference. The very first version is dominating among any others, like any other copies. And yeah, people started to observe transactions and deployed contracts on wallets of developers. And they started consider every new token, every new smart contract as a potential investment. So they are putting money even without waiting. If they see this wallet deployed new token, and this token possibly is like listed somewhere on AMM, on Uniswap, or there is like any chance to extract this token from some farming or something like this, some people are trying to do this ASAP, without waiting for announcement, without waiting for audit. You know, it's like a problem for these people, but somehow it became a problem of developers, because these people lost money and they started to pretend on compensation, possibly. I don't know what they actually want to get, because they put money in some crazy smart contract, which potentially this smart contract was not considered to be like latest version, which will go live. So I'm sure this should not happen, but this happened somehow, and this people try to put responsibility for their bad decisions on developers. This is also how it shouldn't be, for sure.
Right. Those are my thoughts, because when we're talking about DeFi and we're talking about decentralization, it's all about being your own bank and taking responsibility for yourself and your actions. But then once we get money involved, we see this with trading psychology. A lot of people get their emotions involved and they get all hectic and wild, but that's neither here nor there. Stanley, what are your thoughts about this?
One second, please. Let me promote one interesting quote of DeFi Prime account. I really like it. It sounds like the whole idea of decentralization is about allowing people to scam each other without middlemen.
Right.
It's a joke, but it's really fun.
It's relevant.
Yeah, I have a mixed opinion because in one way I definitely agree. Like, you know, if you deploy something to kind of like to the mainnet and you interact with it, you know, it's permissionless and so forth, you can lose funds. You know, that's the risk always. But also it's kind of like double-edged sword in the sense that if you know that people are doing that kind of stuff, like then kind of like should you first like deploy to a testnet, ensure a couple of audits, and then, you know, like start to kind of like promote the smart contracts that are actually live. And I've been talking about this with Andre quite many times because I mean he loves to deploy straight to the mainnet, and this is the problem because like people like, I mean, they will always try to take opportunities. Many people are driven by greed, and they always want the upside but don't want the downside, and that's a very difficult thing.
Well, it has to be hard for the devs too, because there's a lot of people that are just out there, like Andre, that seem like they really just want to create really cool things, and they're not really doing it necessarily to get rich on that particular project, but they're trying to make something revolutionary. And then people kind of don't gauge it like that. They're looking at it more of a trader as opposed to actually being in it for the tech. But I guess my last question is I want to get all of your gentlemen's opinion on DeFi long term. How do you envision the future for DeFi? And Stanley, if you want to kick this off and, you know, talk about how you envision it and if it's a fad or not.
Yeah, future like upcoming years or upcoming weeks.
Let's talk about maybe the next 5 to 10 years, because crypto is still in its infancy. Me personally, I don't think we're going to see mass adoption until my 4-year-old daughter grows up and she, you know, she's doing her thing in the space. That's my personal opinion. But so what are your thoughts maybe the next 10 years? Is this going to be a fad, or, you know, is there going to be a future?
I think, you know, overall there's going to be a lot of potential because if this liquidity starts to grow and grow, you know, and anyone can access it, if it keeps staying permissionless, like for example Bitcoin and Ethereum is today, and if it becomes widely kind of like accepted that this permissionless protocols could be also decentralized permissionless protocols could be also accessible by anyone, and the fact that anyone can access means also that anyone can build. So the ecosystem will grow exponentially because this is kind of a unique situation where you have financial platform where anyone can build. You know, compared to Web 2, where if you want to build a application, connect multiple wallets, or let's say bank accounts, you have to basically get a permission of every bank's to connect with their APIs and basically look at their terms and conditions. But here in the decentralized finance, you can basically build the next Uniswap, the next the next whatever, you know, and everyone is encouraging you to do that, and that's the thing. So I think the openness and permissionless nature will be so powerful that you can't do anything else than join it. I mean, I'm pretty sure at some point Ethereum and many of the layer 2s and alternative blockchains, they will be the networks where you do transactions, and I just can't see any other future.
I agree with you there. Don't tell anyone. Anton, what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I strongly believe that current blockchain and DeFi technologies is like a missing piece of world finance, because it's how finance, money, and all these derivatives and all these things should be implemented, but somehow they were implemented in a wrong manner, in a faster, cheaper, and more cheap way to achieve. Yeah, and it seems that world is targeting and aiming to the decentralized future, and I'm not sure how far we will get in next 5 to 10 years. I wish to believe it will be really far, but it seems it will not be. Everyone 3 years ago believed that mass adoption is like already here. It will be like in a few months, but then like next iteration happened. 3 years passed, and I see that everyone, possibly someone, believes that mass adoption it will be like in a few months, but I do not believe this time. I see that possibly we will have one more 3 years cycle, and I don't know how many cycles we will need to have a technology be ready for mass adoption, because everyone sees that right now we are not ready. We do not have any blockchain systems which are capable to have millions of users daily. Right now, 5 million of users, 5 million of wallets are interacting with Ethereum monthly, and only 200,000 to 300,000 of wallets are interacting with it daily. So I see that we are not ready for mass adoption yet, and possibly we will be ready in next 3 years, but I'm not sure. So I believe we will spend next 10 years trying to be closer to mass adoption, and I hope it will be exponential growth. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we can do this without big companies like PayPal stepping in, because they're coming for you guys. I hope you're ready. Lucas, what are your thoughts about this, about the future of DeFi?
Anton remind me that saying that people tend to overestimate the change in the next 1 or 2 years, but underestimate what could be done in the next 10 years. So I'm very bullish about what will happen in the next 10 years. And I actually do believe DeFi will go mainstream, but it will go mainstream in the way that mainstream people don't really aware it. So I think DeFi will quietly work in the back end and quietly just probably improving the user experience, reducing the cost, things like that.
I agree with you on that. Long, what are your thoughts about the future for DeFi, and is this just a fad?
Yeah, it definitely not a fad. I think we are in a very early stage, because looking back 10 years ago, we didn't have Ethereum, right? And Bitcoin is also very early. So there's a lot of things that can happen in 5 to 10 years. And I think DeFi is one of the big team, really big team with the crypto space. And it really is time that the technology going into and disrupt banking and finance. And I think the fact that DeFi is so borderless and permissionless, and it's very easy to integrate with different product, and developer is very easy to build on top of other product and protocol. I think it's very hopeful, and I'm very bullish about the space.
I agree with you. All right, we have a few minutes left, but can you guys each give me 2 to 3 sentences on your opinion about PayPal entering the space and how that's going to impact DeFi? I don't know if you guys can do it or not, but maybe 2 to 3 seconds. Long, do you want to start?
It's definitely a good sign that the mainstream finance is very interested in Bitcoin and also in crypto in general. I think PayPal, they really like Bitcoins, but for DeFi, I think they still kept wait and see, because some of the service and product is kept overlapping.
I agree. Lucas, 2 to 3 seconds. Your thoughts on PayPal and DeFi, if that will work together.
Yeah, sure. I think what PayPal did will definitely bring more institutional interest in the space. And because they are a consumer-facing products and they have so many users, so it could be actually very important in the way that they bring DeFi to the mainstream, but having the DeFi working in the behind.
I agree with that as well. Anton, 2 to 3 sentences on PayPal and DeFi. Does it work? Does it not work?
I believe any company, any like wide known company pointing to DeFi and blockchain technologies is very good, because just point people to this and they will discover DeFi and all this like on their own. Just point them.
Yeah, they'll discover all the food tokens on their own, I'm sure. Stanley, two to three sentences on your thoughts on DeFi and PayPal. Do they mix or do they not?
Yeah, I mean, PayPal has its own network, right? Settlement network. But the thing is, I guess the closer they come to the cryptocurrency space, the closer they come to the DeFi space as well. So I think it's a positive sign, and yeah, I agree. Everything what has been said about PayPal here, very big thing, and I think more importantly, probably other fintech electronic money service providers will follow. That's even bigger thing, because it legitimizes cryptocurrencies, their nature, and then later it's part of DeFi, of course, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for taking this time with me on this beautiful Friday. I hope you all have a great weekend. Shout out to EAK Digital for bringing us all together to talk about food tokens, because those are the best. And I'm really excited for all of your guys' companies and all the amazing things you are all doing in the space. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Andy.
Bye.
Another amazing panel. Stanny, Lucas, Anton, Long, and of course, Crypto Wendy. Very well done. Thank you. I get really confused these days when we're talking about food. You know, are we talking about crypto? Are we talking about food? You know, I'm not too sure what's being delivered. But yeah, it's a fun space. Thank you very much for that panel. We're going to go for a short break, and when we return, we're going to continue this party. So stay right there.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Hello, BlockDown family. My name is Craig Cobb. I am the founder of TraderCobb.com and the TraderCobb Crypto podcast. And I've got a Halloween story of failure for you. During the 2017 boom of the ICO market, I avoided everything because I'm a trader and I focus on what I know. But I followed in a very, very prominent Australian influencer and dusted $70,000 in the process. Don't you do the same. Follow and listen to the people that are at BlockDown this year. And if I can make anything to help you, then please let me know. Have a great time. It's going to be a fantastic event. Speak to you soon.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Aaron Kohalila, the organizer of the BlockDown conference. I'm founder and CEO of EAK Digital. My crypto horror moment was very recently during lockdown. My ledger actually, the screen stopped working, and it really spooked me out. So the screen stopped working and my private keys were, let's say, in a different location that I couldn't access. I've never had to, do a backup of a ledger before. So during the whole of the lockdown, I was really shook that, for some reason or another, like that my 24 words wouldn't work on the new ledger. But anyway, thankfully it all worked, but it was definitely a horror moment. So be careful out there, guys. Have a great conference.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Nicholas Merton here, the founder and CEO of Digifox and DataDash. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are. So for my BlockDown crypto Halloween scare story, I have one that I think could be relatable to many of you out there. I know there's the concerns of sending crypto to the wrong address, but the thing that's probably hit me the most is when I'm loading into my favorite crypto exchange or, price data feed website like CoinMarketCap, and lo and behold, for some odd reason, whether I did something different or, maybe there's some kind of error on the back end, the price displays as 0 or there's a big red candle that shows that the price went down to nothing. I've had that on a lot of platforms. And still to this day when it happens, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. So anyways, guys, I hope you're having a wonderful time at BlockDown, and I can't wait to see many of you there myself. Take care, everyone.
What is going on, BlockDown family? So, my scary stories. Well, everybody already knows about treasures and ledgers and how you have to delete your entire wallet for a stupid update, right? That's always scary. Makes your butt pucker. That is always a nightmare, but that's one of the reasons why we built and use Monarchs. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So I won't use those stories. I'll use another one. One of our partners with Monarch, we had to send out crypto, an Ethereum-based token, to 276,000 of our wallet holders. It was going to cost us over $1 million to use the Ethereum network to send out this $50,000 to 276,000 wallet holders. Over $1 million to send $50,000 in value. We ended up using a second layer solution. Still cost us over $100,000 to do it. So that is pretty scary when you look at the Ethereum blockchain and how so many people are relying on it right now, when typically all it's being used for the most part, is speculation. So, Vitalik, get off your butt and fix this. Let's make Ethereum work like it's supposed to. God bless, and everybody have an awesome time at BlockDown. It's going to be great.
Hello, BlockDown family. My name is Craig Cobb. I am the founder of TraderCobb.com and the TraderCobb Crypto podcast. And I've got a Halloween story of failure for you. During the 2017 boom of the ICO market, I avoided everything because I'm a trader and I focus on what I know. But I followed in a very, very prominent Australian influencer and dusted $70,000 in the process. Don't you do the same. Follow and listen to the people that are at BlockDown this year. And if I can make anything to help you, then please let me know. Have a great time. It's going to be a fantastic event. Speak to you soon.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror story
would be when a mutual friend convinced me to surprise the Engine team by visiting their office with some celebratory cakes. Unfortunately, I was not allowed in the building because everyone believed that the cakes could be poisoned, and I was subsequently banned from all of the telegrams and group chats as an unstable stalker. 2 years later, I am now Director of Business Development at Engine. So guess who's messaging from inside the building, guys?
Dear crypto community and BlockDown family, this is Alex here from Swissborg, and my scariest crypto story happened around Halloween. It was 1 year ago in Brighton, which is a beautiful beach area with tons of junkies in south of London. And I remember I was walking down the street. There was this old carousel, no battery on my phone, breeze from the beach, getting quite chilly, around 4 to 5 degrees. And I needed to buy a ticket to go back to London. And the only thing I had with me was my Ledger Nano. And I had my Ledger Nano because there are a few Bitcoin ATMs in that specific area. And I was walking down this alley. It was quite dark, quite gloomy, a little bit, scary because there are some weird people. And all of a sudden I hear, "Hey, mate, pass me on that Ledger." And I was like, what the hell? Is a junkie trying to ask for my Ledger while I'm about to withdraw the Bitcoin? And I thought, you know what? In London, a lot of people use Monero to transact for drugs and stuff like that. So why not? Could it happen? And I was really, really scared. My heart started pumping really fast. And all of a sudden I'm like, what should I do? Should I give it to him or should I just turn around and punch him in the face? So I close my eyes. I think deeply and my heart's racing. All of a sudden, the alarm clock rings. Gotcha, guys. Happy Halloween.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Hello, BlockDown family. My name is Craig Cobb. I am the founder of TraderCobb.com and the TraderCobb Crypto podcast. And I've got a Halloween story of failure for you. During the 2017 boom of the ICO market, I avoided everything because I'm a trader and I focus on what I know. But I followed in a very, very prominent Australian influencer and dusted $70,000 in the process. Don't you do the same. Follow and listen to the people that are at BlockDown this year. And if I can make anything to help you, then please let me know. Have a great time. It's going to be a fantastic event. Speak to you soon.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Aaron Kohadler, the organizer of the BlockDown conference. I'm founder and CEO of EAK Digital. My crypto horror moment was very recently during lockdown. My ledger, actually, the screen stopped working, and it really spooked me out. So the screen stopped working and my private keys were, let's say, in a different location that I couldn't access. I've never had to, do a backup of a ledger before. So during the whole of the lockdown, I was really shook that, for some reason or another, like that my 24 words wouldn't work on the new ledger. But anyway, thankfully it all worked, but it was definitely a horror moment. So be careful out there, guys. Have a great conference.
Hey BlockDown.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Nicholas Merton here, the founder and CEO of Digifox and DataDash. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are. So for my BlockDown crypto Halloween scare story, I have one that I think could be relatable to many of you out there. I know there's the concerns of sending crypto to the wrong address, but the thing that's probably hit me the most is when I'm loading into my favorite crypto exchange or, price data feed website like CoinMarketCap, and lo and behold, for some odd reason, whether I did something different or, maybe there's some kind of error on the back end, the price displays as 0 or there's a big red candle that shows that the price went down to nothing. I've had that on a lot of platforms. And still to this day when it happens, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. So anyways, guys, I hope you're having a wonderful time at BlockDown, and I can't wait to see many of you there myself. Take care, everyone.
What is going on, BlockDown family? So, my scary stories. Well, everybody already knows about treasures and ledgers and how you have to delete your entire wallet for a stupid update, right? That's always scary. Makes your butt pucker. That is always a nightmare, but that's one of the reasons why we built and use Monarchs. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So I won't use those stories. I'll use another one. One of our partners with Monarch, we had to send out crypto, an Ethereum-based token, to 276,000 of our wallet holders. It was going to cost us over $1 million to use the Ethereum network to send out this $50,000 to 276,000 wallet holders. Over $1 million to send $50,000 in value. We ended up using a second layer solution. Still cost us over $100,000 to do it. So that is pretty scary when you look at the Ethereum blockchain and how so many people are relying on it right now, when typically all it's being used for the most part, is speculation. So, Vitalik, get off your butt and fix this. Let's make Ethereum work like it's supposed to. God bless, and everybody have an awesome time at BlockDown. It's going to be great.
Hello, BlockDown family. My name is Craig Cobb. I am the founder of TraderCobb.com and the TraderCobb Crypto podcast. And I've got a Halloween story of failure for you. During the 2017 boom of the ICO market, I avoided everything because I'm a trader and I focus on what I know. But I followed in a very, very prominent Australian influencer and dusted $70,000 in the process. Don't you do the same. Follow and listen to the people that are at BlockDown this year. And if I can make anything to help you, then please let me know. Have a great time. It's going to be a fantastic event. Speak to you soon.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror story would be when a mutual friend convinced me to surprise the Engine team by visiting their office with some celebratory cakes. Unfortunately, I was not allowed in the building because everyone believed that the cakes could be poisoned, and I was subsequently banned from all of the telegrams and group chats as an unstable stalker. 2 years later, I am now Director of Business Development at Engine. So guess who's messaging from inside the building, guys?
Dear crypto community and BlockDown family, this is Alex here from Swissborg, and my scariest crypto story happened around Halloween. It was 1 year ago in Brighton, which is a beautiful beach area with tons of junkies in south of London. And I remember I was walking down the street. There was this old carousel, no battery on my phone, breeze from the beach, getting quite chilly, around 4 to 5 degrees. And I needed to buy a ticket to go back to London. And the only thing I had with me was my Ledger Nano. And I had my Ledger Nano because there are a few Bitcoin ATMs in that specific area. And I was walking down this alley. It was quite dark, quite gloomy, a little bit, scary because there are some weird people. And all of a sudden I hear, "Hey, mate, pass me on that ledger." And I was like, what the hell? Is a junkie trying to ask for my ledger while I'm about to withdraw the Bitcoin? And I thought, you know what? In London, a lot of people use Monero to transact for drugs and stuff like that. So why not? Could it happen? And I was really, really scared. My heart started pumping really fast. And all of a sudden I'm like, what should I do? Should I give it to him or should I just turn around and punch him in the face? So I close my eyes. I think deeply and my heart's racing. And all of a sudden, the alarm clock rings. Gotcha, guys. Happy Halloween.
Bang! And we are back. Our next speaker is a recognized world leader in the blockchain and telecommunications space. He has extensive experience with large software implementations across diverse industries, including investment, banking, oil and gas, and content delivery. Here to give a talk titled Scaling Commercially Viable DeFi Solutions, please welcome the founder and CEO of NAMI, Jacopo Tolmasia. Welcome to BlockDown. Take it away.
Thank you. How's it going, guys? Thank you for having me, first of all. So good evening, everyone, or good morning, depending where you're dialing in from. Today, I would like to talk about scaling commercially viable solutions in the DeFi space. May I have next slide, please? Thank you. So as we can see, some really basic statistics that can easily be found by everybody. We can appreciate that the growth of the last few months or year, I would say, of DeFi in the space has been absolutely phenomenal. So this screenshot was taken barely 2 days ago on Wednesday. So we can see that right now there's over $11 billion. And funny enough, about 25% of that market is being taken by a single product, which is Uniswap. Next slide, please. So one of the side effects of the so-called DeFi craze has been that a new incumbent like Uniswap has suddenly taken Coinbase in terms of total volume being traded in a single day, which again, a couple of years ago in 2017, 18, especially 18, when everybody was talking about DEXs, that would have been completely unimaginable. Next slide, please. So these are some quick example of the different solutions that are being today put together by the DeFi people. The truth is that, I mean, even for me, who has been in the software world for a long time, seeing this amount of innovation is really breathtaking. I mean, every couple of weeks, a brand new product with one new cool idea is hitting the market. And it's quite impressive. But in reality, we will see soon that this is not sustainable the way it is. Next slide, please. So what we have here is yet another easy to find screenshot from the internet. You can see that one of the major side effects of the DeFi craze has been a well-known issue with regards to gas prices. I personally know people that has paid as much as $600 on an absolutely crazy day just to be able to get in front of everybody else. So as you can imagine, you cannot build an industry around a system that doesn't have predictable fees, especially during a bull market as we seem to be into. Next slide, please. Now, one very interesting comment to say, though, is that we seem to believe that because the $11 billion locked into DeFi and those amazing statistics, we seem to believe that there must be millions of people using DeFi on a daily basis. But reality says otherwise. So again, this is public data, easily accessible by anybody, whereby we can see that Uniswap, the last 30 days, had 87,000 transactions. Now, by transactions, these statistics mean wallets, different wallets. So even if we would assume that each wallet would correspond to a single individual, we would be talking about an absolutely minuscule number of users. Reality is that every individual is using approximately 3 or 4 different wallets. So as you can imagine, we have suddenly 24.67% of those 11.4 billion locked, managed by a single product. And sadly, that single product has got a maximum of about 20 or 30,000 users per month. So yeah, that is just not really going to cut it. Moving on. Next slide, please. Now, this is another set of statistics that maybe the people in the crypto space might not pay that much attention to because of the background we have and where we come from. Definitely, this is worth looking at. So for you guys to understand, the average time on site for any website is slightly below a minute. So the 5 minutes 49 seconds, what tells us is that definitely the products, in this particular case, Uniswap, has got a high degree of stickiness. And of course, it's not the same reading than used than doing trading or swapping tokens. So each session is definitely keeping people engaged on the site for a long time. So, they might be performing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 transactions, each one of them. Next slide, please. So as a summary of what I've been talking the last 5-7 minutes is that there is a phenomenal amount of money locked into DeFi, and the appetite is there. Uniswap is controlling almost a quarter of the entire market, but yet the number of users that it is contributing to that growth is minuscule. Although those users spend a hell of a lot of time on those websites, on that website particularly, all those things combined has got a pretty nasty effect on the Ethereum blockchain. And as I mentioned before, the prices is absolutely not sustainable. So whoever believes that DeFi the way it is going to cut it moving on, I personally believe that that is not going to be the case. Next slide, please. So because of all these questions, the last few months, some people on the crypto space has started to question if DeFi the way it is really ready for mainstream adoption. Next slide. But reality is that no, it is not going to work this way. So next slide, please. So what I would like to talk to you. Oh yeah, sorry, yet another statistic. So Ethereum is most definitely king on the DeFi space, and yes, a lot of people has started talking about moving to either Solana or other blockchains just mainly because of the gas prices. But reality, and this is where most people tends to get it wrong, is that Ethereum has been around for a few years now, and definitely has got the biggest developer base, has got also probably the most mature tools, although in the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't call them particularly very mature. So not because these and that developer or those users might get angry to the fact that the fees are so expensive, it means that everybody's going to be able to jump on yet another blockchain. So that is one important topic to remember. That is that software matures at a very specific rate, and there are specific parameters that ought to happen for software to mature. And that happens exactly to the blockchains or the platforms that third parties can provide to develop DeFi solutions on EOS, Bitcoin, or Solana, whatnot. And that process consists on building something that is real, obtaining decent feedback, and improving and iterating. So I happily believe that it's going to be difficult to start replicating the momentum Ethereum has gained in DeFi onto another blockchain anytime soon. Next slide, please. So the problems with Ethereum are well documented by everybody. But from my humble opinion, I believe that most of the discussion seems to be focalizing to one thing and one thing only, which is the TPS. And that is, again, one of the biggest fallacies that I have encountered in this space. Of course, TPS is definitely paramount, but yeah, there are many other parameters that ought to be fixed, like, for example, the finality of the transactions, which hopefully we'll talk in more detail on the panel. Also the latency. Real-time systems cannot have the same latency as Ethereum provides today. And nonetheless as well, the fees. So, and of course, I don't mean to break the news here for anybody, but Ethereum 2.0 is not going to fix this anytime soon. So, next slide, please. So this is exactly what we built Nami a few years back. So our background is in content aggregation and distribution. At some point, we were serving 50 million users a day. They were not particularly our own users. They were users of our customers. We were serving users from Telenor, Alcatel, Mozilla, Panasonic, and a few other ones. And we realized that there were a lot of people talking about fixing scalability issues, but in reality, we didn't really meet any that was building anything and developing. So in January 2018, we pivoted once again, and we started building Nami. And we based Nami on the hypothesis of the previous slide. So not only TPS, but also fix the finality, latency, and the predictability of the fees. Next slide, please. So, well, I've just covered two slides into one. Sorry about that. So yeah, thank you. So Nami is a layer 2 solution, and as indicated before, it is built from the ground up to take a very different approach towards scalability. Not different because, you know, it's different to what most people seem to be working on in this industry. Let me be clear about that. From our point of view, scalability is not a single point. It's a holistic approach. And scalability also might very well mean, for example, being able to easily adopt the solution. Therefore, you need, proper SDK, command line interface, and other solutions that any developer doesn't need a PhD on blockchain to be able to use and build on top of it. Now, those hypotheses, of course, like happens with any startup, those hypotheses are all fine. But eventually, what you need is somebody to admit that what you have done is the right thing. So since we hit mainnet in November 2018, actually a bit after that, since early 2019, we have been literally selling left and right. We have been reaching out to our network, speaking with companies we had worked with in the past, and of course the usual crypto suspects that we have worked with as well. And the good news is that our pitch has resonated very well, especially on the commercial side of things. So right now we have a solution that is meant to be deployed by the end of this month, maybe a couple of days late. I'm not giving much details because, again, this is not yet public information, but I'm more than happy to share this high-level details with you. So we deployed an MVP 3 weeks ago, has been successfully running since then. And also, especially on the financial side of things, banks and financial entities, they are very clear. Those who actually understand what they're meant to build to fix existing problems of their industry, those guys understand very well that transactions ought to be instant and final as they happen. So this thing about waiting 5, 10, 15 minutes is just not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. And again, it blows my mind a little bit that most of these other protocols, they don't think about it. Next slide, please. So back to the original title of the presentation, what does DeFi need to become mainstream? And of course, in many aspects, this might be an opinion because DeFi has not yet been fixed. But I would like to bring some factual data points to be able to defend that. So, from my humble opinion, what it needs is a system that provides you with no latency, that the users know exactly how much they're going to pay for every transaction before the transaction happens. Also, if by mainstream we're talking about not 38,000 wallets, but 100,000 wallets, if instead of talking about that, we're talking about any solution that anybody can use, and therefore large companies would like to build solutions on DeFi, then your protocol has to provide the tools to those third parties to be able to build compliance rules. Otherwise, they will not do it. The finality of the transactions also ought to be instant, and ideally wished by, especially again, the financial institutions that we're talking to, is interoperability. So, as a heads up to those watching the presentation, I'll say that many financial institutions sees the next generation of blockchain solutions as the very first ERP solutions built 20 years ago. An absolute mess by which they will pour a lot of money. It will work, but then eventually they will need to pour a lot more money to be able to talk to the company next to them, because they will be working on a different platform. And in terms of scalability, horizontal scaling, that is something that we believe as well should be supported for DeFi to be mainstream. And a wish list as well, I would say, is generalized smart contracts. So with all these 7 bullet points together, then we believe that the DeFi will definitely become mainstream. Next slide, please. Well, that was it. So I would like to thank you all. I hope this was useful somehow, and I hope that you will join us as well on the next panel.
Jacobo, thank you very much for the presentation. That's getting close to the end of the day, but we got some superstars to join us at the very end of this event. So stay tuned. We'll go to a quick commercial break and back with our next panel.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror story would be when a mutual friend convinced me to surprise the Engine team by visiting their office with some celebratory cakes. Unfortunately, I was not allowed in the building because everyone believed that the cakes could be poisoned, and I was subsequently banned from all of the telegrams and group chats as an unstable stalker. 2 years later, I am now Director of Business Development at Engine. So guess who's messaging from inside the building, guys?
Hi BlockDown family, this is Zia Word. My biggest crypto horror moment was when I realised that I had lost the hard drive that had my early Bitcoin on. I bought it at next to nothing and suddenly it was worth something. But I hunted high and low and I think I just chucked it out when I was upgrading hardware and I couldn't find it. I was pretty upset with myself, but I couldn't hold on to that for too long. You can't hold on to the what ifs in the crypto life, right? Hope you're having a great BlockDown. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Roger Veer, the founder of Bitcoin.com, and I have a crypto horror story to share with you from way back in 2011. There was a website called mybitcoin.com that basically was an online, and everybody calls them wallets, but you can't call them a wallet. It was an account where they were holding the Bitcoin for you, and sure enough, way back in 2011, they ran away with, it was probably tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 plus people's Bitcoins on mybitcoin.com. And people sadly still haven't learned their lesson time and time again. If you're letting somebody else hold your coins for you, they're not your coins. And that's why I recommend very strongly for people to hold their own coins in their own wallet where they control the private keys. The Bitcoin.com wallet's a great example of that. So is the blockchain.com one. And there's lots and lots of other ones out there. Coinbase has a wallet, but don't confuse that with the Coinbase account when you're logging in through the website. So it's very, very important for people to hold their keys themselves. And that's why on-chain transactions are so important, because if you're forced to custodial solutions, you're at their mercy for your account being frozen, hacked, or stolen, or seized in other ways. So that's my horror story of the day, and it's a reminder for everybody to hold their own private keys for their own cryptocurrencies themselves. See you all next time.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror moment happened more than 2 years ago. I had a huge event dedicated to the launch of the Euro stablecoin, the first of its kind. And imagine a raging party, beverages, a lot of guests, we're all ready to start, and then suddenly several police cars are stopping near our entrance. It was Chamber of Commerce in the center of Valletta, and the capital of the island. And then I had all the kind of ideas slipping through my head, and it turned out to be a security for President of Malta herself and head of local regulator, MFSA. They attended our event and even gave a speech, and it all went fine.
Hey BlockDown fam. So the scariest thing that ever happened to me in cryptocurrency was opening my Blockfolio during 2018 daily and just crying over that sea of red. Just kidding. The real scariest thing that actually happened to me was when I had to update my ledger because of the Ledger Live updates, and I thought I had lost all of my crypto. I was so scared, but it ended up working out. It was all okay. Moral of the story, make sure you control your keys. Make sure you have it written down, your seed phrase, your password, all of that stuff. Write it down 900 million times. Toss it away in multiple places that you can remember, and stay safe out there.
Hey BlockDown family. One of my biggest horror story in the crypto space is a visit to a customer who explained us that he had a single signature wallet where he was managing 15 million US dollar worth of cryptocurrencies and was sending by email his private key to his assistants for signing transactions. Definitely in need of a third-party custodian.
Hey, BlockDown family. My biggest crypto horror moment? Actually, journalism is full of them. Just imagine. 4 a.m. You're waking up by a notification on your watch. Bitcoin has dropped by 1,000. You run to your computer, you're calling your writer, please help, write an article, quickly, it's dropping. He sends it to you in 10 minutes. You edit, you check, you send to publishing. You press the button, you open the website, you check the article, and there is a double space.
Istanbul, one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime: blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm the head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Hey BlockDown family, my biggest crypto horror story would be when a mutual friend convinced me to surprise the Engine team by visiting their office with some celebratory cakes. Unfortunately, I was not allowed in the building because everyone believed that the cakes could be poisoned, and I was subsequently banned from all of the telegrams and group chats as an unstable stalker. 2 years later, I am now Director of Business Development at Engine. So guess who's messaging from inside the building, guys?
We are back. We continue with the DeFi with our next panel. The title and subject of this one is DeFi Scaling Problem, a deep dive into the different layer 2 scaling solutions to power the next DeFi wave. Here to introduce and moderate the panel, started her broadcast journalism career, specializing in business and finance for a Swiss bank. During her time in Switzerland, she became aware of the potential of blockchain and cryptocurrencies. She relocated to Malta to launch the first blockchain TV station in 2018 and has proceeded to work with large corporate events focusing on blockchain and emerging tech. Her true passion is to help bridge the knowledge gap for newcomers. Please welcome our moderator, Miss Jessica Walker. Jessica, welcome to BlockDown, and the panel is all yours.
Thank you so much, Chris, and it was good to see you again. And thank you to everyone that has joined me on this panel. It is a Friday night in Europe, so I appreciate you all being here to talk about the DeFi space and the community. And we have a very cool panel. All of these faces are new faces to me. So we've got Jacobo Messiah from Namil, Sandeep Nawal from Matic Network, Jordi Balena from Hermes, and Jacob Shezplant from Radar Network. I hope I pronounced everyone's names correctly. But everyone, first of all, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure.
It is a pleasure to talk about this. And we've been talking about DeFi all day. And Jacobo, you just had your keynote as well. So I can imagine you being slightly exhausted. But this is the best time to be speaking about this booming industry that we are seeing. We're seeing that DeFi is booming, but the Ethereum space and facing congestion issues. And that's really what we're talking about today, is some of the scaling issues that we're seeing and also how we see the industry going forward. And I want to start, and I would like to start with you, Jacob, and just kind of go around and just look at, first of all, the question, the DeFi space and the potential that it has. Do you think DeFi will find another home before Ethereum 2.0?
It must. It must do it, because otherwise it's not going to cut it, right? I mean, Ethereum 2.0, first of all, doesn't have a clear delivery date, and I'm sure that if anybody would use Google, would probably come up with a bunch of answers from person X, Y, and Z giving interviews saying that Ethereum 2.0 is about to happen. But again, that is just an opinion. So we ought to, for example, look at the mathematical implementation of what they're doing. That is not going to cut it. And point number two, the ETA is just clearly, it's impossible to guess when that is going to be ready. So for DeFi to keep on growing, yes, we do need a different platform on which it can be built.
Okay, different platform. And now, Jacob, because you've got very similar names there as well. So, Jacob, what's your thoughts? Do you agree with some of the points? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my thoughts are quite similar. I also think that I think a lot of people have the idea that ETH 2.0 will be like the holy grail for everything, scaling whatsoever. I don't necessarily think that's true either. And as Jacobo says, there's no clear ETA either. So I think the best thing we can do is focus as much as possible on all these layer 2 solutions, because we will still need them on ETH 2.0 anyway. So yeah, that's from my perspective, all the research, all the work we put into the current layer 2 solutions will still be needed in the future as well.
Mm-hmm. And still have some benefit to the industry as a whole. Thank you so much for those points. Sandy, what are your thoughts? And are you in agreement with the two gentlemen that we've heard so far?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I definitely don't feel that, there will be a new, DeFi apps will need new home apart from Ethereum. I think, the Ethereum and I agree more with I think Jacob, is that, with Ethereum and the layer 2 solutions. And of course, I come from you can think of, I'll come from a biased background because I'm, a co-founder at, coming very soon, and kind of the liquidity that we have on Ethereum already. It's very, very hard to replicate that level of liquidity onto other platforms, other like competitive blockchains. And I think layer 2 in the meanwhile, by the time when ETH 2.0 comes in, layer 2 is definitely will come to the rescue. And then even after that, the kind of adoption or kind of like craze we have seen on Ethereum with this whole DeFi wave, I think that even if ETH 2.0 comes in, the whole of easily a large number of shards can be consumed only by DeFi itself. And then you need more scalability for other business activities like gaming, NFTs, and various different kind of other use cases. I think for that, layer 2 will always be relevant. But then I feel that for this DeFi and then having these billions and billions of dollars, I think you need credible blockchain, and it's very hard for for any other blockchain to capture that in a near future. I find it very highly unlikely that any other chain apart from Ethereum will be able to capture like the leading position. Of course, there will be some adoption in some of the other chains, but I don't feel that anybody will be able to replace Ethereum with that. Yeah.
And very interesting point. And we'll get to that a little bit later on in the panel, whether there's some newcomers that might come onto the space and really rattle the cages and just kind of shake up the industry, as we're seeing with Ethereum and this scaling issue that we are seeing. And Jordi, what is your thoughts on this as well, just as an overview before we jump in? Are you in agreement with the other gentlemen we've heard from?
Well, I'm a little in disagreement on them. I think that, yeah, so Ethereum will take whatever it takes. Ethereum 2.0 will take whatever it takes. But I think the layer 2 solutions and Ethereum 2 solutions will converge to a single thing. In layer 2, for right now, we are solving very much what's the proof of computation. So we are doing all these with all these zero knowledge, succinct zero knowledge, snarks, starks. We can verify a lot of transactions actually to the infinity, and Ethereum 2.0 at the stage 2 will bring the data availability, and both things are required and are needed to scale. So I think that, and if you see, for example, the last little bit what we have been talking in the last month, we see that Ethereum now is focusing a lot in the layer 2, and the two paths, they are not as different. So layer 2s and Ethereum 2.0 at some point will become together, and we don't know when. We don't know if something else will happen. This is crypto, but I think it's a right path, and we see a clear path in that direction from the Ethereum perspective.
Mm-hmm. And that's a really interesting point, because what you're saying actually is slightly different to our other panelists as well, when we say that actually for the scalability and the growth of the DeFi space, is there concerns that actually this will slow down, in your opinion, Jordi, because of what we are seeing, this hold on from Ethereum?
Excuse me?
Are you saying that actually, just in conclusion to your point, that this is really the only alternative that we are seeing from Ethereum moving forward? There isn't really much room to grow.
I think it's the path we are, and right now, at least from my point of view, is the only path, the only real path we have. All these layer 2 solutions, all these roll-up solutions are very interesting, but they are still early stage. We need to develop them and launch them and see how this really scales. And Ethereum is doing also his job. So it's a matter of time that this goes together. Another point that's important is just replicating, I think somebody already mentioned, but replicating another Ethereum different platform is quite hard. Ethereum has been very stressed, has been attacked a lot of times, has been developed a lot of times, and for another chain just to reach this maturity that Ethereum has is hard. I also agree that Ethereum, well, it has a lot of history on there, so it's also hard to maybe to grow, and you cannot grow faster because you want the value that Ethereum has, and this makes the things not go as fast as if you have a small chain where you can risk a little bit more. And finding these balances and the right path, this is what we are working on in some way.
So if I ask you then about the kind of Ethereum alternatives and the newcomers to the space that we are seeing, like Polkadot and Cosmos, you think that actually that they're not going to be able to contend with what we're seeing from Ethereum so far?
Well, I think those systems probably, if you asked me 3 years ago, I would say yes, Cosmos, Polkadot, this is the right way to go. This is probably the only way we knew that was possible 3 years ago. This is mainly what these things has been developing in the last 3 years. But this new technology, this amazing technology, that's this zero knowledge that allows to verify. Somebody just with a big computer just computes, just verifies the transactions, but then everybody in the consensus layer, they just can verify it very fast. And they can verify this proof very fast. And this is quite new if you see in the history of the blockchain. And this is a breakthrough. So this is, and if I'm more confident, I think the solution is much more easy, much more cleaner, these new layer 2 solutions. I'm not saying, I do not have a crystal ball, so I don't know what will happen actually, but I think that this is simple. It's a simple solution, layer 2s, so rollups are quite simple in theory, and it's just a matter of just building them and putting them on the mainframe, and this should scale, at least theoretically, maybe 2 orders of magnitude of what we have right now in the current blockchains.
And Jacob, I'd like to go to you now and just ask what you think of Jordi's perspective there, because we've discussed some of the new and emerging alternative to Ethereum, and Jordi's given his insights. Do you agree with some of the points that he's made there?
I think that we're going to need at least 2 more hours and a few beers to discuss in detail with Jordi. So Jordi, with all due respects, I concur with some of the elements that you have mentioned. So definitely layer 2s have come to stay, and layer 2s do provide the right approach towards fixing the scalability issues. I strongly disagree with embedding rollups on the base layer. I agree with the point you have made that it's absolutely pointless to look at any other blockchain right now from a DeFi standpoint. But rollups by themselves, they're flawed. So they are going to scale the base layer just a little bit, but that is given that, for example, all transactions within a block come from a rollup, right? And we know that is never going to happen either. So I do believe that rollups can be very interesting indeed. I think that whoever has been following Vitalik's narrative the last few months has gone from, yes, we're going to deliver soon, to, it's going to perform so many transactions, to a different number. But if you break down the narrative he has been using, he has gone towards the point whereby they're looking at embedding rollups on the base layer for Ethereum 2.0. And architecturally speaking, that is a fundamental mistake, and is only going to shoot themselves in the foot. But I think we're jeopardizing, or we're kidnapping the conversation, moving it away from DeFi, if I may. I think that maybe we should be focusing on is how quickly can a third party, any layer 2, can empower any company to build quickly a DeFi solution that, again, fixes the most important problems. So it is futile right now to talk about Ethereum 2.0, because that might be 3 to 5 years away from today.
Mm-hmm. So then when we look at different scalable solutions, is there going to be a one size fits all and a one answer, or are we going to see that actually there's different solutions and different approaches and different specialized solutions for different approaches then? And do you think that's something that we'll need to see to speed the process up?
So I'm a big fan of competition, right? And I do think that this space is lacking innovation. And yeah, I know that some people might strongly disagree with me. So there is a lot of PhD grade mathematical innovation on papers. That seems to be like a huge percentage of the industry spends too much time in the dark room doing mathematics and coming up with overly complicated solutions. Then somebody builds something, and then the next thing that happens is that everybody forks the code and gives it a different catchy name that hopefully the crypto Twitter would love to talk about to project themselves as highly intelligent, although they don't understand what it means. But in reality, I mean, we have been writing software for a long time. So none of what is being done here is new, and the concept is quite simple. You know, ship early, ship often. So what you need to do is just build the damn thing, take it out to market, sell it, make sure that people can actually buy it because you fix the real problems. So 90% of what I see in this industry is just highly theoretical, but somebody has to build a damn thing, and that's what we did.
Well, I probably agree, but probably I'm not so drastic. So I think that there is a lot of people that's building, and it's you need the research, you need the people that just take this that understand the research and convert in a product, and then you need to build products, and then you need business. So I probably there is some bias, but I think it's a natural bias. You know, here we are in a new technology, so it's easy to find people that just go in the cutting edge. But the industry needs to go far behind. But I think this starts happening. I think right now there is a lot of people that's trying to build projects. Some of them will succeed, some of them not. But there is a lot of companies and a lot of new talent and a lot of new developers entering into the space, and I would not be so drastically. So I agree mainly in concept, but not as. So I think there is people. It's just coming. Just take its time. But the people, the industry is coming, and the scaling is important.
I agree. I also kind of although there is there needs to be both research and the implementation, but I think the point, I think what Jacob was trying to make is that it's good to have a good mix, let's say 50% or 60% research, 40% implementation. But we have also seen it time and time again that 90% of the the blockchain researchers who want to appear cool and have a Twitter following and all that, 90% of those people actually end up not building a product and have very complicated on the paper model which are very difficult to implement in a production environment. So I think we at Matic, we saw that very early on also, and we were kind of stuck to our vision that okay, we want to build a plasma and EVM chain, EVM enabled chain, which not only enables, let's say, payment, but also enables some of the other smart contract based use cases, which includes DeFi, gaming, and all that. And I think and we went ahead and built it rather than multiple times changing it. We could have 8 months back, we could have also moved to, let's say, rollups, because rollups started picking up a lot of hype in the market, right? But then you can keep doing it every I think 6 months. 6 months back it was rollup, now it's ZK rollups, and they appear more interesting. And I'm pretty sure that looking at the history, in 6 months from now we'll also see one more flavor of layer 2 and things like that. So I mean, definitely the space needs more kind of on the ground productionization of some of the ideas, and kind of testing out things more and seeing them how they work in a network, because building a software and building a network are very very different things. But completely agree with you already, there needs to be a balance, there needs to be research also, but then a larger percentage of people should focus on building things also. Yeah.
Here is the one of the things that's when you're in the space that you face is research is continuous. So every there is a paper every week. There is something interesting that happens every week, and to build the product, you need to just cut and say, okay, I'm going to take this technology. I'm gonna forget what's gonna happen in the next 3 months, all the papers, and I'm gonna build that, and I want to run that, and I want to launch that. And this is what I have been. This is probably a personal thing. I've been struggling, in the project that I'm right now in Hermes. I want to launch it. It's I don't care. So it's there are very very interesting, cool new. Cryptographic primitives. There is cool new things that are happening. A lot of people is working, and a lot of things are happening in the research. But I agree. So it's unless we put things in production, we send it, we risk to launch it, we get the things, it's the industry will not advance. And this is, yes, I agree with you. So that's really important. This must happen, and it's important to in some point break it. Okay, you will do maybe next version, and you will introduce the new cool things that are happening, but that's good at this point and launch. And this is, I think this is important.
So Jordi, I did not mean to be too drastic. I was just trying to be factual, right? Because if you look at all the ICOs and project rates, 99% plus has delivered absolutely fuck all. And by the way, I'm sorry if I'm not allowed to swear. I will hold myself from it.
I agree with you.
That is point number one. And point number two, you give a developer $1 billion, and that developer will happily be in a room full with developers for the rest of his life, building code and shipping nothing.
Okay.
So, and what I'm saying is that there are a lot of gifted heads in this industry that love Twitter and love to come up with absolutely useless papers, because this is not about shipping papers. It comes down to shipping workable code that can solve problems. And hereby, we're talking about an industry that has locked up $11.2 billion, which is a ton of money, and is working on top of a platform that is melting. So, and then you have, Forbes and CNN and all these media is talking about, wow, DeFi must be something really cool. But you open, the car and look at the engine, and it's not that sexy, right? And you look on the right and you see guys in a room writing papers, and you look on the left and you see the other guys on Twitter. But who is building stuff? So yes, I think that factually I can say that there's way too many people talking and too few shipping products.
Yeah. I think the reason is also one like, I'll just come in. Like, the reason is that previously, like what we saw in 2017, talking this cool shit and writing those research paper, help you raise a ton of money, right? You could raise like 30, 40, $50 million. I think that's what, but now like with the DeFi thing, I think this wave that we recently saw, the bubble, here people had to build something, like at least, even if it was a fork, right? They had to show something that, okay, this works and you can, do whatever, lending, borrowing, farming, whatever. But then at least, so I thought that this time it was difficult to, although still few people did exit scams and all that, it was difficult to do that. And also to sustain those, like, dreamy valuations, like you are raising for a product which is only at a research paper stage, and you're raising at a $500 million valuation, raising $100 million for that. So that was not possible in the, like, God help the industry, like it was not possible this time. So that was the good thing, like some sign of maturity.
Okay, I think.
Sorry,
if you don't, Jacob, if you don't mind, I'm clearly not aggressive enough to be on an online panel, it seems. But if you don't mind me jumping in, for actually one of the projects that did raise money 3 years back, I think from our perspective, like we've been on mainnet for at least 1.5 years by now, almost 2. And I totally agree with what Jordi says. It's important to build stuff, put it on the mainnet with as little risk as possible, but still be willing to put it on the mainnet in order to try and see if you can break it and take it to the next level. And I think that's also what we've seen with Ethereum over and over again. Someone breaking it, starting way back with the DAO and then moving forward, etc. This is just how we need to go in order to take all of this forward, I think. But the approach of building, putting stuff out there, I think is super important. And I totally agree with some of these. There's a lot of stuff going on Twitter, etc. And it feels better to just see projects built and coming out of nowhere every now and then.
Absolutely.
And if we focus now just finally on, because we've got another 20 minutes and you're right, the conversation's flown very quickly, so I don't want to interrupt too much, but if we look at scaling solutions now and what you think we need to see as a requirement from the industry, what kind of scaling solutions do you think we need to see? What is really required for the space to grow?
Well, right now, just the scale. This is the scale itself. I think that if blockchain is not in the mainstream, mainly, there are other reasons probably, but the main reason is because it does not scale. Right now, you cannot go to buy a coffee in a restaurant because it's too expensive to make a transaction, or it's too centralized. on there. So unless we solve the scalability, this goes nowhere. Well, it goes maybe with a set of friends, but it does not go to the mainstreaming. It does not go to the customer. It will not fulfill the promise that we have with the blockchain. So that's why it's so important to scale this, and that's why so many people is working, is trying that, because at the end it's bringing the blockchain technology to the people. In some ways, the promise that we had maybe in 2016, 2017, maybe now we start to see the light. We are still far away, but I would say that in the upcoming months, maybe years, we will start users, consumers start using crypto in a scale, in a massive way.
Yeah, and for me, and this one, I agree with Jordi. I think if you asked me 5 years ago, I would have thought that by now the world would basically be run, or actually back then I thought that the world now would run almost on blockchain chains entirely. So everything we built, like we focused on Raiden, which is a purely payment solution through payment channels. And where we are at now is that we have this we have this solution on mainnet that works and can be used for payments, but there's not a big need right now for crypto payments. Like the most of crypto as it's used right now, especially on Ethereum, is for DeFi, which most of the time is also contract interactions, but like day-to-day payments where I go to buy a coffee, as Jordi suggested, you don't see that a lot. Whereas like we have a solution that's ready for it, but people are not ready to adopt it. So it's a two-edged problem as we see it, at least.
Yeah, that's a very nice take. I mean, Jacob, on that, because I agree with Jordi that those number of users need to come into this thing. Like we need to take it to this thing. Like these number of users, but I think the technology, like Jacob is mentioning about Raiden network. I mean, on Ethereum ecosystem itself, I'm saying that on the layer 2, let's say at Matic also, we have now a highly decentralized EVM chain where you can do payments, smart contracts, whatever, with decentralization. One important part I wanted to mention also is that scaling is very important, but then that also needs to kind of preserve, like when we scale, when we have a scaling solution, and like coming to the main question of Jessica also, that what kind of layer 2 solution should be there. So it's whatever layer 2 solution is there, it should also be able to preserve decentralization, censorship resistance, right, and trustlessness of the system, right? So I mean, it's very easy to build, like we have a lot of like programmers and researchers here, like you would agree that it's very easy to build like 5 or 6 proof of authority system, and then with 5 or 6 validators build a bridge, and then you have a solution ready, and now you can use it. It works absolutely fine, scales and everything. But then does that preserve the basic tenets of this whole revolution, why we came here, right? So but then coming to that, what Jordi was saying, I think the technology is available today. Like as Jacob is saying, on Raiden network, probably you can do like millions of transactions if you wanted to do on payments. Similarly, on Matic network also, like today you have like 7,200 TPS. We have tested it with 120 public validators, right? And you can do smart contracts, various different kind of things, build DeFi. You have DeFi solutions, like like 3 weeks back we had a DeFi solution launch on Matic, and it like in few hours it had like $35 million in TVL and things like that. So definitely the technology for the next stage, I would not say, like I agree that what Jordi is trying to say is that to go to the mass user, I would say that will not happen in one step. It will be always like some stages of growth, then plateau, then growth. So I think the next stage of growth, or getting the next I think 1 million users into the blockchain, I think like overall, I'm not saying 1 million users per app, I'm saying overall like 1 million daily active users on various dApps and all that for payments and all that. I think for that we have some level of technology available. It just needs to be tested at that scale. So I think for that level of there is technology available, I think I would say.
So I will make a quick statement about what you just said, Sandeep. And this is something that we have at NAMI, we have compromised deliberately, and is that we're not censorship resistant. And if you pay attention to the title of the presentation about being, if DeFi is ever going to become mainstream, the only way it will become mainstream is if a public financial company can actually build a solution, a DeFi solution on top of a blockchain. And to do that, they will need to be able to KYC, AML, and apply some really basic rules to their customers. Otherwise, it's never going to be mainstream. So again, when it comes down to scalability, we have carefully thought through those unique selling points that a layer 2 must have. And yet we did plenty of research on the solution. I am not saying that you don't need to do research in this space. This space is utterly complex. But yeah, the most important is to build something, ship it early, and make sure that obtains a market fit. And equally important, that is also very interesting. What is the business model of these layer 2 solutions?
Yeah.
That is that also be thought about.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And recently I was talking with someone, and one thing that was very clear, and I think I should have been more kind of more elaborative on my idea. There is no solution, like one solution fits all for all the approaches, right? So I mean, you will need these experimentation, like you said, that you guys thought that okay, they will need KYC, AML, and all that. So they might not. There might be, this solution might not be censorship resistant, but that it preserves the trustless and kind of decentralized execution of code, and that is perfectly fine, right? I mean, we need to see that for product market fit. Like once it goes into the market, then only we get to know, and then definitely this is this could be a very good solution for large enterprises, and that will bring in like millions and millions of users. So, but again, coming back to all the things, like all of these are like experiments, and product market will be only known when the product goes to market. And that's why more and more shipping should be there. Yeah, we agree with that.
Yeah, let me just say that censorship resistant should be decided by the user, not by the system. So I want a system where you choose what censorship resistant you want. So if I'm a company and I want to run a system where I want some sort of protection, so with just maybe just going back, you program those rules and you choose to go to those rules, and that's great and that's fine. But this is something that should be programmable in some way, so each user has their own needs, and this should be chosen by the users of the network, not by the underneath technology that's behind. The underneath technology should be more neutral, so should be something that you just built on top. I know that's it's another debate, but that's my vision there.
The answer is simple. So the technology is built there. Has been in mainnet for 23 months. It comes down to, if a bank wants to build on top of it, then the bank can apply those business rules, and that is the only way that any blockchain solution will ever become mainstream. And
I think you make it very philosophical now. Like,
really?
I mean, to some extent, from my perspective, this like having permissionless systems is a very important move in the direction that is one of the reasons why I got into blockchain, because I see it as this technology that we can use to change the world of the financial system, the way that the financial systems work now. And if we're not willing to at least jump on board with some of these experiments, we'll never find out if it will work or not. So, I mean, you have probably a bit more of a realistic view, but I think we have to be willing to try these experiments to see if we can make the financial world a better world. And that's where I truly believe that we have to go for trust, like for permissionless, trustless, decentralized solutions as much as we can. And I can see your point as well, but it gets a bit philosophical here, I think.
So, Jacob, I concur with everything you have said, and by no means I'm trying to open up a philosophical debate. You have touched upon a few interesting points. One of them is that, for example, our solution is trustless. So yes, we have made some compromises, which we call pragmatic. points we have made. So you have touched upon another one, which is decentralization, and that is definitely the most philosophical of all points, right? So whoever wants to say that, for example, Ethereum is fully decentralized, well, you still have a bunch of guys that will favor always the specific projects because they made them extra rich, right, during an ICO, and they have been supporting them publicly, and now they're embedding parts of their code into the base layer. So is decentralized? Well, just, let's not get into that. So what we have done is build a solution that, yes, today runs on a center node. We have a clear path towards that kind of decentralization. The governance is definitely going to be decentralized. However, if you want to use it for a DeFi with no KYC AML, be my guest, you can do it. But if you're a bank and you would like to do something more following the existing regulations, then you can do it. Because whoever thinks that regulation is going to change because a blockchain developer came up with this really cool concept, then that guy needs to get a reality check.
Well,
just a final point there, just because I know this conversation could bounce back and forward for quite a while, and I really value everyone's insights. I do want to quickly go back to the title just before we round off. So it is recalling the next DeFi wave we have seen, kind of the 2020 boom in this industry that we have recorded. The next wave, what kind of scaling solution do you think will support the wave if it's going to come, and when do you think it will come into play? And I'd like each of you to answer your thoughts.
Like, I can start. I'm very biased here. I'm just working in a roll-up solution. So personally, I think this is the way to go, at least right now with the technology that we know, and this is the right path to go. But again, I do not have a crystal ball. I do not know what will happen, and maybe appears other technology that looks superior. So that's great. That's a space.
Mm-hmm.
From my end, what I feel is that those technologies are going to be helpful. One, which are like developer friendly, because there are a lot of Ethereum developers, like 90 to 95% of all the blockchain developers feels like everyone develops on. Like, I'm talking about the application level developers, not the protocol ones. They are all mostly Ethereum developers. So the kind of technology or kind of layer 2 solutions which are easy for them to use, and that will get a good amount of, that can get some good amount of adoption. And of course, like we also mentioned, that the developer tooling and the maturity of Ethereum is like really important, and due to that only Ethereum is able to have these network effects. And for any other blockchain, any other new blockchain, like, there is no easy path. They have to go inorganically. Ethereum has been attacked, wallets have been attacked, and people have lost more than around $1 billion in just using these hacks. I think one of the single hack only had like 350, like that, not hack, like the multi-sig wallet, parity multi-sig wallet, bombing. So basically, there is no inorganic path to that. In fact, like the developer documentation, for example, right? There is no no matter how much dollars you have, like even if EOS had $4 billion, you can't have that in a short amount of time. That takes time and rigorous development by the developers to use. So any layer 2 solution which has which kind of is able to piggyback on all of these things, like the network effects, the developer network effects of the Ethereum tooling and all that, would make more sense. And I think I can say from my experience with Matic, we are experiencing a huge amount of adoption, already in 3 months of launch, like 50+ applications on Matic and things like that. So, and 20 to 40,000 transactions every day. The reason is that developers find it easier to build on, and plus all these securities and all that stuff that we build, like be it rollups, be it state channels, or like the Plasma like solutions that we have built. All these kind of security and the high tech parameters should be abstracted away from the developers, and developers should have like freedom to develop and ease of development. That system will get a lot of adoption. And that's my opinion.
I'll go next. Okay, I think I think it depends a lot on the specific use cases. Like what we've seen now, if we look at the current like DeFi wave, it would definitely be solutions like rollups that allow for smart contract logic, I think. But at the same time, there are also more specialized solutions like what we do with payment channels, etc. And I think it depends a lot on what the trend will be for the next DeFi wave or whatever. Like it's also a bit of a weird word to say, a DeFi wave in my mind. But if the next DeFi wave will be pure ERC20 token transfers, then something like Raiden is very good off. But if it's pure yield farming, like it's just been now, then something that can represent smart contract logic will be the solution. But ideally, I see a mix. Like there will be specialized solutions for specialized cases. So that's what I think we will see, and hopefully a variety of solutions.
Fantastic. And finally, we've got Jacobo. What's your thoughts?
So my thoughts are really two. One of them is that maybe we shouldn't be talking about the future. We should be because the future is here today, right? So we're facing this phenomenal market, and Ethereum once again is not ready. So what we should be focusing on is getting our products out and letting developers build on top of them right now. Now we talk about, or if you want me to answer about the future, I would like to hope that the future will be based on what the customer wants, and that's the only way you can build software. You build what people want. Again, you cannot build on a vacuum. You need to build early, or build quick and ship early, get feedback, and then have your product ready. So otherwise we'll always play in catch-up game, right? So what I would like to see is more people building solutions, having more competitors than Ami, having a healthy ecosystem whereby Bob, Alice, and Carol can easily pick up your SDK and get on cranking and building the next product that will bring 1 million users to the blockchain, not 38,000 bloody wallets per month.
And that's actually a very nice end to the discussion and a final call to action. But just finally there, you did mention throughout this conversation that you've been doing some research yourself and looking into this. So if you look at what the customer really wants, and you mentioned some call to action research there, has there been any findings that you're able to share with our viewers today that maybe will inspire some of the developers and organizations that are watching and that are in this industry?
Well, we do study what is out there every day or every week at least, and probably what has caught our attention the most these last few months is rollups, right? So for I don't know, maybe I've got the opportunity to debunk a little bit what rollups are, but what rollups do is just they take a bunch of transactions and bundle them, and then they put them into an Ethereum block, right? So that's what they say they can scale to 2,000 or 3,000 transactions per second. Now, that is all fine and true, but it has got a few bullet points or a few, items that ought to be explained. That is, if you get the entire bloody Ethereum block and you fill it up only with rollup transactions, which first of all is never going to happen. Second, that is also true, but only for the simple transactions, which are payments. The moment you want to have more complex transactions, then it will take more space. Therefore, you will not be able to bundle those 2,000 transactions in a block, right? So I really don't understand how much of all this research that is being done by these super intelligent people, but they seem to be missing the point that rollups is just not the solution. It doesn't really matter who says that, it's just not the solution.
Can I just say something here? Is the trick here is that in a block, you can put as many transactions as you want, at least theoretically. You can put 1 million transactions in a block, but you need that availability. And for that availability, here is where Ethereum 2.0 comes.
But Jordi, using that statement, we could go to the other fucking end of the universe in a nanosecond. We just need our bodies that can support the speed at which we're going to travel. So, that is a disconnect in there.
Yeah, but the limit is not the layer one. So that's the point. So there are a lot of limits that you need to build the systems, and that's a thing. But the trick is that the technology, so the limits are computational limits of how many transactions you can put in a single block. So in a single transaction, in a single proof, you can put as many as you want theoretically. There are some limits, but they are not the layer one. There are others on there. We'll see. That's the only thing I can say.
If you new developer or a new user coming into the DeFi ecosystem, I would say just subscribe to the Ryan Sean Adams Bankless Substack. Like, he often has a weekly newsletter where you can, kind of learn and more about DeFi. And go to his previous post, also phenomenal post. I think apart from that, I would say that, Paradigm and Dragonfly guys put out a lot of good stuff on DeFi. So you can go to that also. And then, if you are a user, you can start with, videos of DeFi Dad, right? DeFi Dad is like really cool. He makes very simple videos for, early users. So if you are a user, like new user into DeFi, go to DeFi Dad and, see his YouTube videos. I think that would be helpful for you guys.
Fantastic. That's a really nice end to the discussion. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm sorry that we did have to cut it short because it feels like it could have gone on the conversation for a lot longer. Thank you all for your insights. I'm sure our viewers learned a lot. It was a great discussion. And I'd love to do a follow-up with you all sometime soon and see how the industry is faring out. But thank you all so much for your time today. I'm sure we'll be in touch very soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Another phenomenal panel about DeFi. Jacobo, Jacob, Sandeep, Hermes, and Miss Jessica Walker, thank you very much for joining us. Like Jessica said, we should revisit this again because I remember talking DeFi at BlockDown #1 back in April. Then we had the next one in June. Now we had this one. The advancements are incredible and absolutely blowing my mind how fast they came. But we talk about DeFi. I keep on hearing this thing about NFTs. I also am very interested about artificial intelligence and data on the blockchain. We're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, that's the subjects we're going to cover. Right up my alley. Stay tuned. We have a very special guest after the break.
Hi BlockDown family, this is Zia Word. My biggest crypto horror moment was when I realized that I had lost the hard drive that had my early Bitcoin on. I bought it at next to nothing and suddenly it was worth something. But I hunted high and low and I think I just chucked it out when I was upgrading hardware and I couldn't find it. I was pretty upset with myself, but I couldn't hold on to that for too long. You can't hold on to the what ifs in the crypto life, right? Hope you're having a great BlockDown. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Roger Veer, the founder of Bitcoin.com, and I have a crypto horror story to share with you from way back in 2011. There was a website called mybitcoin.com that basically was an online, and everybody calls them wallets, but you can't call them a wallet. It was an account where they were holding the Bitcoin for you, and sure enough, way back in 2011, they ran away with, it was probably tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 plus people's Bitcoins on mybitcoin.com. And people sadly still haven't learned their lesson time and time again. If you're letting somebody else hold your coins for you, they're not your coins. And that's why I recommend very strongly for people to hold their own coins in their own wallet where they control the private keys. The Bitcoin.com wallet's a great example of that. So is the Blockchain.com one. And there's lots and lots of other ones out there. Coinbase has a wallet, but don't confuse that with the Coinbase account when you're logging in through the website. So it's very, very important for people to hold their keys themselves, and that's why on-chain transactions are so important because if you're forced to custodial solutions, you're at their mercy for your account being frozen, hacked, or stolen, or seized in other ways. So that's my horror story of the day, and it's a reminder for everybody to hold their own private keys for their own cryptocurrencies themselves. See you all next time.
Hi BlockDown family, this is Zia Word. My biggest crypto horror moment was when I realized that I had lost the hard drive that had my early Bitcoin on. I bought it at next to nothing and suddenly it was worth something. But I hunted high and low and I think I just chucked it out when I was upgrading hardware and I couldn't find it. I was pretty upset with myself, but I couldn't hold on to that for too long. You can't hold on to the what ifs in the crypto life, right? Hope you're having a great BlockDown. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Roger Ver, the founder of Bitcoin.com, and I have a crypto horror story to share with you from way back in 2011. There was a website called mybitcoin.com that basically was an online, and everybody calls them wallets, but you can't call them a wallet. It was an account where they were holding the Bitcoin for you, and sure enough, way back in 2011, they ran away with, it was probably tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 plus people's Bitcoins on mybitcoin.com. And people sadly still haven't learned their lesson time and time again. If you're letting somebody else hold your coins for you, they're not your coins. And that's why I recommend very strongly for people to hold their own coins in their own wallet where they control the private keys. The Bitcoin.com wallet's a great example of that. So is the Blockchain.com one, and there's lots and lots of other ones out there. Coinbase has a wallet, but don't confuse that with the Coinbase account when you're logging in through the website. So it's very, very important for people to hold their keys themselves, and that's why on-chain transactions are so important, because if you're forced to custodial solutions, you're at their mercy for your account being frozen, hacked, or stolen, or seized in other ways. So that's my horror story of the day, and it's a reminder for everybody to hold their own private keys for their own cryptocurrencies themselves. See you all next time.
Bang! Welcome back to BlockDown. Next up on BlockDown, he is one of the world's foremost experts in artificial general intelligence, a subfield of AI oriented towards creating thinking machines with general cognitive capabilities at the human level and beyond. He has decades of expertise applying AI to practical problems in areas ranging from natural language processing and data mining, all the way to robotics, video gaming, national security, and bioinformatics. Here to talk about how AI will revolutionize decentralized finance, please put your virtual hands together for Dr. Ben Grotzel. Welcome, sir. The floor is all yours.
Well, thanks. It is a pleasure to be here, and yeah, I'm gonna talk a bit about the future of decentralized AI, and in particular, decentralized AI for decentralized finance, AI for DeFi, and there's a lot of really fascinating threads that are all coming together here. You know, a lot is possible with the technologies that we've built over the last few years, and we're going to see some amazing things rolled out in 2021. So let me start on the decentralized AI side, and then we'll go to the finance side from there. So I mean, artificial intelligence obviously is booming. You know, we're in the middle of what I think is the first of a series of waves of radical AI innovation that we're going to see during the next years and decades. We're in the midst of what I'm thinking of as a narrow AI revolution, a revolution wherein AI is doing highly specific things, are really penetrating every area of industry, and you know, they're taking over one after another task that typically has been done by humans and doing in many cases a much better job. I think we're just starting to see the inklings of the next wave, which is the AGI, artificial general intelligence revolution, where we'll have AIs that are able to understand context better, to understand their own relationship to the world and the tasks that they're they're doing. And as AIs with greater and greater general intelligence are rolled out, I mean, then we're going to see even more major disruption of the economy as we know it, even more humans put out of work, and yet even more amazing opportunities for those of us humans who are able to, get involved with the rollout of AGI tools and more advanced AIs. And we have the narrow AI revolution, the AGI, artificial general intelligence revolution. Following that, we're going to have the revolution of artificial superintelligence. AI is far smarter than people, the singularity and all that. Now that's really exciting, and it's going to create most likely incredible abundance and joy for all of us, as well as doing some minor things like obsoleting the whole economy in the world financial system. But what I want to focus on now is some of the next steps. So how do we get from where we are now with narrow AIs doing a few isolated things further toward general intelligence, and what does this have to do with blockchain and decentralized finance? So blockchain's role in artificial intelligence is really one of control and coordination. I mean, AI itself, the artificial thinking, is done by neural network algorithms, it's done by logic systems, it's done by evolutionary learning and genetic algorithms. And I have a project called True AGI, which is spun off from the Singularity Net blockchain project that I'll tell you about in a moment. And I mean, True AGI is working on bringing together neural nets, logic engines, evolutionary learning in sort of a combined artificial cognitive process. You don't need blockchain for that. What you need blockchain for is so that all these different AI algorithms combining together to lead to advanced intelligence can be run in a decentralized and democratically controlled manner. So if you want to do AI in a way that combines a neural net over here, a logic engine over there, an evolutionary learning system over there, someone else's neural net over there, if you want a combination of different AI algorithms to cooperate together to yield some intelligent functionality, and you don't want that to happen in a way that's owned and controlled by one actor, right? But you want it to happen in a way that's controlled in a democratic way by everyone using the AIs, everyone supplying data to the AIs, everyone programming and running the AIs. That's what blockchain is for. It gives you decentralized governance and control and organization of a whole network of AIs that are intelligent on their own to some measure and that achieve greater intelligence through their combination. And Singularity Net platform, which we launched in 2017 on the Ethereum blockchain, I mean, this is the first global decentralized AI platform. So on Singularity Net, anyone in the world who creates an AI can put it online on any computer. They can interface it with the Singularity Net APIs, and it joins the decentralized peer-to-peer blockchain network of Singularity Net AIs, which are communicating in a secure way, outsourcing work to each other, passing data to each other, and paying for services using a cryptographic token, the AGI token, which is sort of the lifeblood of the Singularity Net AI network. So we launched that in 2017. We've launched better and better versions of that. We're in an advanced beta version of that now, and that's sort of the starting point, right? I mean, that's a decentralized AI network. That's a platform that you can use to deploy various AI applications in a decentralized way. And then now the next step is really to get traction for this decentralized network. I mean, the next step is to bit by bit start grabbing market share as well as mind share away from the big tech companies that are dominating the AI sphere now. And if you look at what AI is used for now in the world, I mean, there's military and surveillance applications. There's advertising, like Google, which is an advertising company heavily driven by AI, and there's Wall Street and finance, right? Or I summarize it sometimes as killing, spying, selling, and crooked gambling, right? And these are the main things driving AI development on the planet right now. Obviously, that's not ideal from any perspective. It's not ideal from the perspective of AIs doing good for the world right now, and it's not ideal from the perspective of the AIs that we're creating today growing into the artificial general intelligences and artificial super intelligences of tomorrow. I mean, both for the benefit of the world population right now, and so that the trajectory of evolution of smarter and smarter artificial minds is seeded in a more beneficial way. We would rather have a more democratic and participatory feel to the AI applications on the planet right now. And to really enable this, to enable large-scale democratic, participatory, decentralized AI to flourish and to sort of steal the show from big tech company AI, we need a number of things to work out, right? I mean, we need greater scalability and lower costs of blockchain transactions, right? I mean, the difficulty of using Ethereum now in terms of transaction time and gas cost is insane, and I mean that makes it very hard to make a large scale, economical global AI mine. So with that in mind, SingularityNet is in the process of porting a large portion of our underlying AI network from Ethereum onto Cardano blockchain, and Cardano has lower cost and greater scalability than Ethereum at this moment, and they're rapidly rolling out some very sophisticated tools like the Plutus smart contract framework. So we're excited about that, and we're also excited about expanding the sort of currency conversion facilities within SingularityNet platform. I mean, now you can pay for AI services on the platform using PayPal, and the PayPal is converted to our AGI token on the back end. We're shortly rolling out something that will allow the provider of AI services on SingularityNet network also to get paid with basically any token or with fiat currency. So I mean, we have AGI token internally within the network as a sort of economic lifeblood, but the input and output should be with any fiat or crypto that the user wants to use. So between moving to Cardano for greater scalability and lower costs, and introducing further, crypto fiat conversion for interaction with the system, I think we're moving toward, greater usability of the platform on the whole. And then the other key to getting greater traction is, the AI network has to do something that's not just more democratic and decentralized and philosophically and ethically pure than what big tech companies are doing, and not just with better and smarter AI algorithms than what Google and Facebook and so on have. We already have that. We have superior neural symbolic reasoning and evolutionary learning-based creativity algorithms than what Google has. I mean, what you need is killer applications. I mean, you need this decentralized, participatory, democratically governed AI network with its superior AI learning and reasoning algorithms. You need it to be doing stuff that nobody else is doing. That's just a big leap beyond what anyone else can do. And we're working on that in a few different domains. I mean, medicine is one domain we've been putting a lot of time into, and we've shown in some recent work that using our decentralized AI on SingularityNet, we can do personalized medicine better than anyone else is doing, like learning based on someone's DNA data, which drug will work better for them if they have cancer, or which combination of antivirals work better for them if they have COVID, and so forth. And this is using neural symbolic AI, going beyond what the pharma industry is traditionally using. We're also working on a very exciting project in the medical robotics space, which we're going to have announcements about, unfortunately not today, but in the pretty near future, where we're using decentralized blockchain-based AI network to control robots that are going into elder care facilities and helping old people. And I think this can be a huge growth area, because you have a need for data privacy and confidentiality, where each person controls their own medical data that's going into a decentralized network, and you have huge power for AI in making medical judgments based on the data put into a decentralized network by a lot of different people for everyone's benefit. But the other area I think is really going to be huge in driving adoption for decentralized AI networks like SingularityNet is DeFi, decentralized finance. And we've seen in the last 6 months or so incredible flourishing of DeFi systems running on Ethereum blockchain. This is part of why Ethereum has become so damn slow and expensive in spite of ongoing technology improvements in the Ethereum infrastructure. And it's really interesting what we're seeing in the DeFi space. I mean, there's been all sorts of advanced algorithmic constructs and futures and options markets and yield farming in various forms in traditional finance for a very long time. But it's been there just to benefit, the top 1% of 1%. It's been there to benefit the elite at the expense of the rest of humanity. And with decentralized finance, what we're seeing is that these complex financial machinations that have been used to accelerate the process of the elite sucking wealth from the rest of the human race, these sophisticated financial machinery are now being used in a more democratic way, where anyone with a crypto wallet and an Ethereum address can use these sophisticated financial tools to increase their own wealth in the same way that investment banks and sovereign wealth funds have been doing for a long time. And I think it's time for AI to join the party, right? Because AI has been critical in finance, traditional finance, for a long time. I mean, I got a patent myself in the late 1990s for certain aspects of use of natural language processing and news analysis to fuel financial price prediction for equities and futures. It was like 1998 or something, right? AI has been there in finance since forever. The prediction company was using AI in nonlinear dynamics in 1985 or something on equities markets. But now I think it's time to bring AI to bear on the decentralized finance market. So you're democratizing the use of AI for advanced financial prediction, for risk management, for arbitrage, for automated market making. I mean, AI can help with all these things. And of course, the right way to do that is via decentralized AI networks, such as SingularityNet. And I think this can enable a lot of interesting stuff. So one area I've been thinking about a lot lately is, extending decentralized finance from just the top few cryptocurrencies, from the Ethereum's, Bitcoin's, USDTs of the world, extending decentralized finance sort of further down in the market cap hierarchy. So can you take, middle liquidity altcoins or lower liquidity altcoins, and can you use artificial intelligence to make it more feasible to do decentralized finance on top of these lower liquidity altcoins? And to the extent that AI can help to extend DeFi to lower liquidity altcoins, then what you're doing is you're bringing to bear the sophisticated tools of mathematical finance to the problem of getting more funding into cryptocurrency based projects that are at earlier stages of development, right? Because the whole venture capital industry is ridiculously corrupt and serves to benefit sovereign wealth funds and investment banks and so forth, who are putting money into the VC funds more than it serves to benefit the entrepreneurs or the customers, right? So to the extent that you can use AI-powered DeFi to create systems that smooth out the funding of lower liquidity altcoins, what you're doing is you're creating an alternative to the whole corrupt global tech VC ecosystem. And I think we're primed to see a lot of interesting things like that happening. And I mean, just to give one example of why AI is important here, I mean, if you're trying to do market making for lower liquidity altcoins, which is what you would need on the back end of decentralized finance instruments for these altcoins, I mean, you need better predictive market making than what we have now. But AI for predictive market making, I mean, that's there since forever in traditional finance to benefit the elites. And what we need is to use machine learning to help roll that out for lower liquidity altcoins in the crypto sphere, right? And we have the AI tools to do that within our SingularityNet ecosystem. And now with all the recent advances in decentralized finance, I think we have the basic financial infrastructures to do that as well. So I'm foreseeing tremendous growth in this space during the next year, both in things that we ourselves do from SingularityNet and in things that are done by the broader community using SingularityNet to Ocean Protocol and a host of other decentralized AI tools. So yeah, in summary, I would say, the decentralized AI space, it's in a very interesting position. I mean, when I first got into blockchain-based AI in 2017, it was mostly ideas and visions, right? And then we spent a few years building stuff, and now we have real large-scale decentralized AI networks that are doing cool things. We're at the next stage now, which is how do we get massive scale traction for these things? And there you're looking at which vertical markets, have the most maturity with regard to leveraging decentralized AI. And I think medicine is one of them because of data privacy issues. It will drive many applications toward blockchain and away from centralized solutions. And finance is certainly another one, and there's such a long history of AI applied to finance. And since we already have AI connected to blockchain, AI for DeFi is a natural combination. I've highlighted the potential there for, AI to help extend DeFi to lower liquidity altcoins, but there's a whole lot of other things also. I mean, if you look in futures markets on traditional finance, there's amazing uses of AI for risk management over futures portfolios. That's not there yet for Bitcoin, Ethereum futures, and other crypto futures. But I mean, it certainly should be, and I expect to see platforms like Singularity and Ocean, scaled up big time for these and all sorts of others of DeFi systems during the next year. So I mean, I'd encourage everyone active in the DeFi space to start thinking about where is AI used for similar things in the mainstream finance space now by various hedge funds and investment banks and whatnot, and how can AI be used to increase the intelligence and the functionality and the return and minimize the volatility of whatever I'm doing in the DeFi space. So yeah, thanks. And next year I look forward to describing some of the demonstrated achievements of AI in the DeFi space. I think the next year is going to be breakthrough here.
Fantastic insights and right up our alley at Effect.ai. Ben, thank you very much for joining us. It was a phenomenal chat talking about AI and finance and all of the other subject matters there. We move on to the last couple of slots in the BlockDown party. This is going to top it all. I promise you guys, this is going to be big. So we'll go for a short commercial break, and when we come back, we have a special guest who's going to talk to a couple other special guests, so stay right there. Bang, we are back for the grand finale of American Senegalese descent. He is recognized as one of the most powerful voices across Africa. He is named in the Forbes Celebrity 100 and 40 most powerful celebrities in Africa list. In addition to having 2 multi-platinum albums, 27 songs on the Billboard Hot 100, he is among the first artists to ever accomplish the feat of holding both the #1 and the #2 spots simultaneously on the Billboard Hot 100 charts twice. Through one of his organizations, he has already brought solar power to 18 countries in Africa, creating safety, health, and well-being for over 100 million of the 600 million Africans who lack electricity today. Introducing the man, the myth, the legend. Please welcome my man, Akon. Akon, welcome to the show.
Nah, thanks a lot, man. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here. I know we had a little bit of a mix-up yesterday and weren't able to connect. You're obviously an incredibly busy guy. And so, yeah, I wanted to talk to you about some of the initiatives that you and me are kind of working on with what you're doing with Acoin and everything else. But I want to start with kind of the social good aspect. That's what our company's all about. That's what we're trying to do. That's how we're partnered up. But a lot of people in the space that see you coming into the crypto world, they might not know that you've already kind of been in the technology space when it comes to solar power and that kind of thing, and bringing this kind of technology to people that don't have it. If you can maybe tell us a little bit about Lighting Africa, how it came to be and what that means to you today and where you're at with that organization right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Lighting Africa started as a philanthropic project where we wanted to bring, electricity to the rural areas, because we felt like the rural areas was the heartbeat of Africa. Oftentimes forgotten about, and everyone always rushed for the resources, but we felt that the people there just needed basic lighting infrastructure so they can begin to create an economy for themselves that will allow them to have a lot more security, stay a lot later, to keep their businesses open, and for the students to be able to actually, study longer without having to use kerosene lamps and things that would create, a lot of hazardous, environmental issues for them as well. And it also created a lot of security for the women that would, roam late night within the villages and things of that nature. So we just wanted to create an opportunity that was a lot more comfortable for them. And you'd be surprised, a lot of them never had seen electricity in the nighttime, never even thought that light could be created in the night. That's how rural we were. And it just became such a huge phenomenon. We also realized that it was something of need that the whole continent actually needed. So we created a social entrepreneurship type of business around it, and went from a philanthropic aspect to more of a business aspect of it. And it became something that ultimately became very fruitful financially for us, and was able to create an opportunity for us to raise a lot more money to do more of that throughout the continent, and ended up in 18 countries. And now we're currently taking that whole momentum into the United States, where we created Akon Lighting, which is Akon Lighting America, where we're decommissioning, coal plants all throughout the urban, communities in America, and trying to transfer them over into solar. So, I mean, it's a project that actually opened up my eyes in so many different ways, that opened me up to many other things that kind of led into Acoin, which we'll be talking about, of course, that has so many other variable utilities that's going to be attached to it. And it all started with utilizing Acoins for energy purposes. Now it's opened up to, a wide range of things that you can utilize it for.
Amazing. Yeah, cryptocurrencies and the connections to people. I know people in Malawi where we're kind of starting the pilot for Acoin, and especially with some of the use cases for Acoin. I heard from Julius yesterday that the surrounding population of the towns, villages, and city there, they're incredibly excited. We have a facility there already. A lot of people don't know this, but it's kind of breaking news that there's a facility there already that's going to house I thought it was going to be about 10, 15 people. Your team has let me know that it's actually hundreds of people, and many people are going to be taking part in our platform to actually gain access to work. And then they're going to be able to join Ivan on Tech, who is a top YouTuber, his academy for education. And I'm just wondering where you got into crypto, because I know the story, but maybe you can kind of tell the audience, because the last BlockDown, you were joined by a friend, and maybe you can tell the quick story about how cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, kind of came to be in your life and how you followed it down the path to Acoin.
Yeah, actually, I mean, Bitcoin was actually introduced to me by Brock Pierce. You know, he was the one that kind of introduced me to him. There was a friend of mine who actually introduced me to Brock, who was like, "Yo, you got to meet him. You know, he's a young entrepreneur. He's doing some really, really big things. He's doing his crypto thing." At the time, I had no idea what crypt was. And Ken Rukowski was like, "Let me take you to his office, and you guys get to meet." You know, once me and Brock met, man, we kind of clicked like we known each other forever. He walked me through the whole process, walked me through the office, introduced me to every staff member he had. They gave me the ins and outs of what they did, and it just became something of interest to me because the more I learned more about crypto, I realized that this could be the solution for Africa. You know, with Africa being in a position where, you know, the people didn't trust the currency, the government's being really, you know, you could say corrupt at that moment in time. We felt that the transparency was necessarily needed, and the encrypted aspect of what the blockchain technology brought would create a more safer, more honest, and, you know, less controversy within the financial system for Africa, but would also create an organizational tool for people of entrepreneurship that wanted to create businesses and communicate with other people and, you know, network with other businesses that's very similar to theirs, or could actually add parts to their business that can expand them to a, you know, bigger level. So it would just kind of create an organization amongst the youth, amongst the community, amongst the continent, of people being able to associate with themselves, sharing the technologies that they have to, you know, to develop what they've got going on, and also to create a financial mechanism that everyone can be able to trust, and something that could be sustainable throughout the whole continent, and something that's actually not of a different concept and idea that they didn't already know. Because as you know, Africa was pretty much doing mobile payments before anyone, you know, so they were already very familiar with mobile payments and mobile transactions. So we felt that would be the perfect tool to build our Acoin cryptocurrency around, an idea that they are familiar with, but more than anything, something that gave them access to connect with each other around a global level, especially starting with the continent.
I absolutely love it. I can see the entire continent leapfrogging well past the developing nations in the next few years if this all comes to pass. And I'm incredibly honored and thrilled to be a part of that journey. So Malawi is first, obviously. That's where I'm going to meet up with you, the team, and everybody else to build this out. The Acon Opportunity Hubs, which are going to supply work, that's going to supply education from Ivan on Tech, and then all of the other features and things with Acoin are going to be in those hubs. So it's an absolute honor. Now, we've been talking a lot today about DeFi, but there's one aspect of cryptocurrencies that's growing and getting pretty hot. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and attaching them to certain things. So like you say, with like cell phone minutes and these things in Africa, there's something that I think a lot of people they're not aware of. Back in the day when we all had those little Nokia phones, like you remember, I remember, we're not talking ages here, but I remember the Nokias, ringtones were hot. You were the first superstar to jump on that, and you absolutely exposed this new monetary game of monetizing on music ringtones. Now, NFTs are here, and I'm not going to break any news, and we're not even going to get anywhere deep into this, but next week we have a call. And we're going to be talking about NFTs and making some magic happen, because he's first to do ringtones. This guy's the trendsetter, you know? He's jumping in before the whole entire world's jumping in on all kinds of different stuff. So I'm excited to speak to you next week on that. No more breaking news there. I'm not going to say anything else, but there's massive, humongous things going on behind the scenes. I'll see you in Malawi at some point. I will be there before the end of the year, like I said yesterday, with Julius, setting up shop there and making sure the computers and all the infrastructure is ready there. And Acon, I would like to thank you very much for joining me, speaking with me about our initiatives and where and how you came to be in this space and to this point in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. We'll go for a short 1-minute break, and then we'll be back with somebody else that you'll join to talk more about Acoin and what's going on there with the release of the token. So we will be right back. Thanks, Acon.
You got it, buddy.
Istanbul. One of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. A city full of imagination and wonder. It's the place where East meets West. A crossroads throughout history. It was the capital city of 3 major empires. For years, Istanbul has been the center of trade and commerce. Today, Turkey is at the forefront of the most significant innovation of our lifetime. Blockchain technology. At 20% of the population, Turkey has one of the world's largest usage of cryptocurrencies. Yet, this promising market still remains largely untapped. Istanbul Blockchain Week brings leading international figures shoulder to shoulder with the thriving Turkish blockchain ecosystem. Join us in one of the most historic cities in the world, at Istanbul. Be a part of history and experience the true and authentic flavors of Turkey. Istanbul, where Turkey and blockchain collide.
Hello, my name is Sasha Antropov. I'm a head of business development at First Bridge. We are a Ukraine-based R&D company with about 60 developers who specialize in the most prominent and the most interesting developments in the AI, blockchain, cybersecurity space. Our core competence comes with decentralized finance protocols, enterprise blockchain, and many more interesting topics. So if you want to explore this together, do let us know.
Hi, I'm Elena from Swissborg. I'm looking to connect with anyone who wants to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and other digital assets at best prices in a highly secure and transparent way. Swissborg is the only all-in-one crypto investment platform that gets you best rates and liquidity through 5 exchanges with 18 fiat gateways, just like Skyscanner for flights or Agoda for hotels.
Dear crypto community and BlockDown family, this is Alex here from Swissborg, and my scariest crypto story happened around Halloween. It was 1 year ago in Brighton, which is a beautiful beach area with tons of junkies in south of London. And I remember I was walking down the street, there was this old carousel, no battery on my phone, breeze from the beach getting quite chilly, around 4 to 5 degrees. And I needed to buy a ticket to go back to London, and the only thing I had with me was my Ledger Nano. And I had my Ledger Nano because there are a few Bitcoin ATMs in that specific area. And I was walking down this alley. It was quite dark, quite gloomy, a little bit, scary because there are some weird people. And all of a sudden I hear, "Hey, mate, pass me on that Ledger." And I was like, what the hell? Is a junkie trying to ask for my Ledger while I'm about to withdraw the Bitcoin? And I thought, you know what? In London, a lot of people use Monero to transact for drugs and stuff like that. So why not? Could it happen? And I was really, really scared. My heart started pumping really fast. And all of a sudden I'm like, what should I do? Should I give it to him or should I just turn around and punch him in the face? So I close my eyes. I think deeply and my heart's racing. And all of a sudden, the alarm clock rings. Gotcha, guys. Happy Halloween.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Aaron Kohalila, the organizer of the BlockDown conference. I'm founder and CEO of EAK Digital. My crypto horror moment was very recently during lockdown. My ledger, actually, the screen stopped working, and it really spooked me out. So the screen stopped working and my private keys were, let's say, in a different location that I couldn't access. I've never had to, do a backup of a ledger before. So during the whole of the lockdown, I was really shook that, for some reason or another, like that my 24 words wouldn't work on the new ledger. But anyway, thankfully it all worked, but it was definitely a horror moment. So be careful out there, guys. Have a great conference.
He blocked out.
Hey BlockDown family, it's Nicholas Merton here, the founder and CEO of Digifox and DataDash. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are. So for my BlockDown crypto Halloween scare story, I have one that I think could be relatable to many of you out there. I know there's the concerns of sending crypto to the wrong address, but the thing that's probably hit me the most is when I'm loading into my favorite crypto exchange or, price data feed website like CoinMarketCap. And lo and behold, for some odd reason, whether I did something different or, maybe there's some kind of error on the back end, the price displays as 0 or there's a big red candle that shows that the price went down to nothing. I've had that on a lot of platforms. And still to this day when it happens, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. So anyways, guys, I hope you're having a wonderful time at BlockDown, and I can't wait to see many of you there myself. Take care, everyone.
What is going on, BlockDown family? So, my scary stories. Well, everybody already knows about treasures and ledgers and how you have to delete your entire wallet for a stupid update, right? That's always scary. Makes your butt pucker. That is always a nightmare, but that's one of the reasons why we built and use Monarchs. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So I won't use those stories. I'll use another one. One of our partners with Monarch, we had to send out crypto, an Ethereum-based token, to 276,000 of our wallet holders. It was going to cost us over $1 million to use the Ethereum network to send out this $50,000 to 276,000 wallet holders. Over $1 million to send $50,000 in value. We ended up using a second layer solution. Still cost us over $100,000 to do it. So that is pretty scary when you look at the Ethereum blockchain and how so many people are relying on it right now, when typically all it's being used for the most part, is speculation. So, Vitalik, get off your butt and fix this. Let's make Ethereum work like it's supposed to. God bless, and everybody have an awesome time at BlockDown. It's going to be great.
Bang! We are back. BlockDown 3.0, the Halloween chapter, is about to be completed. We have coming back the man, the myth, the legend, Akon is back with us. From yesterday, from the Acoin team, is his partner in crime, Mr. John Carras, and my good friend. And then we have a special guest who wasn't on the list, the last-minute guy that just jumped in to take the last spot of this party. We have the crypto influencer, huge YouTuber, BitBoy, joining us with Akon and John. Boys, take it away.
You got it.
Thanks so much for being with us, BitBoy. We really appreciate it. Fan of your podcasts, fan of your research, fan of your thoughtful presentation of pros, cons, ups, downs, etc. You're one of the ones we love and follow. So we're honored that you could spend some time with us talking about what we're doing at Acoin, some of our exciting joint ventures, whether it's connecting the unconnected with World Mobile, the mass utilization in Wale Medical and Technology City, where we'll be paying all 9,000 plus employees with Acoin and stimulating a lot of transactional flow in the ecosystem, or things like building social money systems with Roll. So lots of really interesting stuff we're doing as we move down the pathway towards being hopefully one of the very first utility tokens that can drive mass utilization. So hopefully you'll be kind to us on future segments as you watch what we're doing and how. Just know that our spirit for social impact is very, very true. This is something that's near and dear to Akon and my heart. This is his vision, his dream that he started talking to me about now about 3 years ago. So just about to go live on Bittrex Global out of Liechtenstein. We had all kinds of swirl around that, and there you go. That's our tee up. But we're so happy you could join us at the last minute.
Yeah, well, definitely. I think I've had a long, tough day today. Very, very busy, and I was just looking for something that could be a sweet escape for this. And hopefully by the end of this, I don't end up locked up. So I guess that's what we'll just have to see. I've been working on those jokes for 5 minutes. So
right.
Yeah, but definitely I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. Glad to join. I think what Akon is doing, I'm talking in third person like he's not here. I think what you're doing, Akon, is incredible. And we've seen a lot of people try to come into the space from other areas and niches, and you find it's hard. It's hard. This is an emerging technology, and I really applaud you for sticking to this and really doing what you can do to make the world a better place.
No, thank you, man. I really appreciate it, and I agree with you. I think I watched a lot of people as I came up with just slowly disappear. I think a lot of it is because most of it was just following the fad or trying to figure out the opportunities to get more exposure or try to actually understand it, learn it, couldn't really quite get it. and just figured out it wasn't really for them. But my purpose really is to find the right infrastructure and the right tools for underdeveloped markets, specifically, places like Africa, and of course, Latin America and in India and places like that as we grow in. But ultimately, when you look at these kind of situations, it can not only help the underdeveloped aspects, but it can also improve all the developing markets and make things a lot easier, So I always like the concept and the idea of how they said, when the iPhone came on board, your grandmother could use it. Before then, no one knew how to even use a computer. iPhone come with these little apps that you just hit one button and everything is done for you. And, 2 or 3 hits, you get exactly what you wanted. And I figured that crypto would do that for a lot of us in the future when it comes to the financial institutions.
Absolutely. Sending money, receiving money, becoming your own bank. And people forget how fast all this changes. I mean, we've been talking about crypto's been exciting. We had the bear market, but really since 2017, things have really been popping off. Even maybe not necessarily with price, but behind the scenes building and things like that.
Right.
And I think people forget that 11 years ago, it was 2007. So 13 years ago, we didn't even have an iPhone. I think 2007 was when the iPhone launched. So we didn't have it at all. And now it's our entire lives is wrapped up in this little bitty thing right here. Could you imagine not having this? You go somewhere where you don't have service and you're like, what do I do? And that's how it's going to be with crypto and, the financial world, probably in the next 10 years.
Right. I agree. And I think crypto is going to be pretty much the same thing. Ultimately right now, even all the phone conversations is beyond a conversation. Like you actually live your whole day-to-day life on it, paying all your bills and all your transactions all being emitted on that specific device. So you can't even leave without it. I mean, I not only just look through all my cameras in my homes. I pick up adjust my temperatures for my houses in that thing. I unlock and start my car from that thing. Everything now is done on that device, and I think as we're thinking about how the world is moving forward, and you're not taking to an accountability to create, a more digital savvy, comfortable way of moving forward for your finances, it's just impossible because the world is ran on money and how it moves. So for you to think that money is not going to digitize itself like everything else did, you're really moving super slow. So it's better for you to get on board and move forward with it, because crypto is going to be the future of how money's spent, dealt with, and negotiated.
Yeah, I think so, 100%. So I don't know who created the term Industrial Revolution, but I'm trying to create the next term. Okay. We had the tech boom. We had the .com bubble. Okay. The next one is the digitalization boom. This is where everything is going to go digital. And when you look at what Andreas Antonopoulos talks about Internet of Money, he's one of my, maybe the only Bitcoin speaker I really like. But I really love Andreas Antonopoulos and a lot of stuff he says. And the Internet of Money, kind of the basis of it is that Bitcoin is the first layer of this entire new world that we're building, of this entire new application of technology. And, I think it's going to be really exciting to see what all these other layers are going to be. We're digitalizing our money, but everything else is going to be coming right behind.